In the darkest corners of the ancient library of a crumbling castle, amid dusty shelves and forgotten manuscripts, rests a singular book. Its pages, stained by the passage of centuries, hold ancestral secrets and ancient knowledge that defy human understanding. Legends tell that this text was written by unseen hands on moonlit nights, when wandering spirits arose to whisper hidden truths into the ear of the author, Allan Kardec. Within its pages, weave tales of past lives and uncertain futures, revelations of the beyond and the hidden purpose of our immortal souls. Those who dare to open its covers embark on a journey beyond time and space, where the boundaries between the real and the supernatural blur. Ancient words resonate in their minds like echoes of ancestral voices, as each chapter unveils a new mystery, a revelation that arouses both curiosity and fear alike. Prepare to delve into the Spirit's book, where millennia-old wisdom and the mystery of the unknown converge in a tale that will challenge your beliefs and expand the limits of your imagination. Open your senses to the inexplicable, and let the words guide you through a path illuminated by the light of the supernatural. Introduction. Study of the Spiritist doctrine. New words are necessary for new concepts as required by the clarity of language and to avoid the confusion inherent in the multiple meanings of terms. The words spiritual, spiritist, and spiritism have well-defined meanings, so giving them a new sense to apply to the doctrine of the spirits would only multiply their misinterpretation. Indeed, spiritism is the opposite of materialism. Whoever believes there is something within them distinct from matter is a spiritist, but this belief is not sufficient on its own. Those who believe in the existence of spirits or their communications with the visible world should not use the words spiritual and spiritism to denote the belief in spirit, as spiritualism and spiritualist are words with distinct forms, origins, and radical meanings, making them perfectly clear. Instead, we will say that the Spiritist doctrine's principles involve the relationships between the material world and the spirits, or beings of the invisible world. The adherents of Spiritism call themselves Spiritists. As a specialty, the Book of Spirits contains the Spiritist doctrine, and more broadly, is related to the Spiritist doctrine, presenting one of its phases under the title Spiritualist philosophy. Another term that is equally important to define, as it is a cornerstone of the entire moral doctrine and subject to numerous controversies, is soul. The divergence of opinions on the nature of the soul arises from the particular application each person makes of this word. In a perfect language, where each idea would be represented by its own term, many discussions could be avoided. Indeed, with one word for each thing, everyone would be in agreement. According to some, the soul is the principle of organic material life, has no separate existence, and ceases with life. This is pure materialism, for in the same sense, by comparison, if an instrument is broken and produces no sound, it has no soul. According to this opinion, the soul becomes an effect and not a cause. Others think the soul is the principle of intelligence, a universal agent from which each being absorbs a portion, as there would be, according to them, one soul for the entire universe that distributes sparks among various intelligent beings during their lives, and after death, each spark returns to the common source, merging into the whole like streams and rivers return to the sea from which they came. This opinion differs from the previous one in that it implies there is something more than matter in us and something that persists after death, but it is almost as if nothing remains, for without individuality, we would no longer have consciousness of ourselves. According to this opinion, the universal soul would be God, and each being a portion of divinity, which leads this argument towards a form of pantheism. Finally, according to others, the soul is a moral being distinct and independent of matter, which retains its individuality after death. This is undoubtedly the nature that holds the most general meaning, for under one name or another, the idea of this being surviving the body is instinctively believed, independent of any teaching, among all peoples, regardless of their level of civilization. This doctrine, where the soul is the cause and not the effect, is the one held by the Spiritists. Without discussing the merits of these opinions and considering only the linguistic aspect of the question, We will say that these three applications of the word soul represent three distinct ideas, each requiring a different term. This word, therefore, has a triple meaning, where each viewpoint is valid in its own definition. But the flaw lies in the language, which uses a single word for three ideas. Thus, to avoid ambiguity, it would be necessary to restrict the meaning of the word soul to one of these three ideas. The choice is indifferent. It is simply a matter of agreement, a question of convention. Now, it seems more logical to us to take it in its most common sense, which is why we call soul the immaterial and individual being that resides within us and survives if this being did not exist. And if it were merely a product of the imagination, we would still need a term to designate it. In the absence of a specific word for each of the other 2 points, we call them vital principle. This is the principle of material and organic life, regardless of its origin, and it is common to all living beings, from plants to humans. Since life can exist independently of the faculty of thinking, the vital principle is something separate and independent. The word vitality would not convey the same idea, for to some the vital principle is a property of matter, an effect produced when matter finds itself in certain circumstances. But according to others, and this is the most common idea, the vital principle resides in a special fluid from which each being absorbs and assimilates a part during life, just as we see inanimate bodies absorb light. This vital fluid would then be the animalized electrical fluid, also called magnetic fluid, nervous fluid, etc. But whatever it may be, there is an indisputable fact. Organic beings have within them an intimate force that produces the phenomenon of life, and as long as this force exists, material life will be common to all organic beings, independently of intelligence and thought. Moreover, intelligence and thought are faculties specific to certain organic species. Finally, among the organic species endowed with intelligence and thought, there is one endowed with a moral sense that gives it undeniable superiority over the others. This is the human species. It is conceivable that with a multiple sense the soul does not exclude materialism or pantheism, for the Spiritist himself can very well understand the soul according to one or the other of the first 2 definitions without falling into prejudice against the distinct immaterial being, to whom he will then give a name. Thus, this word is not the representative of an opinion, but a prototype that each person adapts to their own preference, making it the source of so many endless disputes. Confusion could also be avoided by using the word soul in all 3 cases, adding an adjective to specify the perspective from which it is considered or the application being made. It would then be a generic word representing both the principle of material life, intelligence, and moral sense, distinguished by an attributed attribute, just as gases are distinguished by adding the words hydrogen, oxygen, or nitrogen. We could then say, and this would perhaps be the best, the soul is vital for the principle of material life, just as the intellectual soul for the principle of intelligence and the spiritual soul for the principle of our individuality after death. As we see, all this is just a matter of words, but at the same time it is a very important issue on which we must agree. Accordingly, the vital soul would be common to all organic beings, plants, animals, and humans. The intellectual soul would be the property of animals and the spiritual soul would belong solely to humans. We believed it necessary to insist all the more on these explanations, given that the Spiritist doctrine naturally rests on the existence of ourselves as a being independent of matter and surviving the body, and that the word soul frequently appears in this work. It was important to clarify the meaning we give it to avoid any misunderstanding. Let us now move on to the main objective of this introduction. The Spiritist doctrine, like all new things, has its supporters and its opponents. Thus, we will first try to respond to some of the objections of the latter by examining the value of the reasons on which they rely, without claiming to convince everyone, as there are people who believe that light was made only for them as a doctrine. We address people of good faith, without preconceived or fixed ideas, who are sincerely eager to learn. For this, we will show them how most objections to the doctrine stem from an incomplete observation of the facts, as well as from judgments made with too much lightness and haste. So, let us first recall in a few words the progressive series of phenomena that gave rise to this doctrine. The first observed fact was that of several objects being set in motion, commonly classified under the name of turning tables or dancing tables. This phenomenon, which seems to have been first observed in America, or rather which was renewed in that country, as history shows it dates back to ancient times, occurred accompanied by strange circumstances, such as unusual noises or knocks without any known ostensible cause. From there it quickly spread to Europe and other parts of the world. Although this principle aroused much disbelief, the multiplicity of experiments quickly made it impossible to doubt its reality. If this phenomenon had been limited to the movement of material objects, it could have been explained by a purely physical cause, as we are far from knowing all the hidden agents of nature, nor all the properties of those we do know. Electricity, moreover, multiplies each day to infinity the resources it offers to man, and seems on the verge of shedding new light on science. Therefore, it was not impossible that electricity, modified by certain circumstances or another unknown agent, was the cause of this movement, and since the combination of several people increased the power of action, most seem to support this theory, as it could be considered as a multiple battery whose power is proportional to the number of its elements. The circular motion was nothing extraordinary. It is in nature, since all stars move in a circle. Thus, we could have in a small object a reflection of the general movement of the universe, or to put it better, an unknown cause could accidentally produce for small objects and under given circumstances a current analogous to that which propels the worlds. But the motion was not always circular. It was often spasmodic, disorderly. The object shook violently, overturned, took different directions, and, contrary to all the laws of statics, rose from the ground and remained suspended in space. Nothing in these facts could be explained by the power of an invisible physical agent. Do we not see that electricity can overturn buildings, uproot trees, project the heaviest bodies, attract and repel them? But what about the unusual noises and knocks? Assuming they are not one of the ordinary effects of wood expansion or any other accidental cause, could they still be very well produced by the accumulation of hidden fluid? Does not electricity produce the most violent noises? This is how we see that everything can fall within the realm of purely physical facts, and without stepping out of this circle of ideas, there was material for serious studies worthy of the attention of scholars. Why was this not the case? It is painful to say, but it is due to causes that demonstrate, among other things, the frivolity of the human mind. First of all, the vulgarity of the main object that served as the basis for the first experiments is perhaps not unrelated. What influence a single word has often had on the most serious matters. Thus, without considering that the motion could be communicated to any object, the idea of tables probably prevailed, perhaps because it was the most practical object, as one naturally sits around a table rather than another piece of furniture. Thus, superior men are sometimes so childish that it is not impossible to think that some elite minds believed that engaging with what was called table dancing was beneath them. It is even likely that if the phenomenon observed by Galvani had been noticed by common men, and had been characterized by a ridiculous name, it would have remained relegated to the side of the divining rod, which is a subject of ridicule. Indeed, no one would have thought it derogatory to deal with frog dancing. Some, however, modest enough to agree that nature might not have said its last word, wanted to see for themselves, for their own conscience. But it so happens that the phenomenon did not always meet their expectations, and the fact that it did not occur consistently at their will, according to their mode of experimentation, led them to conclude negatively. Nevertheless, since there are tables, they continue to turn, and we can say with Galileo that they move. And we will also say that the facts have multiplied so much that they now have the right to be cited in an attempt to find a rational explanation. Can something be inferred against the reality of the phenomenon from the fact that it does not always occur identically according to the will and requirements of the observer? Are the phenomena of electricity and chemistry not subject to certain conditions and should not be denied because they occur outside of those conditions? Is it surprising that the phenomenon of object movement by human fluid also has its conditions of existence and ceases to occur when the observer, placing himself from his own point of view, pretends to make it work at his whim or subject it to the laws of known phenomena, without considering that for new facts there can and must be new laws. To understand these laws, it is necessary to study the circumstances in which the facts occur. This is why this study can only be the result of sustained, attentive, and often very prolonged observation. Often some object that there is obvious deception. First of all, we will ask them if they are really certain that there is deception, that they have not misunderstood such effects that they could not apprehend, like the peasant who confused a learned physics professor, conducting experiments with a skillful swindler. Even assuming that this could have happened sometimes, would it be a reason to deny the fact? Should we deny physics because there are fortune-tellers who call themselves physicists? Furthermore, it is necessary to consider the character of the people and the interest they might have in deceiving. One can have fun for a while, but an indefinitely prolonged joke would be as boring for the trickster as for the tricked. Moreover, there would be something in a trickery that extends from one end of the world to the other, and among the most serious, honorable, and enlightened people, that is at least as extraordinary as the phenomenon itself. If the phenomena we are interested in had been limited to the movement of objects, they would have remained, as we said, in the realm of physical sciences. However, this was not the case, as they manifested in a way that led us to track down facts of a strange order. The fact is that it was believed to have been discovered, we do not know by what initiative, that the impulse given to objects was not only the product of a blind mechanical force, but that there was an intervention of an intelligent cause in this movement. Once this path was opened as a whole new field of observation, the veil began to lift on many mysteries. Indeed, there exists an intelligent power, and if this power exists, what is its nature and origin? Could it be above humanity? It was then that the first intelligent manifestations occurred. They manifested through tables rising and striking a determined number of knocks to answer yes or no to a question asked, according to the established convention. However, this did not convince the skeptics, as they claimed that the phenomenon could be attributed to a chance effect. Subsequently, more developed responses were obtained using the letters of the alphabet. First, the moving object gave a number of knocks, corresponding to the number of each letter. Then words and sentences were formed in response to the questions asked. The precision of the answers and their correlation with the question aroused much astonishment. The mysterious being who responded in this way, when asked about its nature, declared that it was a spirit or a genius. It gave a name and provided several pieces of information about itself. This is a very important circumstance to note, because no one had imagined that spirits were a means to explain the phenomena. Rather, it was the phenomena themselves that revealed the word. In the exact sciences, hypotheses are often formulated to establish a basis for reasoning, but this was not the case here. This mode of correspondence was long and difficult. It was then that a spirit, and this is another point worth mentioning, gave the advice to attach a pencil to a basket or any other object, and to place this device on a sheet of paper. The device being placed by the same hidden power that moves the tables, but instead of a simple regular movement, the pencil drew characters by itself, forming words, sentences, and entire speeches of several pages dealing with the highest questions of moral philosophy, metaphysics, psychology, etc., and this as quickly as if it were written by hand. This advice was given simultaneously in America, France, and other countries. Here are the words given in Paris on June 10, 1853, to one of the most fervent adherents of the doctrine who had already been engaged in the evocation of spirits for several years, and already in 1849 he said, "Go and take from the neighboring room the small basket, fix a pencil to it, then, on a sheet of paper, place your fingers on the edge, after which in a few moments the device will start moving. The pencil will write very legibly this sentence: 'What I tell you here, I expressly forbid you to tell anyone. The first time I write, it will be better.'" Given that the object to which the pencil was attached was merely an instrument, its nature and shape mattered little. Thus, in seeking the most practical arrangement, many people used a small board or a basket. However, the latter could only be moved under the influence of certain people who possessed a special power in this regard and were designated as mediums, that is, intermediaries between spirits and humans. The conditions conferring this special power are both physical and moral, and are still imperfectly understood, as mediums are found in all ages, sexes, and levels of intellectual development. This faculty also develops with practice. Later, it was recognized that the basket and the small board were, in reality, only extensions of the hand. Thus, the medium, through an involuntary impulse, directly took the pencil and began to write. By this means, communications became faster, easier, and more complete. Today, this is also the most widespread method, especially because the number of people endowed with this ability is very considerable and increases every day. Finally, experience has revealed other varieties of mediumistic ability, showing that communications could also be made through speech, hearing, sight, touch, etc., and even through direct writing by the spirits, that is, without the aid of the medium's hand or the pencil. Once this fact was established, it remained to discover an essential point, namely the role of the medium in the responses and the part they might play both mechanically and morally. These two crucial circumstances, which cannot escape an attentive observer, can resolve some questions. The first is the way the basket moves under its influence simply by placing fingers on the edge. Examination shows the impossibility of writing in any direction. This fact becomes particularly evident when 2 or 3 people place their fingers on the same basket simultaneously, as they would need a truly phenomenal concordance of movement and thought to produce a response consistent with the question asked. Another equally peculiar fact adds to the difficulty. There is a radical change in handwriting depending on the spirit that manifests, and each time the same spirit returns, its handwriting reappears. Thus, the medium would have to deliberately change their own handwriting in 20 different ways, and moreover, remember which handwriting belongs to which spirit. The second circumstance arises from the very nature of the responses, most of which are, especially in the case of abstract or scientific questions, so clearly beyond the knowledge and sometimes the intellectual reach of the medium. Additionally, most of the time, the medium is not even aware of what is being written under their influence, as they do not hear or understand the question posed, which may be in a foreign language to them, or even asked mentally, and the response may be given in that language. Finally, it often happens that the medium writes spontaneously, without any prior question being asked, on a completely unexpected subject. These responses, in some cases, bear a mark of wisdom, depth, and relevance, such that they reveal thoughts as elevated and sublime as to suggest they can only emanate from a superior intelligence imbued with the purest morality. Other times they are so light, frivolous, even trivial, that reason refuses to believe they could come from the same source. This diversity of language can only be explained by the diversity of the intelligences that manifest. Are these intelligences outside of humanity? This is the point to clarify, and the complete explanation will be found throughout this work from the mouths of the spirits themselves. Here, then, are evident effects occurring outside the usual circle of our observations, which do not take place in mystery, but in broad daylight, visible and observable by everyone, not the privilege of a single individual, but willingly repeated by thousands of people every day. These effects necessarily have a cause, and since they reveal the action of an intelligence and will, they move beyond the purely physical domain. Several theories have been proposed on this subject, and we will examine them to see if they can explain all the observed facts. In the meantime, let us prematurely admit the existence of beings distinct from humanity, as this is the explanation that reveals itself. The beings that communicate in this manner call themselves, as we have said, spirits or geniuses, and some of them have belonged to men who lived on earth, now constituting the spiritual world, just as we constitute the physical world during our life. Let us summarize here in a few words the most salient points of the doctrine they have transmitted to us, to more easily address certain objections. God is eternal, immutable, immaterial, unique, all-powerful, supremely just and good. He created the universe, which includes all beings, animated and inanimate, material and immaterial. Material beings constitute the visible or corporeal world, and immaterial beings constitute the invisible or spiritual world, which is the world of spirits. The spiritual world is the normal, primitive, eternal world, pre-existing and surviving above all the corporeal world, which is secondary and could cease to exist or might never have existed without altering the essence of the spiritual world. Spirits temporarily take on a perishable material envelope, which, when destroyed by death, restores their freedom. Among the different species of corporeal beings, God chose the human species for the incarnation of spirits that have reached a certain degree of development, granting them moral and intellectual superiority over others. The soul is an incarnated spirit, and the body is merely its envelope. There are three components to a human. First, the body, a material being similar to animals and animated by the same vital principle. Then the soul, an immaterial being, which is the spirit incarnated in the body. And finally, the link between the soul and the body, an intermediate principle between matter and spirit. Thus, humans have two natures. Through their body, they share the nature of animals with instincts, and through their soul, they share the nature of spirits. The link between the spirit and the body is a sort of semi-material envelope. Death is the destruction of the coarser envelope. The spirit retains the second one, which constitutes an ethereal body invisible to us under normal circumstances. But it can occasionally become visible or even tangible, as happens in the phenomenon of apparitions. Thus, the spirit is not an abstract, indefinite being that only thought can conceive of, but a real and circumscribed being that, in certain cases, can be perceived by the senses of sight, hearing, and touch. Spirits belong to different classes and are not equal in power, knowledge, or morality. Those of the highest order are superior spirits, distinguished by their perfection, knowledge, closeness to God, purity of feelings, and love of goodness. These are the angels, or pure spirits. Other classes of spirits move further away from this perfection. Those in the lower ranks tend towards many of our passions, hatred, envy, jealousy, pride, etc. Among them there are some who are neither very good nor very bad, but more turbulent and troublesome than malicious. Their attributes seem to be mischief and inconsistency. These are the light or frivolous spirits. Spirits do not remain eternally in the same order. All of them progress through the different degrees of the spiritual hierarchy. This improvement occurs through incarnation, imposed on some as expiation and on others as a mission. Material life is a trial they must undergo repeatedly to reach absolute perfection, being a kind of purgatory from which they emerge more or less purified upon leaving the body. The soul then returns to the spirit world from which it came, and thus resumes a new material existence after a more or less long interval during which it is in a wandering state. Since the spirit must undergo several incarnations, it follows that we have all had several existences and will have more or less perfected, whether on this earth or on other worlds. The incarnation of spirits only occurs in the human species. It would be an error to believe that the soul or spirit could incarnate in the body of an animal. The different corporeal existences of the spirit are always progressive and never regressive, but the speed of progress depends on the efforts we make to achieve perfection. The qualities of the soul are those of the spirit incarnated within us. Thus, a good man is the incarnation of a good spirit, and a wicked man that of an impure spirit. The soul retains its individuality before its incarnation and after its separation from the body, returning to the spirit world from which it originated. In the spirit world, it reunites with all those it has known on earth, and all its previous existences are preserved in its memory, with the recollection of all the good and bad it has done. The incarnated spirit is subject to the influence of matter. The man who overcomes this influence through the elevation and purification of his soul draws closer to the good spirits with whom he will one day be in contact. The one who allows himself to be dominated by bad passions and finds all his joys in the satisfaction of gross appetites draws closer to impure spirits, giving precedence to the animal nature. Incarnated spirits inhabit the various globes of the universe. Non-incarnated or wandering spirits do not occupy a defined and circumscribed region. They are everywhere in space and constantly around us, seeing and interacting with us incessantly. They form an invisible population that stirs around us. Spirits exert a continuous influence on the moral world and even on the physical world, as they act on matter and thought, constituting one of the forces of nature. They are the efficient cause of a multitude of phenomena, previously unexplained or poorly explained, which find a rational solution only in Spiritism. The relationships between spirits and humans are constant. Good spirits encourage us to do good, support us through life's trials, and help us endure them with courage and resignation. Evil spirits incite us to do wrong because it gives them pleasure to see us succumb and become like them. Communications between spirits and humans can be covert or overt. Covert communications occur through the good or bad influence they exert on us without our knowledge. It is up to our judgment to discern good from bad inspirations. Overt communications happen through speech, writing, or other material manifestations, often using mediums as instruments. Spirits manifest spontaneously or by evocation. We can evoke all spirits who have animated obscure humans, as well as those of the most illustrious figures, regardless of the era in which they lived, including our relatives, friends, or enemies, and obtain from them through written or verbal communications, advice, information about their situation in the afterlife, their thoughts about us, and revelations they are authorized to make. Spirits are attracted by their sympathy for the moral nature of the environment in which they are evoked. Superior spirits find pleasure in serious gatherings where the love of good and the sincere desire to learn and improve dominate. Their presence excludes inferior spirits, who, on the contrary, have free access to frivolous people or those driven by mere curiosity. This is where bad instincts are found. Rather than expecting good advice or useful information from them, one can only expect trivialities, lies, tasteless jokes, or hoaxes, as they often use venerable names to better deceive. Distinguishing between good and bad spirits is extremely easy. The language of superior spirits is always dignified, noble, imbued with the highest morality, and devoid of all base passions. Their advice breathes the purest wisdom and always aims for our improvement and the good of humanity. In contrast, the advice of inferior spirits is often incoherent, trivial, and sometimes even coarse. While they sometimes say good and true things more often, they say false and absurd things out of malice or ignorance, playing with credulity and amusing themselves at the expense of those who question them, flattering their vanity and lulling their desires with false hopes. In summary, serious communications, in the true sense of the term, only occur in serious circles, among those whose members are united by a close communication of thought for good. The morality of superior spirits is summarized by that of Christ in the gospel precept to act towards others as we would have others act towards us, that is, to do good and not do evil. In this principle, man finds the universal rule of conduct for his smallest actions. They teach us that selfishness, pride, and sensuality are passions that bring us closer to animal nature by attaching us to matter, and that the man who detaches himself from matter, despising worldly trivialities and loving his neighbor, draws closer to spiritual nature. Each of us must make ourselves useful according to the faculties and means that God has placed at our disposal, proving that the strong and powerful must support and protect the weak. He who abuses his strength and power to oppress his neighbor violates God's law. Finally, they teach that in the world of spirits, nothing can be hidden. The hypocrite is unmasked, and all his baseness revealed. The inevitable presence at any time of those we have wronged is one of the punishments reserved for us, as the state of inferiority and superiority of spirits is tied to punishments and joys, which are not unknown on earth. However, they also teach us that there are no irremediable faults that cannot be erased through expiation. Man finds the means for this in the different existences that allow him to advance according to his desire and efforts on the path of progress towards perfection, which is his ultimate goal. Such is the summary of the Spiritist doctrine, the result of the teachings given by superior spirits. Let us now examine the objections to this doctrine. For many people, the opposition of academic bodies is at least a strong presumption against it. However, we are not among those who scorn scholars, for we do not want it said that we kick the donkey. On the contrary, we hold them in high esteem and would be honored to be among them. But their opinion cannot always be an irrevocable judgment. When science moves away from the material observation of facts to evaluate and explain them, the field is open to conjecture. Everyone brings their own little system, which they strive to prevail with fervent determination. Facts are the true criterion of our judgments. They are the irrefutable argument. In the absence of facts, doubt is the opinion of the wise. In matters of notoriety, the opinion of scholars is reasonably considered authoritative, as they know more and better than the rest. But in matters of new principles and unknown things, their perspective is always hypothetical, as they are no freer from prejudice than others, perhaps even more so. Any man who has specialized in a particular field tends to subordinate everything to it, which is a consequence of human weakness. It is therefore illogical to consult scholars on the question of Spiritism. Spiritism deals with the existence of the soul and its state after death, and it is quite illogical to think that a man is a great psychologist simply because he is a great mathematician or a great anatomist. Spiritism is not a matter of science. Meanwhile, those who speak negatively without having studied the subject in depth, and who disdain those who disagree with them, forget that the same thing happened with most of the great discoveries that honor humanity, risking their names being added to the list of illustrious denouncers of new ideas. Therefore, if these assemblies, which included the elite scientists of the world, had only mockery and sarcasm for ideas they did not understand, ideas that would revolutionize science, morality, and industry, how can we expect more from scientists regarding a question outside their work? These errors of some are regrettable for their memory, but they cannot strip them of the titles they have earned in other fields for our esteem. But is it necessary to have an official title to have common sense? Are there only ignorant people outside of all academic chairs? Let's look at the supporters of the Spiritist doctrine and see if we find only ignorant people. The character and knowledge of the deserving men who have embraced it deserve to be highlighted, as such men assert at least that there must be something to it. We repeat that if the facts we deal with were limited to the mechanical movement of bodies, the search for the physical cause of this phenomenon would enter the domain of science. But as soon as it involves a manifestation beyond the laws of humanity, it escapes the competence of material science, as it cannot be expressed by numbers or mechanical force. This is when a new fact appears, not derived from any known science, and the scientist, to study it, must set aside his science and tell himself that it is a new study that cannot be conducted with preconceived ideas. The man who believes in his infallible reasoning is very close to error. Even those with the most erroneous ideas rely on their reason, and it is through it that they reject everything that seems impossible. All those who in their time rejected the admirable discoveries humanity is proud of use this judgment to reject them. What is often called reason is merely disguised pride, and the one who believes himself infallible sets himself up as equal to God. We therefore address those who are wise enough to doubt what they have seen, and who, judging the future by the past, do not believe that man has reached his peak, nor that nature has turned the last page of its book for him. Let us add that the study of a doctrine such as Spiritism, which suddenly presents us with such a new and great order of things, can only be conducted fruitfully by serious and persevering men, free from prejudice and driven by a firm and sincere desire to achieve a result. We cannot attribute this quality to those who judge lightly a priori and without having seen everything, and who neither bring the necessary continuity to their studies, nor the regularity nor the concentration. Even less can we attribute it to certain people who, to maintain their reputation for wit, strive to find a burlesque aspect even in the truest things, or those they consider as such. The people whose knowledge, character, and convictions deserve the respect of anyone who cares about good morals should therefore abstain from doing so, those who do not consider the facts worthy of their attention. No one should think of violating their beliefs, but they must respect those of others. What characterizes a serious study is the follow-up given to it. It should be surprising that we often do not obtain sensible answers to serious questions in themselves, when they are thrown out haphazardly and accompanied by a heap of nonsensical questions. Furthermore, a question is often complex and requires preliminary or complementary questions to be clarified. Anyone who wants to acquire knowledge in a science must study it methodically, start from the beginning, and follow the sequence and development of ideas. A person who, by chance, asks a scientist a question about a science they do not know, even if that scientist has the best will in the world, can only provide an isolated answer, inevitably incomplete, and often, for that very reason, incomprehensible or even absurd and contradictory. It is exactly the same in the relationships we establish with spirits. If we want to learn in their school, we must follow a course with them. But just as among ourselves, we must choose our teachers and work diligently. As we said earlier, higher spirits only attend serious gatherings, especially those where there is a perfect communion of thoughts and feelings for good. Frivolity and idle questions drive them away, just as they do reasonable people. The field is then open for the crowd of lying and frivolous spirits who are always on the lookout for opportunities to mock and have fun at our expense. What happens to a serious question in such a gathering? It will be answered, but by whom? It is as if in the middle of a group of revelers, questions like "What is the soul?" or "What is death?" were asked. If you want serious answers, you must be serious in the full sense of the word, and also put yourself in all the appropriate conditions. Only then will you achieve great things. Additionally, it is necessary to be diligent and persevering in your studies, for without this, the higher spirits will abandon you, just as a teacher would abandon negligent students. The movement of objects is a fact. The question is whether or not there is an intelligent manifestation in this movement, and if so, what is the source of this manifestation? We will not speak of the intelligent movement of certain objects, nor of verbal communications, nor even of those that are written directly by the medium. This kind of manifestation, evident to those who have seen and studied it, is not sufficiently independent of the will at first glance to establish the conviction of a novice observer. So we will only talk about writing obtained through any object equipped with a pencil, such as a basket, a planchette, etc. The way the medium's fingers are placed on the object defies, as we said, the most consummate skill to participate in any way in the tracing of the characters. But even admitting that, through marvelous skill, one could deceive the most scrutinizing eye. How to explain the nature of the responses when they are outside all the ideas and knowledge of the medium? For note that these are not monosyllabic answers, but often entire pages written with stunning rapidity, whether spontaneously or on a determined subject, under the hand of a medium less familiar with literature. Sometimes under his hand, poems of sublime and reproachable purity are born, which the best human poets would not repudiate. In addition to the strangeness of these facts, the fact is that these events occur everywhere and the means are multiplying infinitely. Are these facts real or not? Faced with this, we have only one answer. Look and observe, you will not lack opportunities, but above all, observe often, for a long time, and in the right conditions. But what do the antagonists of these proofs say? You are merely poor victims of charlatanism or the plaything of an illusion, they comment. Firstly, we will say that the word charlatanism must be dismissed when no profit is involved. Charlatans do not work for free. It would therefore be at best only mystification. But by what strange coincidence would these mystifiers have agreed from one end of the world to the other to act in the same way, producing the same effects, and giving identical answers on the same subjects in different languages, if not in terms of words, at least in their meaning? How would serious, honorable, and educated people lend themselves to such schemes, and for what purpose? How to find the necessary patience and skill in children? For if the means are not passive instruments, they would need skill and knowledge incompatible with a certain age and social position. Then it is added that if there is no deception, both parties can be misled by an illusion. In sound logic, the quality of the witnesses has a certain weight, and it must be asked whether the Spiritist doctrine, which today has thousands of adherents, is recruited solely among the ignorant. The phenomena on which it rests are so extraordinary that we can conceive doubt. But what we cannot admit is the pretension of some skeptics to hold the monopoly on common sense and, with no respect for decency or the moral value of their opponents, mercilessly label all those who disagree with them as vain in the eyes of any sensible person. The opinion of enlightened people who have seen, studied, and meditated long on a thing will always be, if not proof, at least a presumption in its favor. for they have been able to capture the attention of serious men who have neither a great interest in propagating an error nor time to waste on trivialities. Among the objections, some are more misleading, at least in appearance, because they are drawn from observation and formulated by serious people. One of these objections stems from the language of some spirits, which does not seem to merit the elevations supposed of supernatural beings. If one refers to the summary of the doctrine we presented earlier, it will be seen that the same spirits teach us that they are not equal in knowledge or moral qualities, and that we should not take everything they say literally. A sensible person must distinguish between good and evil. Certainly, those who conclude from this fact that they are only malevolent beings whose sole occupation is to destabilize us do not understand the communications that take place in meetings where only higher spirits manifest. Otherwise, they would not think so. It is therefore unfortunate that chance has shown them only the dark side of the spirit world. For we do not want to suppose that a sympathetic inclination attracts bad spirits to them rather than good ones, nor lying spirits, or those whose language is repugnantly coarse. At best, we can conclude that the solidity of their principles is not strong enough to repel evil, and that finding a certain pleasure in satisfying their curiosity on this subject, the bad spirits take the opportunity to slip in among them while the good spirits stay away. Judging the question of spirits by these facts would be as illogical as judging the character of a people by what is said and done in the assembly of a few madmen or notorious individuals who do not frequent the wise or the sensible. These people are in the position of a foreigner who, arriving in a great capital through the vilest suburb, judges all the inhabitants by the manners and language of that small district. In the world of spirits, there is also a good society and a bad one. If these people only study what happens among elite spirits, they will be convinced that the heavenly city contains much more than the dregs of the populace. But they say elite spirits come to us. To this we will reply, do not linger in the suburb, observe and judge. The facts are there for everyone to see, unless the words of Jesus apply to them. They have eyes but do not see, they have ears but do not hear. A variant of this opinion is to consider that spirit communications and all the material facts resulting from them are only the intervention of a diabolical power, a new Proteus who would take all forms to better deceive us. We do not believe this opinion can be seriously examined, so we will not dwell on it, as it is refuted by what we have just said. However, we will add only that if this were really the case, we would have to agree that the devil is sometimes very wise, very reasonable, and above all, very moral, or that there are also good devils. For how can we believe that God allows only the spirit of evil to manifest, to lead us astray, without giving us the counsel of good spirits in return? If God cannot do so, it is impotence. If he can do so and does not, it is incompatible with his goodness. It should be noted that admitting the communication of malevolent spirits is to recognize the principle of manifestations, but from the moment they exist, they can only be with God's permission. How can we believe without impiety that he allows only the manifestation of evil, excluding good? Such a doctrine is contrary to the simplest notions of common sense and religion. It is added that it is strange that only the spirits of known people are mentioned, and one wonders why only they manifest. This is an error that, like many others, is due to superficial observation. Among the spirits who come spontaneously, there are more unknowns than eminent ones. But they are designated by a name, often a characteristic allegorical name. As for the people evoked, unless it is a relative or friend, it is very natural to address those we know rather than those we do not. The names of illustrious people are more striking, which is why they receive more attention. It is rare for the spirits of eminent men to respond familiarly to our call, and even rarer for them to sometimes deal with minor matters compared to what they accomplished during their lives. This does not surprise those who know that the power or consideration these men enjoyed here on earth gives them no supremacy in the spirit world. In this, the spirits confirm these words of the gospel: the great will be humbled and the humble will be exalted. This must be understood in terms of the position each of us will occupy among them. For he who was first on earth may find himself among the last, and he before whom we bowed our heads during his life may end up coming among us as the most humble artisan, for in leaving earthly life he abandoned all his greatness. Thus the most powerful monarch of the past may now be below the last of his soldiers, a fact verified by observation and confirmed by the spirits themselves. It is proven that inferior spirits often take on known and revered names. Who then can affirm that those who claim to have been, for example, Socrates, Julius Caesar, Charlemagne, Penelope, Napoleon, Washington, etc., really animated these characters? This doubt exists among some very fervent adherents of the Spiritist doctrine who admit the intervention and manifestation of spirits, but question what control can be exercised over their identity. Indeed, this control is quite difficult to establish, if not as authentic as with a civil status certificate, at least perhaps by presumption according to certain indications. When the spirit of someone we know personally, for example, a relative or friend, manifests, especially if they have died recently, it generally happens that their language is in perfect harmony with the character we know. This is already a sign of their identity, but doubt is hardly permitted when this spirit speaks about private matters or recalls family circumstances known only to the person they are addressing. A child certainly will not understand the language of their father and mother, nor will parents understand the language of their child. Sometimes, in this type of intimate evocation, surprising events occur to convince even the most incredulous, where the most hardened skeptic is often terrified by unexpected revelations made to them. Another very characteristic circumstance supports the identity. We have said that the handwriting of the medium usually changes with the evoked spirit, and that this handwriting occurs exactly the same way each time the same spirit appears. We are far from affirming this fact as a rule, especially as a constant, but we mention it as something worthy of note. Only spirits who have reached a certain degree of purification are free from any corporeal influence. But when they are not completely disincarnated, as they say, they retain most of the ideas, inclinations, and even habits they had on earth. This is another means of recognition, but it is mainly found in a multitude of detailed facts that can only be revealed by careful and sustained observation. We see writers discussing their own works or doctrines, approving or condemning certain parts of them. Other spirits recall circumstances unknown or little known about their life or death, which is at least a moral proof of identity. The only proof that can be invoked is that of abstract things, because the identity of the evoked spirit can be established to some extent in certain cases. There is no reason it cannot be so in other cases, and if this is the case for people whose death is more recent, we do not have the same means of control. We will always have the language and character, for certainly the spirit of a good man will not speak like the spirit of a perverse or libertine man. As for the spirits who take on respectable names, they quickly betray themselves through their language and maxims. A spirit calling itself Penelope, for example, and who even accidentally offends common sense and morality, shows itself to be a fraud. But what we cannot admit is the pretension of some incredulous people to hold the monopoly of common sense, and without any respect for the decency or moral value of their opponents, to mercilessly brand all those who disagree with them as foolish in the eyes of any sensible person. The opinion of enlightened individuals who have seen, studied, and meditated long on something will always be, if not proof, at least a presumption in its favor, as they have captured the attention of serious men, having little interest in propagating an error or wasting time on frivolities. Among the objections, some are more misleading, at least in appearance, because they are drawn from observation and formulated by serious people. One of these objections stems from the language of certain spirits, which does not seem to merit the elevation supposed of supernatural beings. If one refers to the summary of the doctrine we presented earlier, one will see that the same spirits teach us that they are not equal in knowledge or moral qualities, and we should not take everything they say literally. A sensible person must distinguish between good and evil. Certainly those who conclude from this fact that they are only malevolent beings whose sole occupation is to destabilize us do not understand the communications that take place in meetings where only higher spirits manifest. Otherwise, they would not think so. It is therefore unfortunate that chance has shown them only the dark side of the spirit world. for we do not want to suppose that a sympathetic inclination attracts bad spirits to them rather than good ones, nor lying spirits, or those whose language is repugnantly coarse. At best, we can conclude that the solidity of their principles is not strong enough to repel evil, and that finding a certain pleasure in satisfying their curiosity on this subject, the bad spirits take the opportunity to slip in among them while the good spirits stay away. To judge the issue of spirits by these facts would be as illogical as judging the character of a people based on what is said and done in the assembly of a few madmen or ill-reputed individuals who do not associate with the wise or sensible. These individuals find themselves in the position of a stranger who, arriving in a great capital through the lowest of suburbs, judges all the inhabitants by the manners and language of that small quarter. In the world of spirits, there is also a good and a bad society. If these individuals only study what happens among the elite spirits, they will be convinced that the celestial city contains much more than the dregs of the people. But they say, the elite spirits come to us. To this we will respond, do not linger in the suburb, observe and judge. The facts are there for everyone to see, unless the words of Jesus apply to them. They have eyes but do not see, they have ears but do not hear. A variant of this opinion consists in considering that Spiritist communications and all resulting material facts are merely the intervention of a diabolical power, a new Proteus that takes on all forms to better deceive us. We do not believe that this opinion can be seriously examined, so we will not dwell on it, as it is refuted by what we have just said. However, we will add only this. If that were indeed the case, we would have to agree that the devil is sometimes very wise, very reasonable, and especially very moral, or that there are also good devils. For how can we believe, in fact, that God allows only the spirit of evil to manifest to lead us astray, without giving us the advice of good spirits in return? If God cannot do it, it is impotence. If he can do it and does not, it is incompatible with his goodness. It should be noted that to admit the communication of malevolent spirits is to recognize the principle of manifestations, but from the moment they exist, they can only be with God's permission. How can one believe without impiety that he allows only the manifestation of evil, excluding good? Such a doctrine is contrary to the simplest notions of common sense and religion. It is also strange to speak only of the spirits of known persons, and one wonders why only they manifest themselves. This is an error that, like many others, is due to superficial observation. Among the spirits who come spontaneously, there are even more unknown than eminent ones. But they are designated by a name, often an allegorical characteristic name. As for the mentioned individuals, unless it is a parent or friend, it is very natural to address those we know rather than those we do not know. The names of illustrious persons are more striking, which is why they receive more attention. It is rare for the spirits of eminent men to respond familiarly to our call, and even rarer for them to concern themselves with minor matters compared to what they accomplished during their lives. This does not surprise those who know that the power or consideration these men enjoyed here on earth does not give them any supremacy in the spiritual world. In this the spirits confirm the words of the gospel, "The great shall be humbled, and the humble shall be exalted." This must be understood in terms of the position each of us will occupy among them. For the one who was first on earth may find himself among the last, and the one before whom we bowed our heads during his life may end up coming among us like the most humble artisan, because in leaving earthly life he has abandoned all his greatness. Thus the most powerful monarch of the past may now be beneath the lowest of his soldiers, a fact verified by observation and confirmed by the spirits themselves. It is proven that inferior spirits often take on known and revered names. Who then can affirm that those who claim to have been, for example, Socrates, Julius Caesar, Charlemagne, Penelope, Napoleon, Washington, etc., have truly animated these characters? This doubt exists among some very fervent adherents of the Spiritist doctrine who admit the intervention and manifestation of spirits, but wonder what control can be exercised over their identity. Indeed, this control is quite difficult to establish, if not as authentic as with a civil status certificate, at least perhaps established by presumption based on certain indications. When the spirit of a person we know personally, such as a relative or friend, manifests, especially if they have recently passed away, it generally happens that their language is in perfect harmony with the character we know. This is already a sign of their identity, but doubt is barely permissible when this spirit speaks about private subjects or recalls family circumstances that only the person they are addressing knows. Certainly, a child will not understand the language of their father and mother, nor will parents understand the language of their child. Sometimes, in such intimate evocations, surprising events occur to convince even the most incredulous, where the most hardened skeptic is often terrified by the unexpected revelations made to them. Another very characteristic circumstance supports the identity. We have stated that the writing of the medium generally changes with the evoked spirit, and that this writing occurs exactly the same way each time the same spirit appears. We are far from asserting this as a rule, especially as a constant, but we mention it as something worthy of being recalled. Spirits who have reached a certain degree of purification are the only ones free from any bodily influence. However, when they are not completely disembodied, it is the expression they use, retaining most of the ideas, inclinations, and even quirks they had on earth. This is yet another means of recognition, particularly found in a multitude of detailed facts that can only be revealed through careful and sustained observation. We see writers discussing their own works or doctrines, approving or condemning certain parts of them. Other spirits recall unknown or little-known circumstances of their life or death, which is at least a moral proof of identity. The only proof that can be invoked is that of abstract things, as the identity of the evoked spirit can be established to a certain extent in some cases. There is no reason why it should not be so in other cases, and if this is the case for people whose death is more ancient, we do not have the same means of control. We will always have language and character, for surely the spirit of a good man will not speak as the spirit of a wicked or libertine man does. As for spirits who adorn themselves with respectable names, they quickly betray themselves by their language and maxims. A spirit naming itself Penelope, for example, and which even accidentally offends common sense and morality, reveals itself as a fraud. But if, on the contrary, the thoughts it expresses are always pure, without contradiction, and consistently in line with the character of Fénelon, there is no reason to doubt its identity. Otherwise, it would be necessary to suppose that a spirit preaching only good could consciously use a medium without deriving any benefit from it. Experience teaches us that spirits of the same level, having the same character and animated by the same sentiments, gather together in families, but the number of spirits is incalculable, and we are far from knowing them all. Most of them do not even have a name for us. A spirit of Fénelon's category can therefore come in his place and can often be sent by him as a representative. He presents himself under his name because it is identical to him and can take his place, because we need a man to fix our ideas. Is it really important whether a spirit is truly Fénelon or not? As long as he only speaks good things and speaks as Fénelon himself would have done, he is a good spirit, and the name by which he makes himself known is indifferent and often merely a means to fix our ideas. The same cannot be said of intimate evocations, but there, as we have said, identity can be established by evidence that is somewhat manifest. This is one of the difficulties of practical spiritism. But we have never said that this science is easy or that it can be learned by playing more than any other science. We cannot emphasize enough that it requires diligent and often very long study because we cannot provoke the facts. We must wait for them to present themselves, and often they occur through certain circumstances we do not foresee. For the attentive and patient observer, facts abound as they discover thousands of characteristic nuances that in their view are rays of light. This is also the case in ordinary sciences. While the superficial man sees in a flower only an elegant form, the scholar discovers treasures for thought. The foregoing observations lead us to say a few words about another difficulty, that of the divergence that exists in the language of spirits, given that spirits are very different from each other in terms of knowledge and morality. It is clear that the same question can be answered oppositely depending on the rank they occupy, just as if it were posed between alternately a scholar, an ignorant person, or a joker. The essential, as we have said, is to know to whom we are addressing ourselves, But it is appropriate to add, how is it that spirits recognized as superior are not always in agreement? Firstly, regardless of the cause we have just mentioned, there are others that can exert a certain influence on the nature of responses, far beyond the quality of the spirits. This is a point of paramount importance, the explanation of which will be found in the study of matter. This is why we say that these studies demand sustained attention as well as profound observation, and above all, as in all human sciences, a lot of perseverance. It takes years to make a mediocre doctor and 3/4 of a lifetime to be a scholar. Some would like to acquire the science of the infinite in a few hours. Let us not be mistaken. The study of Spiritism is immense. It touches on all questions of metaphysics and social order, and it is a whole world that opens before us. Why would it be surprising that it takes a long time to acquire it? Contradiction is not always as real as it seems. Do we not see every day that men who profess the same science vary in their definition of a thing, either by using different terms or by considering it from another angle, although the fundamental idea remains the same? Let us add that the form of the answer often depends on the form of the question. Therefore, it would be childish to find a contradiction, where most of the time there is only a difference in words. Superior spirits do not concern themselves at all with form. For them, the essence of thought is everything. Take, for example, the definition of the soul, for this word has no fixed meaning. Spirits may differ in the definition they give just as we do. Some may say it is the principle of life, others may call it the animating spark, others may say it is internal and others external, etc., and all will be right from their perspective. One might even think that some profess materialistic theories, yet this is not the case. The same applies to God. Is He the principle of all things, the creator of the universe, the supreme intelligence, the infinite, the great spirit, etc., etc., and ultimately He will always be God. Finally, let's mention the classification of spirits. They form an uninterrupted succession from the lowest to the highest level. The qualification is then arbitrary. One can make 3 classes, 5, 10, or 20 at will, and without error. All human sciences provide an example of this. Each scientist has his own system. Systems change, but science does not change that much. If one learns botany according to the system of Linné or Turner, one will not be any less knowledgeable about botany. So let's stop giving things a purely conventional importance, greater than they deserve, and focus on what is truly serious. Often, reflection reveals itself where it seems to dispel a similarity that had escaped initial inspection. Let us quickly dismiss the objection of some skeptics concerning spelling mistakes made by certain spirits, if this does not give rise to any essential observation. Their spelling, it must be said, is not always blameworthy. But we would lack reasons to make it the subject of serious criticism. To say that since spirits know everything, they must also know spelling, we could counter with the many such errors committed by more than one scholar on earth, which does not diminish their merit. But there is in this fact a more serious question for spirits, and especially for superior spirits. The idea is everything, the form means nothing. Being free from matter, their language among themselves is not as slow as thought, for it is thought itself with which they communicate without intermediaries. They must therefore feel uncomfortable when they are obliged to communicate with us, to use the long and clumsy forms of human language, and especially the inadequacy and imperfection of this language, to express all ideas. This is what they themselves say, and that is why it is curious to see the means they often employ to mitigate this disadvantage. It would be the same for us if we had to express ourselves in a language longer in its words and constructions, and poorer in its expressions than those we use. This is the discomfort felt by the wise man when he grows impatient with the slowness of his pen, for it is always behind his thought. It is easy to see, therefore, that spirits attach little importance to spelling accuracy when it comes to serious and grave teaching. It is also not surprising that they speak indistinctly in all languages and understand them all. However, it should not be inferred that conventional language correctness is unknown to them. Observation, when necessary, for example for poetry dictated by them, will often defy the criticism of the most meticulous purist, despite their lack of means. There are people who find danger everywhere, and in everything they do not know, so they do not hesitate to draw an unfavorable inference from the fact that some people who have studied these subjects have lost their reason. How can sensible men see in this fact a serious objection? Does this not happen in the same way with all intellectual concerns of a weak brain? We know how many deranged and manic individuals mathematics, medicine, music, philosophy, etc. produce. Should these studies be prohibited for this reason, which would demonstrate it? By physical work, we paralyze our arms and legs, which are the instruments of material action. By intellectual work, we paralyze our brain, which is the instrument of thought. But if the instrument breaks, the mind does not break. It remains intact, and when freed from matter, enjoys no less the fullness of its faculties. Such is the martyrdom of work for man. All great concerns of the mind can lead to madness. Sciences, arts, even religion contribute to it. The main cause of madness is an organic predisposition of the brain that makes it more or less susceptible to certain impressions. Given a predisposition to madness, it takes on the character of the main concern, which then becomes a fixed idea. This fixed idea can be of spirits for the person occupied with them, just as it can be of God, angels, fortune, power, art, science, motherhood, a political or social system. It is likely that the religious fanatic would have become a Spiritist fanatic if Spiritism had been his main concern, just as the Spiritist fanatic would have been different under different circumstances. Therefore, I say that Spiritism has no privilege in this sense, but I go further in saying that, properly understood, it is a safeguard against madness. Among the most numerous causes of cerebral overstimulation are disappointments, misfortunes, and frustrated affections, which are also the most frequent cause of suicide. However, the true Spiritist views things in this world from such a high perspective. They appear so small, so insignificant compared to the future that awaits them, that life seems to them so short and fleeting that tribulations are only unpleasant incidents of a journey. Moreover, they know that life's sorrows are trials meant for progress, so they endure them without complaint, knowing they will be rewarded according to the strength with which they endured them. These convictions give them a resignation that preserves them from despair, and consequently from senseless madness and suicide. Through communications with spirits, they also know the fate of those who voluntarily shorten their days, and this knowledge serves as a powerful deterrent from that fatal path. This is why many have been turned away from it. This is one of the outcomes of Spiritism, which skeptics can mock as much as they wish. I wish them the comfort they have taken the trouble to seek in its mysterious depths. Among the causes of madness, fear must also be included, as it has disturbed many a mind. We know how many victims have been made by striking the weak imagination with this image, which becomes more terrifying through horrible details. Hearsay scares only small children, acting as a curb on the path to making them wise. But like the boogeyman and the werewolf, once they are no longer feared, they are worse than before. It is through this unfortunate result that countless epileptics have been caused by the shock to delicate brains. Religion would be very weak if its power could be compromised by a lack of fear. Fortunately, this is not the case. It has other means of acting on souls. Spiritism provides other, more effective and serious means if they know how to use them, for it reveals the reality of things and neutralizes the disastrous effects of exaggerated fear. We must now examine two objections, the only ones truly worthy of the name because they are based on reasoned theory. Both admit the reality of all phenomena, but exclude the intervention of spirits. According to the first of these theories, all manifestations attributed to spirits are merely magnetic effects. It is said that mediums are in a state that can be called awakened somnambulism, a phenomenon that anyone who has studied magnetism has observed. In this state, intellectual faculties acquire an abnormal development, where the circle of intuitive perceptions extends beyond the limits of our ordinary conception. From that moment on, the medium draws from within themselves and through their lucidity everything they say and all the notions they transmit, even things most foreign to them in their usual state. We do not dispute the power of somnambulism, of which we have seen and studied wonders for over 35 years, so we agree that many spiritist manifestations can be explained by this means. However, Sustained and attentive observation shows a set of facts in which the medium's intervention, except as a passive instrument, is materially impossible. To those who share this opinion, we say as to others, observe and see, for you have certainly not seen everything. Next, we will oppose two considerations drawn from your own doctrine. Where does the Spiritist theory come from? It is a system imagined by a few men to explain the facts, but who revealed it? Precisely those same mediums whose lucidity you extol. For this lucidity is such as you suppose. Why would they have attributed to spirits what they drew from themselves? How could they provide information so precise, logical, and sublime about the nature of these non-human intelligences? They are either lucid or not. If they are, and if we trust in their truthfulness, we cannot without contradiction admit that they are mistaken. Secondly, if all phenomena originated from the medium, they would be identical in the same individual, and we would not see the same person expressing disparate language or alternating between the most contradictory things. This lack of unity in manifestations obtained by the medium proves the diversity of sources. Therefore, if they cannot all be found within the medium, they must be sought outside of them. According to another opinion, the medium is indeed the source of manifestations, but instead of extracting them from themselves, as claimed by proponents of the somnambulist theory, they draw them from the environment. The medium would thus be a kind of mirror reflecting all ideas, thoughts, and knowledge of the people around them. They will say nothing that at least some of them do not know. This influence exercised by assistance on the nature of manifestations cannot be denied, and it is even a principle of the doctrine. However, this influence is very different from that assumed to exist, and it is far from making the medium an echo of their thoughts. Thousands of facts categorically establish the opposite. It is therefore a serious mistake that once again demonstrates the danger of premature conclusions. These people, unable to deny the existence of a phenomenon that vulgar science cannot explain, and little inclined to admit the presence of spirits, explain it in their own way. Their theory would be deceptive if it could embrace all facts. But this is not the case, for when shown that some communications from the medium are completely foreign to the thoughts, knowledge, or even opinions of those present, and that these communications are often spontaneous and contradict all preconceived ideas, they do not stop for so little. The medium is the reflection of all humanity, so if they do not draw inspiration from within themselves, they seek it externally, in the city, in the countryside, across the globe, and even in other spheres. I do not believe that we can find in this theory a simpler or more probable explanation than that of Spiritism, for it posits a much more marvelous cause. The idea that beings inhabiting space and being in constant contact with us communicate their thoughts, which is no more shocking to reason than the supposition of that universal radiation coming from all points of the universe to concentrate in the brain of an individual. Once again, and this is a point of crucial importance on which we cannot emphasize enough, the somnambulist theory and what could be termed the reflective theory were imagined by a few men. They are individual opinions created to explain a phenomenon, whereas the doctrine of spirits is not of human origin. It was dictated by the same intelligences that manifest themselves, at a time when no one was thinking about it and general opinion rejected it. From where did they derive the means for a doctrine that existed in no one's thought on earth? Furthermore, we wonder at this strange coincidence. Thousands of mediums scattered across the globe who have never met say the same things. If the first medium appearing in France was influenced by opinions already established in America, why would they have sought these ideas 2,000 leagues away, in a foreign village with a different language, instead of drawing from their own environment? But there is a circumstance that has not been sufficiently taken into account. The initial manifestations, both in France and America, were not done through writing or speech, but by tapping according to the letters of the alphabet to form words and phrases. It was through this means that the intelligences revealed declared themselves to be spirits. Therefore, while one may suppose the medium's thoughts could influence verbal or written communications, this cannot be the case for the taps, whose meaning was not known beforehand. We could cite numerous facts demonstrating in the intelligence that manifests an evident individuality and absolute independence of will. This is why we refer dissidents to more careful observation, ready to study without prejudice and without concluding before seeing everything. Only thus will they recognize their theory's incapacity to explain everything. Now we will limit ourselves to posing the following questions. Why does the intelligence that manifests, whoever they may be, refuse to answer certain questions on perfectly known subjects, such as the person's name or age, what they hold in their hand, what they did the previous day, their plans for the next day, etc.? If the medium is the mirror of the presenter's thoughts, opponents retort, nothing would be easier than to answer. Why then can spirits who should know everything not say such simple things? According to the axiom, whoever can do more can do less, thus concluding that they are not spirits, but ignorant or bad jesters. If an individual were to stand before a learned assembly and ask, for instance, why it is daytime at noon, we think the assembly would take the trouble to answer seriously. Would it be logical to conclude from their silence or the mockery of the questioner that its members are mere donkeys? Precisely because spirits are superior, they do not respond to useless and ridiculous questions. They do not desire to be brought into prominence, which is why they remain silent or say they are occupied with more serious matters. Finally, we wonder why spirits tend to come and go at a given moment, and why, once that moment has passed, there are no prayers or supplications that can bring them back. If the medium only acts by mental impulse from those present, it is clear that in such circumstances, the combined wills should stimulate clairvoyance. Therefore, if they do not yield to the desires of the assembly backed by their own will, it is because they obey an influence external to themselves and those around them, demonstrating their independence and individuality. Skepticism toward the Spiritist doctrine, when not the result of systematic and interested opposition, almost always originates from an incomplete knowledge of the facts, which does not prevent some people from deciding on the issue as if they knew it perfectly. One can be very ingenious or even educated and still lack judgment, and the first sign of a lack of judgment is believing in one's own infallibility. We hope that by listening to this text, you will find in these strange phenomena something more than a mere pastime. Spiritist science consists of two parts, an experimental one on manifestations in general, and a philosophical one on intelligent manifestations. Those who have observed only the former find themselves in the position of those who know physics only through recreational experiments, without delving into the depths of the science. The true Spiritist doctrine lies in the teaching given by spirits, and the knowledge implied in this teaching is too serious to be acquired other than through serious and continuous study. Only under these conditions can one observe an infinity of facts and nuances that escape the superficial observer and enable them to form an opinion. If the sole result of this book could demonstrate the serious side of the question and encourage studies in this direction, it would already be much, and we would rejoice in having been chosen to carry out a work to which we attribute no personal merit, as the principles it contains are not our creation, but the entire merit belongs to the spirits who dictated them. We hope it will have another result, to guide those eager to learn by showing them in these studies a grand and sublime purpose, individual and social progress, and inclining them toward the path to achieve it. Let us conclude with one last reflection. Astronomers, in probing space, have found unjustified gaps in the distribution of celestial bodies, out of harmony with the laws of the whole. Therefore, they suspected that these gaps must be filled by escaped globes. Moreover, they observed certain effects whose cause was unknown to them, and thought, there must be a world out there, for this gap cannot exist, and these effects must have a cause. By judging the cause by the effect, they were able to calculate the elements, and later facts justified their predictions. Let's apply this reasoning to another order of ideas. If we observe the series of beings that form an uninterrupted chain from raw matter to the most intelligent human, but between man and God, who is the Alpha and Omega of all things, there exists an immense gap. It is reasonable to think that the links of this chain end with him, thus traversing without transition the distance that separates him from infinity. Reason tells us that between man and God, there must be other levels, just as astronomers have said there are unknown worlds between known worlds. What is the philosophy that has filled this void? Spiritism shows us that it is filled with beings of different ranks in the invisible world, And these beings are not the spirits of men who have reached various degrees leading to perfection. This tells us that everything is connected, from Alpha to Omega. Those who deny the existence of spirits fill the void they occupy, and those who mock them dare to mock the works of God and His omnipotence. Allan Kardec, in the prologue to the phenomena that are beyond the laws of ordinary science, manifests everywhere and reveals, in their cause, the action of a free and intelligent will. Reason tells us that an intelligent effect must have an intelligent cause, and facts have demonstrated that such a power can also communicate with humans through material signs. This power, when questioned about its nature, declares itself to belong to the world of spiritual beings who have shed their corporeal envelope, thus revealing the doctrine of spirits. Communications between the spiritual world and the corporeal world are natural and do not constitute any supernatural fact. That is why we find traces of them in all peoples and at all times. Today, these traces are generally evident to all spirits, announcing that the times marked by providence for universal manifestation have arrived, and that, being ministers of God and agents of His will, their mission is to instruct and illuminate men, opening a new era for human generation. This book is the compilation of their teachings, written by order and under the dictate of higher spirits, to establish the foundations of a rational philosophy, freed from the prejudices of systematic thought. It contains nothing that is not the expression of their thoughts and has not been submitted to their control. The order and methodical distribution of subjects, as well as the observations and form of certain parts of the text, are exclusively the work of the person who received the mission to publish it. Among the number of spirits who contributed to the realization of this work, some lived at different times on earth, where they preached and practiced virtue and wisdom. Others are not linked by name to any figure whose memory has been preserved in history, but their elevation is attested by the purity of their doctrine and their union with those who bear venerable names. These are the terms in which they gave in writing, and through various mediums, the mission to write this book, watching over the work you have undertaken with our help, for this work is ours. We have laid the foundations of the new building that is being built and which, one day, will unite all men in the same sentiment of love and charity. But before we expand on it, we will review it together to verify all its details. We will be with you whenever you ask and to help you in another task, for it is part of the mission that has been entrusted to you and has already been revealed by one of us. Among the teachings that have been given, there are some that must be kept until further notice. We will indicate them when the time comes to publish them. Meanwhile, meditate on them to be ready when we say so. You will place at the head of the book the emblem that we have designed because it is the emblem of the work of the Creator. All the material principles that best represent the body and spirit are found in it. The body is the vine, the spirit is the liquid, and the soul or spirit united to matter is the grain. And you know that it is only through the work of the body that the spirit acquires knowledge. Do not be discouraged by criticism. You will encounter staunch opponents, especially among those interested in abuse. You will even find them among the spirits, because those who are not completely discarnate often try to sow doubt out of malice or ignorance. But always continue to advance, believing in God and walking with confidence. We will be there to support you. For the time is approaching when truth will burst forth on all sides. The vanity of some men who think they know everything and want to explain everything in their own way will give rise to divergent opinions. But all those who have in view the great principle of Jesus will come together in the same sentiment of love for good, united by a fraternal bond that embraces the whole world, leaving aside the miseries of words to focus only on essential things. There the doctrine will always remain the same in substance for all those who receive communications from higher spirits. Only with perseverance will they succeed in reaping the fruits of their work. The joy they will feel in seeing the doctrine spread and well understood will be a reward whose value you may not fully know, perhaps even more in the future than in the present. So, do not worry about the thorns and stones sown on your path by unbelievers or the wicked. Keep your confidence, for it is with confidence that you will reach your destination and always deserve to be helped. Remember that good spirits only come to the aid of those who serve God with humility and selflessness, and they reject those who seek in the heavenly path a pedestal for earthly things. By distancing oneself from the proud and the ambitious, pride and ambition will always be obstacles between man and God, veils stretched over heavenly light, unable to use the blind to understand the light. St. John the Evangelist, St. Augustine, St. Vincent de Paul, St. Louis, the Spirit of Truth, Socrates, Plato, Franklin, Swedenborg, etc., etc. Book 1, Fundamental Causes, Chapter 1, God. 1. God and the Infinite. 2. Proofs of the existence of God. 3. Attributes of divinity. 4. Pantheism, God and the Infinite. 1. What is God? God is the supreme intelligence, the first cause of all things. 2. What does infinite mean? That which has neither beginning nor end. All that is unknown is infinite. 3. Could we say that God is infinite? It is an incomplete definition. The poverty of human language is insufficient to define things that are above its understanding. God is infinite in his perfections, but infinity is an abstraction. To say that God is infinite is to take the attribute for the thing itself and to define an unknown thing by another thing that is equally unknown. Proofs of the existence of God. 4. Where can we find proofs of the existence of God? In an axiom that applies to its sciences, there are no effects without a cause. If one seeks the cause of everything that is not the work of man, reason will answer you. To believe in God, it is enough to look at the works of creation. The universe exists. Thus it has a cause. To doubt the existence of God would be to deny that every effect has a cause and argue that nothingness could produce something. 5. What consequence can be drawn from the intuitive feeling that all men have of the existence of God? That God exists, for whence would this feeling come if it were based on nothing? This is again a consequence of the principle that there are no effects without a cause. 6. Is not our internal feeling of the existence of God the product of education and acquired ideas? Otherwise, why do savages feel this way? If the feeling of the existence of a supreme being were only the product of teaching, it would not be universal and would exist like scientific notions only among those who could have received such teaching. 7. Could the first cause of the formation of things be found in the intimate properties of matter? But then, what would be the cause of these properties? There must always be a first cause. To attribute the initial formation of things to the intimate properties of matter would confuse the effect with the cause, for these properties are themselves an effect that must have a cause. 8. What should we think of the opinion that attributes the first formation to a fortuitous combination of matter, that is to say, to chance? Another absurdity. What sensible person can consider chance as an intelligent being? For what is chance? Nothing. The harmony that governs the springs of the universe reveals determined combinations and points of view, and by the same fact also reveals an intelligent power. To attribute the first formation to chance would be senseless, for chance is blind and cannot produce the effects of intelligence. An intelligent being would cease to be chance. 9. Where exists a supreme intelligence in the first cause, which is superior to all intelligences, there is a proverb that says, "One can distinguish the worker by his work." Well, look at the work and seek the worker. Pride is what engenders incredulity. The proud man does not want to be surpassed, and that is why he is called a strong spirit. Poor men whom the breath of God can overthrow. The power of an intelligence is judged by its works, and no human being can create what nature produces. Thus, the first cause of this is an intelligence superior to humanity. Whatever wonders are accomplished by human intelligence, this intelligence has in itself a cause, and the greater the things it accomplishes, the greater must be the first cause. This intelligence positions itself as the first cause of all things, regardless of the name that man has given it. Attributes of divinity. 10. Can man understand the inner nature of God? It is not a sense that is lacking to him. 11. Will it be possible for man to understand the mystery of divinity when his mind is no longer obscured by matter, and when by his perfection he has approached it? Then he will see it and understand it. The inferiority of man's faculties does not allow him to understand the intimate nature of God. In the childhood of humanity, man often confuses God with a creature, to whom he attributes his imperfections, but as the wall sense develops within him, his thought penetrates more deeply into the depths of things and forms a more just and more in accordance with sound reason, although still incomplete idea of them. 12. If we cannot understand the intimate nature of God, can we form an idea of some of his perfections? Yes, some of them. Man understands them better by rising above matter, for he glimpses them through thought. 13. When we say that God is eternal, infinite, immutable, immaterial, unique, all-powerful, sovereignly just and good, we do not have a complete idea of his attributes. From your perspective, yes, because you believe you encompass everything, but you know well that there are things that surpass the intelligence of even the most intelligent man, and for which language, limited to ideas and sensations, has no expression. Reason tells you indeed that God must possess these perfections to a supreme degree, for if he lacked one perfection, or if one were not infinite in degree, he would not be superior to all, and therefore would not be God. To be above all things, God must undergo no change, and must have none of the imperfections that imagination can conceive. God is eternal. If he had a beginning, he would have emerged from nothingness, or would have been created by a preceding being. Thus, step by step, we return to infinity and eternity. He is immutable, for if he were subject to changes, the laws governing the universe would lack stability. He is immaterial, meaning his nature differs from everything we call matter. The opposite would not be immutable, as it would be subject to material transformations. He is unique, for if there were several gods, there would be no unity of views or unity of power in organizing the universe. He is omnipotent because he is unique. If he did not have sovereign power, there would be something more powerful or equally powerful as him. He would not have created all things, and those he did not create would be the work of another God. He is supremely just and good, for the providential wisdom of divine laws is revealed as much in the smallest things as in the greatest, and this wisdom leaves no room to doubt his justice or goodness. Pantheism 14. Is God a distinct being, or is he, according to the opinion of some, the result of all the forces and intelligences of the universe combined? If that were the case, God would not be God, for he would be the effect and not the cause, and one cannot be both at the same time, believe me. It's better not to go further, not to get lost in a labyrinth from which one cannot escape. It would not benefit you more. Perhaps you will feel a bit prouder thinking you know, but in reality you know nothing. So leave aside all these systems. You already have enough things that affect you more directly. Starting with yourselves, study your own imperfections to free yourselves from them. This will be more useful to you than trying to penetrate the impenetrable. 15. What should be thought of the opinion according to which all bodies of nature, all beings, all globes of the universe are part of divinity, and together constitute divinity itself? That is, of the pantheistic doctrine. Since man cannot become God, he at least wants to be part of God. 16. Those who profess this doctrine claim to find in it the demonstration of certain attributes of God, the infinite worlds being gods by this very fact. It is nowhere in vain. God is everywhere. Since everything is an integral part of God, this gives all the phenomena of nature an intelligent reason for being. What about this argument? Think carefully, and it will not be difficult for you to recognize its absurdity. This doctrine makes God a material being, who, although endowed with supreme intelligence, would be in the grand what we are in the small. Now, as matter is constantly evolving, if this were the case, God would lack stability. He would be subject to all vicissitudes, to all needs, even those of humanity. He would lack one of the essential attributes of divinity, immutability. The properties of matter cannot be associated with the idea of God without lowering him in our thought, and all the subtleties of sophistry will not succeed in solving the problem of his intimate nature. We do not know all that he is, but we know what he cannot be, and this system contradicts his most essential properties. It confuses the creator with the creature, just as if one claimed that a clever machine was part of the mechanic who conceived it, God's intelligence is revealed in his works as that of a painter in his painting, but the works of God are no more God himself than the painting. Is the painter who conceived and executed it. Chapter 2. General elements of the universe. 1. Knowledge of the principle of things. 2. Spirit and matter. 3. Properties of matter. 4. Universal space. Knowledge of the principle of things. 17. Is man given to know the principle of things? No. God does not permit everything to be revealed to man, to whom the earth. 18. Will man ever be able to penetrate the mystery of things hidden from him? The veil lifts for him as he purifies himself, but to understand certain things, he needs faculties he does not yet possess. 19. Can man, through scientific research, penetrate some of the secrets of nature? Science has been given to him to advance in all things, but he cannot exceed the limits established by God. The more man strives to penetrate these mysteries, the greater must be his admiration for the power and wisdom of the Creator, but often through pride or weakness. His own intelligence makes him the plaything of illusion. He accumulates system upon system, and each day shows him how many errors he has taken for truths, and how many truths he has rejected as errors. All this is a deception to his pride. 20. Besides the study of science, is it given to man to receive communications of a higher order about what escapes the testimony of his senses? Yes, if God deems it appropriate, he can reveal what science cannot learn. It is through these communications that man obtains, within certain limits, knowledge of his past and future destiny. Spirit and matter. 21. Has matter existed for all eternity like God, or was it created by him at a certain moment? Only God knows, however. One thing your reason must tell you is that God, the embodiment of love and charity, has never been inactive. However distant the knowledge of his action may be, it can be perceived for a moment in inertia. 22. Matter is generally defined as that which has extension, can produce an impression on our senses, and is impenetrable. Are these definitions correct from your point of view? Yes, because you speak only of what you know, but matter exists in states unknown to you. It can be, for example, so thin and subtle that it makes no impression on your senses, yet it remains matter, even though to you it may not seem so. What definition of matter can be given? Matter is the link that connects the spirit. It is the instrument in the service of which it is and on which it exercises its action at the same time. From this point of view, it can be said that matter is the agent and intermediary through which and on which the spirit acts. 23. What is the spirit, the intelligent principle of the universe? What is the internal nature of the spirit? Spiritual matters are not easy to analyze in your language. For you they are nothing, since the spiritual is not something palpable, but for us it is. Know well that nothingness is nothingness. Nothingness does not exist. 24. Is spirit synonymous with intelligence? Although intelligence is an essential attribute of the spirit, both are merged in a common principle, making them for you one and the same thing. 25. Is spirit independent of matter, or is it simply a property of it? Like colors are properties of light and sound a property of air. The two are distinct, but the union of spirit and matter is necessary to give birth to intelligent matter. This union is also necessary for the manifestation of spirit. By spirit we mean here the principle of intelligence, apart from the individualities designated by that name. This is necessary for you, as you are not organized to perceive spirit without matter, since your senses are not designed for that purpose. 26. Can we conceive of spirit without matter and matter without spirit? Without a doubt, this can be done through thought. Thus, there are two general elements in the universe, matter and spirit. Yes, and above all these God, the Creator, as the Father of all things. These three things are the principle of all that exists, the universal Trinity. But the material element must be added, the universal fluid that acts as an intermediary between spirit and matter itself, too coarse for the spirit to act upon, although from a certain point of view it can be qualified with the material element. Matter is distinguished by special properties. If it were purely material, there would be no reason for the spirit not to be as well. It is situated between spirit and matter, is fluid like matter, and is capable, through its countless combinations with matter and under the action of spirit, of producing the infinite variety of things of which we know only a small part. This primitive or elementary universal fluid, as an agent used by the spirit, is the principle without which matter would be in a perpetual state of division and would never acquire the properties that gravity confers upon it. Could this fluid be what we call electricity? We have said that it is susceptible to countless combinations. Thus, what you call electric fluid or magnetic fluid are only modifications of the universal fluid, which is in reality a more perfect matter and can be considered independent. Since spirit is something in itself, would it not be more accurate and less confusing to designate these two general elements by the terms inert matter and intelligent matter? The words do not matter to us. It is you who must formulate your language in a way that is better understood, because your discussions almost always prevent disagreements due to the fact that the language you use is incomplete for things that do not strike the senses. An evident fact that dominates all hypotheses is that we see a matter that is not intelligent and an intelligent principle of matter. The origin and connection of these two things are unknown to us. We do not know if they have a common source or necessary points of contact, or if intelligence has its own existence or is a property or effect. Even if, according to the opinion of some, it is an emanation of divinity, we do not know. And as they seem different to us, we admit them by forming two consecutive principles of the universe. What we see above all this is an intelligence that dominates all others, that governs all and is distinguished from them by essential attributes. This supreme intelligence that we call God, Properties of Matter 29, is weight an essential attribute of matter. Of matter as you understand it, yes, but not of matter considered as a universal fluid. The ethereal and subtle matter that forms this fluid is imposing to you, but is nevertheless the principle of your heavy matter. Gravity is a relative property. Outside the spheres of attraction of the worlds, there is no weight, no up or down. Is matter formed of one or several elements? Of a single primitive element? The bodies that appear to be simple bodies are not true elements, but transformations of primitive matter. Where do the different properties of matter come from? They are modifications undergone by elementary molecules through their union and under determined circumstances. According to this, would tastes, odors, colors, sounds, and the toxic or beneficial qualities of bodies only be modifications of the same primitive substance? Yes, undoubtedly, and they only exist through the arrangement of organs intended to perceive them. This principle is demonstrated by the fact that not everyone perceives the qualities of bodies in the same way. What is pleasing to the taste for one person may be unpleasant for another. Some people see blue where others see red, and what is toxic to some is harmless or beneficial to others. Is the same elemental matter capable of receiving all modifications and properties? Yes, this is what we refer to when we say that everything is in everything. Oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, carbon, and all bodies that we consider as simple are only modifications of a primitive substance. In our present impossibility to trace back to this primitive matter by means other than thought, these bodies are true elements for us. Thus, we cannot consider them otherwise until further notice. This theory seems to support those who admit only two essential properties in matter, force and movement, and think that all other properties are merely secondary effects that vary according to the intensity of force and direction of movement. This opinion is correct, but it must be added that it also depends on the arrangement of molecules, as seen, for example, in an opaque body that can become transparent and vice versa. Do molecules have a specific shape? Yes, molecules have a shape, but it is not perceptible to humans. Is this shape constant or variable? It is constant for primitive elementary molecules, but variable for secondary molecules, which in turn are only aggregates of the former. Since what you call a molecule is still far from what the elementary molecule is, universal space infinite or limited? Infinite, in the case where we suppose it has limits, but beyond them it confounds reason. I know it well, and yet the reason of men says it cannot be otherwise. The same goes for infinity in all things. You cannot comprehend it in this small world. If we suppose a limit to space as distant as the mind can imagine, reason tells us that beyond this limit there is something, and so on to infinity, because even if it were absolute void, it would still be space. Is there absolute void somewhere in universal space? No, nothing is empty. What is empty to you is occupied by matter that escapes your senses and instruments. Chapter 3. Creation. Formation of worlds. Formation of living beings. Installation of Adam, diversity of human races. Plurality of worlds. Biblical considerations and concordances regarding creation. Formation of worlds. The universe encompasses the infinity of worlds that we see and those we do not see, all animate and inanimate beings, all stars moving in space, and the fluids that fill it. Was the universe created, or has it existed since eternity like God? Undoubtedly, it could not have made itself, and if it had existed since eternity like God, it could not be the work of God. Reason tells us that the universe could not have made itself, and as it cannot be the work of chance, it must be the work of God. How did God create the universe? To use an expression, by His will. Nothing describes this omnipotent will better than the beautiful words of Genesis. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Can we know the mode of formation of worlds? All we can say and understand is that worlds form through the condensation of dispersed matter in space. Are comets, as is now thought, the beginning of the condensation of matter and worlds in formation? That is correct, but what is absurd is to believe in their influence, I mean the influence vulgarly attributed to them, because all celestial bodies have their share of influence on certain physical phenomena. Can a fully formed world disappear, and the matter that composes it scatter again in space? Yes. God renews worlds as He renews living beings. Can we know how long it took for worlds, for example Earth, to form? I cannot tell you because only the Creator knows. Anyone who would claim to know or give the number of centuries attributed to this formation would be mistaken. Formation of living beings. When did Earth begin to be populated? Initially, everything was chaos, elements were mixed, but gradually each thing took its place. Then living beings adapted to the state of the globe appeared. Where do the living beings on Earth come from? Earth contained the seeds that awaited the right moment to develop. Organic principles came together as soon as the force that kept them apart weakened, forming the seeds of all living beings. The seeds remained in a latent and inert state, like the chrysalis and seeds of plants, until the favorable moment for the emergence of each species. Then beings of each species gathered and proliferated. Where were the organic elements before Earth formed? They were, so to speak, in a fluid state in space between spirits or on other planets, waiting for Earth's creation to begin a new existence on a new globe. Chemistry shows us that molecules of inorganic bodies bond to form crystals of constant regularity for each species as soon as they are in suitable conditions. The slightest change in these conditions is enough to prevent the union of elements, or at least the regular arrangement that constitutes the crystal. Why would this not happen with organic elements? Do we not have seeds of plants and animals that only develop in certain temperature conditions and in a favorable environment? Wheat grains have been seen to germinate after several centuries. Therefore, these seeds have a latent principle of vitality awaiting favorable circumstances to develop, which occurs daily before our eyes. Therefore, there cannot have been, since the origin of the globe, this formation of living beings from chaos by the mere force of nature. That would detract from the greatness of God. Far from it, it is more in line with the idea we have of His power, which operates over countless worlds through eternal laws. It is true that this theory does not resolve the question of the origin of vital elements, but God has His mysteries and has set limits to our investigations. Are there still beings that arise spontaneously? Yes, but the primitive germ no longer exists in a latent state. This phenomenon occurs every day. Do not the tissues of man and animals contain the germs of a multitude of worms waiting to hatch? The putrid fermentation necessary for their existence is a stage in the formation of the human species, which was among the organic elements of the globe, because men do not form spontaneously as at their origin. The principle of things lies in the secrets of God. However, it can be said that once dispersed on earth, men absorbed within themselves the elements necessary for their formation to transmit them according to the laws of reproduction. The same applies to the various species of living beings. Settlement of Earth 50. The human race began with a single man, not the one called Adam. He was neither the first nor the only one to populate the earth. Can we know when Adam lived? Roughly around the time attributed to him, about 4,000 years before Christ. The man whose tradition is preserved under the name Adam was one of those who survived on a land after some of the great cataclysms that have at various times upheaved the surface of the globe and became the trunk of one of the races that populate the earth today. The laws of nature oppose the fact that the progress of humanity, observed well before Christ, could have been achieved in a few centuries if man had been on earth only since the time attributed to the existence of Adam. Some consider, and with more reason, that Adam is a myth or an allegory personifying the early ages of the world. Diversity of human races 52. Where do the physical and moral differences come from that distinguish the different varieties of human races on earth? Climate, way of life, and customs. Two children of the same mother, raised far apart and in different ways, will resemble each other in nothing in spirit. Has man emerged in more than one place in the world? Yes, and at several times. This is one of the causes of racial diversity. Thus, men, dispersing into different climates and mingling with other races, have formed new types. Do these differences not constitute different species? Certainly, not all are of the same family. Do different varieties of the same fruit prevent it from belonging to the same species? If mankind does not descend from a single source, should men then cease to consider themselves human? All men are brothers in God because they are animated by the Spirit and tend towards the same goal. They must not take words literally. Plurality of worlds 55. Are all the globes that circulate in space inhabited? Yes, and the man of earth is far from being, as he believes, the first in intelligence, goodness, and perfection. However, some men consider themselves very important because they imagine that this small globe has the privilege of having reasonable beings. What pride and vanity to believe that God created the universe only for them. God has populated the worlds with living beings, all contributing to the ultimate purpose of providence. To believe that living beings are limited only to the point where we dwell in the universe would doubt the wisdom of God, who has done nothing in vain. He must have assigned to these worlds a more serious purpose than just pleasing our sight. Moreover, nothing in the position, volume, or physical constitution of Earth could reasonably suggest that it alone has the privilege of being inhabited, excluding so many thousands of similar worlds. The physical constitution of different globes, is it the same? No, they do not resemble each other in any way. Given that the physical constitution of worlds is not the same for all, it is deduced that the beings inhabiting them are organized differently. Without a doubt, as with you, fish are made to live in water and birds in the air. Are the worlds farthest from the sun deprived of light and heat, as the sun appears to them only as a star? They believe there are no other sources of light and heat than the sun. Do they not consider electricity, which in some worlds plays a role unknown to you and much more significant than on Earth? Furthermore, it is not said that all beings are made of the same matter as you, with organs similar to yours. The conditions for the existence of beings inhabiting different worlds must be adapted to their environment where they are called to live. If we had never seen fish, we could not understand that beings could live in water. The same applies to other worlds which undoubtedly contain elements unknown to us. We do not see on Earth the long polar nights illuminated by the electricity of the auroras. Nothing is impossible to the fact that in some worlds electricity is more abundant than on Earth and plays a general role whose effects we cannot comprehend. Thus, these worlds could contain within them sources of heat and light that would be unnecessary for their inhabitants. Considerations and biblical concordances on creation 59. People have formed very different ideas about creation according to their level of knowledge. Reason, supported by science, has recognized the implausibility of certain theories, and what the spirits give confirms the opinion long held by the most enlightened men. The objection that can be made to this theory is that it contradicts the text of sacred books, but a serious examination allows us to recognize that this contradiction is more apparent than real and results from the interpretation given, often allegorical. The question of the first man in the person of Adam as the sole trunk of humanity is not the only one on which religious beliefs have had to be modified. The movement of the earth once seemed so opposed to the sacred text that no kind of persecution was spared for this theory. However, the earth rotates despite anathemas, and today no one could contest it without harming their own reason. The Bible also says that the world was created in 6 days and fixes the time at about 4,000 years before the Christian era. Before that, the earth did not exist. It was drawn from nothingness. The text was formal, and now inexorable positive science comes to demonstrate the opposite. The formation of the globe is written in indelible characters in the fossilized world, and it is proven that the 6 days of creation represent as many periods, each perhaps lasting several 100,000 years. This is not a system, doctrine, or isolated opinion, but a fact as constant as the movement of the earth, a fact that theology cannot deny admitting as clear evidence of the error into which we might fall by lightly taking the expressions of a language often figurative. Should we therefore conclude that the Bible is wrong? No, but that men have erred in interpreting it. Science, by examining the records of the earth, has recognized the order in which different living beings appeared on its surface, and this order corresponds with that indicated in Genesis, except that in this work, instead of miraculously emerging from the hands of God in a few hours, it was achieved still by His will and according to the law of the forces of nature over several million years. Is God less great and powerful for this? Is His work less sublime for not having the prestige of immediacy? Obviously, one would have to have a very narrow idea of divinity not to recognize His power in the eternal laws He has established to govern the worlds. Science, far from diminishing the divine work, shows it to us in a more magnificent aspect, in harmony with our notions of the power and majesty of God, simply because everything has come to pass without deviating from the laws of nature. Science, in agreement with Moses, places man last in the order of the creation of living beings. However, Moses places the universal flood in the year 1654 of the world, whereas geology shows us a great cataclysm preceding the appearance of man, as until this day no evidence of his presence, nor that of animals of the same physical order, has been found in the primitive layers. But there is no proof that this is impossible. Several discoveries have already cast doubt on this subject. It is possible that at some point we may acquire material certainty of this authority of humankind, and then we will recognize that at this stage, as at others, the biblical text is figurative. But the question is whether the geological cataclysm is the same as Noah's. Well, the time required for the formation of fossil layers does not allow them to be confused, and as soon as traces of human existence before the great catastrophe are found, it would demonstrate either that Adam is not the first man, or that his creation is lost in the mists of time. Against evidence there is no possible reasoning, and we must accept this fact as we have accepted the movement of the earth and the 6 periods of creation. It is true that the existence of man before the geological deluge remains hypothetical, but it is now less so. Assuming that man first appeared on earth 4,000 years before Christ, if 1650 years later the entire human race was destroyed except for one family, it follows that the population of the earth dates back only to Noah, i.e., to 2350 BC. Now, when the Hebrews emigrated to Egypt in the 18th century BC, they found this country densely populated and already highly advanced in civilization. History demonstrates that at that time, India and other regions were also flourishing, disregarding the chronology of certain peoples dating back to a much earlier period. In this case, it would have been necessary for, from the 20th century to the 18th century, within an interval of 600 years, not only the descendants of one man could have populated all the immense regions then known, But in this short time, humankind could have passed from absolute ignorance to the highest degree of intellectual development, a fact that contradicts all anthropological laws. The diversity of races further supports this opinion. Climate and habits individually produce modifications in physical character, but we know the extent to which these causes can influence. Physiological examination shows that there are deeper constitutional differences between some races than those that climate can produce. Crossbreeding races produce intermediate types, which tends to erase extreme characteristics but does not produce them. Thus it only creates varieties. However, for there to have been crossbreeding of races, there must have been different races. How to explain their existence by giving them a common trunk, especially one as close as we can admit that, in a few centuries, certain descendants of Noah will transform to produce the Ethiopian race, for example. Such a metamorphosis is no more acceptable than the hypothesis of a common trunk between the sheep, the elephant and the aphid, or the bird and the fish. Once again, nothing can prevail against the evidence of facts. On the contrary, everything is explained by admitting the existence of man before the time generally assigned to him. The diversity of populations, Adam living 6,000 years ago, but populating a once uninhabited land, Noah's flood as a partial catastrophe confused with the geological cataclysm, and finally, taking into account the allegorical style inherent in the sacred books of all peoples. Therefore, it is prudent not to adopt a too light position in the face of doctrines that, sooner or later, like so many others, may prove those who oppose them right. Religious ideas, far from being lost, grow in pace with science, thus avoiding showing the vulnerable side of skepticism. Chapter 4. Vital Principle. Organic and inorganic beings, life and death, intelligence and instinct. Organic and inorganic beings. Organic beings are those that have within them an intimate source of activity that gives them life. They are born, grow, reproduce by themselves, and die. They possess special organs to perform various life acts, adapted to their needs for their preservation. They include humans, animals, and plants. Inorganic beings are all those that lack their own vitality and movement, and are formed solely by the aggregation of matter, such as minerals, water, air, etc. Is the same force that binds the elements of matter in organic and inorganic bodies. Yes, the law of attraction is the same for all. Is there a difference between the matter of organic and inorganic bodies? It is always the same matter, but in organic bodies, it is always vitalized. What is the cause of the vitalization of matter? Its union with the vital principle. Does the vital principle reside in a concrete agent, or is it a mere property of organized matter? It is both a word, an effect, and a cause. It is both. Life is an effect produced by the action of an agent on matter, for this agent without matter is not life, just as matter cannot live without this agent that gives life to all beings that absorb and assimilate it. We have seen that spirit and matter are two constituent elements of the universe. The vital principle forms a third. Is it undoubtedly one of the elements necessary for the constitution of the universe, but it has its source in modified universal matter, making it an element for you like oxygen and hydrogen, which are not primitive elements as they all come from the same principle. It seems to follow that vitality has its principle not in a distinct primitive agent, but in a special property of universal matter, subjected to certain modifications. This is the consequence of what we have said. Does the vital principle reside in any of the bodies we know? Its origin is in the universal fluid, fundamentally what you call magnetic fluid or animalized electric fluid. It is the intermediary, the link between spirit and matter. Is the vital principle the same for all organic beings? Yes, but modified according to the species. This is what gives them movement and activity and distinguishes them from inert matter. For in the movement of matter there is no life. Since the latter receives movement, it does not give it. Is vitality a permanent attribute of the vital principle, or does this vitality develop only through the play of organs? It develops only in the body. We have not said that this agent without matter is not life. The union of the two is necessary to produce life. It can be said that vitality is in a latent state when the vital agent is not united with the body. Yes, that's how it is. All organs constitute a kind of mechanism that receives its impulse from intimate activity, or the vital principle that exists within them. The vital principle is the driving force of organic bodies, while the vital agent impels the organs. The action of the latter maintains and develops the activity of the vital agent, just as friction develops heat. What is the cause of death in organic beings? Exhaustion of the organs. Death can be compared to the stopping of movement of a disorganized machine. Yes, in the case where the machine is poorly assembled, the spring breaks. If the body is sick, life goes away. Why do damages to the heart and not to other organs cause death? The heart is a machine that gives life, and although it is not the only organ whose damage causes death, it is always one of the essential gears. What happens to the matter and vital principle of organic beings when they die? Inert matter decomposes and forms new matter. The vital principle returns to the mass, having disappeared from the organic being. The elements of which it is formed undergo new combinations that constitute new beings. These draw from the universal source the principle of life and activity, absorb it and assimilate it to return it to this source when they cease to exist. The organs are, so to speak, imbued with fluid. This fluid gives all parts of the organism an activity that heals certain lesions and restores their functions when temporarily suspended. However, if the essential elements for the functioning of the organs are destroyed or altered excessively, the vital fluid cannot transmit to them the movement of life, which consequently causes death. The organs act interdependently with each other. It is from the harmony of their whole that their reciprocal action results. When a cause disturbs this harmony, their functions stop, much like the movement of a machine whose essential gears are disrupted. Similarly, when a watch deteriorates over time or breaks due to an accident, and the driving force cannot restart it, we have a clearer image of life and death in an electrical device. This device contains electricity like all bodies of nature in a latent state, as electrical phenomena manifest only when the fluid is activated by a special cause. It can be said that at that moment, the device is alive. So, when the cause of the device's activity ceases, the phenomenon stops, and the machine returns to a state of inertia. Organic bodies could be seen as a kind of battery or electrical device in which the activity of the fluid produces the phenomenon of life, and where the cessation of this activity causes death. The amount of vital fluid is not absolute in all organic beings. It varies by species and is not constant, neither within the same individual nor among individuals of the same species. Some are, so to speak, saturated with this fluid, while others have barely enough. Therefore, for some, life is more active, more tenacious, and in a certain way more thrilling. The quantity of vital fluid depletes and can become insufficient to sustain life if it is not renewed by the absorption and assimilation of substances containing it. Vital fluid passes from one individual to another. Those who have more can give it to those who have less, and in some cases, it can revive life that is on the verge of extinguishing. Intelligence and instinct 71. Is intelligence an attribute of the vital principle? No, because plants live but do not think. They only have organic life. Intelligence and matter are independent, as a body can live without intelligence. But intelligence can only manifest through material organs. It requires the union of spirit to give meaning to animalized matter. Intelligence is a special faculty specific to certain classes of organic beings, and it grants them, along with thought, the will to act, awareness of their existence and individuality, and the means to establish relations with the external world and satisfy their needs. Thus, we can distinguish, first, inanimate beings composed only of matter without vitality or intelligence. These are coarse bodies. Second, living beings without thought formed of matter and endowed with vitality but lacking intelligence. And third, thinking beings formed of matter with vitality, which additionally have an intelligent principle giving them the faculty of thought. What is the source of intelligence? As we have said before, universal intelligence could be considered as each being extracting a portion of intelligence from the universal source and assimilating it to itself. just as it extracts and assimilates the principle of material life. It is a comparison, but not an exact comparison, because intelligence is a faculty specific to each being and constitutes its moral individuality. Moreover, as you know, there are things I have not yet permitted you to penetrate, and this is one of them for the moment. Is instinct independent of intelligence? No, not exactly, as it is a kind of irrational intelligence through which all beings provide for their needs. Can we draw a line between instinct and intelligence, that is, indicate where one ends and the other begins? No, because they often blend together, but it is easy to distinguish between acts driven by instinct and those driven by intelligence. Is it true that instinctual faculties diminish as intellectual faculties grow? No, instinct always exists, but humans neglect it. Instinct can also lead us towards good, because it almost always guides us, sometimes even more surely than reason, which is not always infallible. Reason would be infallible if it were not distorted by bad education, pride, and selfishness. Instinct does not reason, but reason leaves the choice to humans and gives them free will. Instinct is a rudimentary intelligence that differs from proper intelligence by its manifestations, which are almost always spontaneous, whereas those of intelligence are the result of combination and deliberate action. Instinct varies in its manifestations according to species and their needs. In conscious beings aware of external things, it allies with intelligence, meaning, will, and freedom. That is the mystery. There are two general elements in the universe, the intelligent element and the material element. One could say that spirits are formed of the intelligent element, just as inert bodies are formed of the material element. It is evident that spirits are the individualization of the intelligent principle, just as bodies are the individualization of the material principle. What is unknown is the moment and manner of this formation. Is the creation of spirits permanent, or did it only occur at the beginning of time? It is permanent because God has never ceased to create. Do spirits form spontaneously, or are they preceded by others? God creates them as he creates all other creatures. By his will, yet again, their origin is a mystery. Is it correct to say that spirits are immaterial? How can something be defined when there are no terms of comparison and sufficient language? Can a person blind from birth define immaterial light? No, the term incorporeal would be more accurate. You must understand that the spirit, being a creation, must be something. It is matter par excellence, but so ethereal that it cannot fall under your senses. We say that spirits are immaterial because their essence differs from everything we know as matter. Just as a blind population would lack terms to express light and its effects, for the essence of superhuman beings, we are truly blind. We can only define them through always imperfect comparisons or through an effort of our imagination. Do spirits have an end? We understand that the principle from which they emanate is eternal, but what we wonder is whether their individuality has an end, and if, after a shorter or longer time, the element from which they are formed dissipates and returns to the mass, as is the case with material bodies. It is difficult to understand that something that has begun cannot end. There are many things we do not understand because our intelligence is limited, and that is not a reason to reject them. A child does not understand everything his father understands, nor does the ignorant understand everything the scholar understands. We say that the existence of spirits does not end. That is all we can say for now. Does a normal primitive world constitute a separate world from the one we see? Yes, the world of spirits or of intelligence is incorporeal. Which of the two, the spiritual world or the corporeal world, is principal in the order of things? The spiritualist world is pre-existent and survives everything. Could the corporeal world cease to exist, or never have existed without altering the essence of the spiritualist world? Yes, and although they are independent, their correlation is constant because they constantly react upon one another. Do spirits occupy a defined and circumscribed region in space? Spirits are everywhere. The infinite spaces are infinitely populated with them. They are constantly by your side, observing you and acting upon you without you knowing it, for spirits are one of the powers of nature, and the instruments God uses to fulfill his providential designs. However, they do not go everywhere because there are regions forbidden to those less advanced. Form and ubiquity of spirits. Do spirits have a defined, limited, and constant form for your eyes? Yes, if you wish, a flame, a light, or an ethereal spark. Does this flame or spark have a color for you? It ranges from darkness to the brilliance of ruby, depending on whether the spirit is more or less pure. Geniuses are often represented by a flame or star on the forehead. This is an allegory that recalls the essential nature of spirits. It is placed at the top of the head because it is the seat of intelligence. Do spirits take time to traverse space? Yes, but it is as fast as thought. It is not thought itself that is transported. When thought is in a place, the soul is also there, because it is the soul that thinks. Thought is more of an attribute. Is a spirit that moves from one place to another aware of the distance it travels and the spaces it traverses? Yes, the spirit can very well, if it desires, be aware of the distance it travels, but this distance can also be completely erased, depending on its will and its nature, more or less purified. Is matter an obstacle for spirits? They penetrate everything. Air, earth, waters, even fire. Everything is equally accessible to them. Do spirits have the gift of ubiquity, meaning can the same spirit divide itself or exist in multiple places at once? There cannot be a division of the same spirit, but since each one is a radiating center from various sides, it appears to be in multiple places at once. It is like when you see the sun. There is only one, yet it radiates everywhere and extends its rays through everything without dividing in the process. All spirits radiate the same power. It is not as simple as that. It depends on the degree of their purity. Each spirit is an indivisible unit, but each of them can extend its thought in various directions without dividing in the process. It is only in this sense that one should understand the gift of ubiquity attributed to spirits, for it is like a spark that projects its light through everything and can be seen from all points on the horizon, just as a man, without changing place or dividing, can give orders, signals, and movements in different places. Perispirit is the true spirit exposed, or as some say, surrounded by some substance. The spirit is enveloped in a substance that is vaporous to you, but still coarse enough for us. However, it is vaporous enough to be able to rise in the atmosphere and transport itself where it wishes, just as the germ of a fruit is surrounded by the perisperm. Similarly, the spirit is surrounded by an envelope, which, by comparison, could be called the perispirit. From where does the spirit derive its semi-material envelope? From the universal fluid of each world. That is why it is not the same in all worlds. When passing from one world to another, the spirit changes its envelope, just as you change clothes. Thus, when spirits from higher worlds come among us, they assume a coarser perispirit, for they must clothe themselves with their material, as we have told you. Does the semi-material form of the spirit affect defined forms, and can it be perceived? Yes, it can take form according to the spirit's will. Thus, when it manifests sometimes, whether in dreams or in a waking state, it can assume a visible and even palpable form. Different orders of spirits, are all spirits equal, or is there some kind of hierarchy among them? They are of different orders according to the degree of perfection they have attained. Is there a fixed number of orders or degrees of perfection among spirits? The categories are limitless, because there is no demarcation line between their orders drawn like a barrier. Divisions can multiply or diminish at will. However, if we consider the general characteristics, we can reduce them to three main categories. At the first rank, we can place those who have attained perfection, the pure spirits. In the second order, there are those who have reached the middle of the scale where the desire for good is their ladder. These are imperfect spirits characterized by ignorance, the desire for evil, and all the bad passions that retard their progress. Spirits of the third order are essentially bad. Some of them do neither good nor evil. Others, on the contrary, delight in evil and are satisfied when they find an opportunity to do it. Spiritual scale. This classification is based on the degree of their advancement in the qualities they have acquired and in the imperfections from which they still need to rid themselves. This classification is not absolute, as each category presents a clear character only in its entirety. From one classification to another, the transition is imperceptible. and within limits the nuances blur. Like in the kingdoms of nature, the colors of the rainbow, or the different periods of human life. That's how we proceeded. We did not invent spirits or their characters. We simply saw and observed them, judged by their words and deeds, and then classified them by similarity, based on the data the spirits have given us. They generally admit three main categories or divisions. In the last category, which is at the bottom of the scale, are imperfect spirits characterized by the predominance of matter over spirit and a propensity for evil. In the second category, there are those characterized by the predominance of spirit over matter and by the desire for good. These are good spirits. Finally, the first category includes pure spirits, those who have reached the highest degree of perfection. This division seems perfectly rational to us and presents well-defined characteristics. We only had to highlight, through a sufficient number of subdivisions, the main nuances of the whole, which we eventually did with the help of the spirits whose benevolent instructions never failed us. With this table, it will be easy to determine the rank and degree of superiority or inferiority of the spirits with whom we can communicate, and consequently, the degree of trust and esteem they deserve. However, we observe that spirits do not always exclusively belong to one class or another, as their progression occurs only gradually and often more in one direction than another, so they can exhibit the characteristics of several categories, easily appreciated through their language and actions. Third order, imperfect spirits general. Characteristics: predominance of matter over spirit, inclination towards evil, ignorance, pride, selfishness, and all the bad passions that stem from them. Divine instruction. Some have divine instruction but do not understand it. They are not all essentially bad. Some show more levity than malice. Some do neither good nor evil, but their lack of good demonstrates their inferiority. Others, on the contrary, take pleasure in doing evil and are satisfied when they have the opportunity. Intellect and morality. They can combine intelligence with wickedness or malice, but regardless of their intellectual development, their ideas and feelings are base. Their knowledge of the spiritual world is limited, and what they know is confounded with ideas and biases from earthly life. Their communications are often false and incomplete, but an attentive observer often finds in their communications, even imperfect ones, confirmation of the great truths taught by higher spirits, as their character is revealed in their language. Thus it is possible to divide them into 5 main classes. 10th class, impure spirits. They are inclined towards evil and make it their primary focus. They give malicious advice, sow discord and distrust, using all manner of trickery to deceive more effectively. They attach themselves to individuals weak enough to accede to their suggestions, leading them to ruin. Their language is crudely coarse in expression, an indication of moral, if not intellectual, inferiority, both among spirits and humans. Their communications reveal the baseness of their inclinations, and if they pretend to speak sensibly, they cannot sustain this role for long, always betrayed by their origins. Some peoples have transformed them into malignant deities, while others designate them as demons, malevolent genies, or evil spirits. The living beings they animate when incarnated are subject to all vices engendered by vile and debasing passions, sensuality, cruelty, deceit, hypocrisy, greed, and sordid cupidity. They do evil for evil's sake, most often without reason and out of hatred for goodness. They generally choose their victims from among honest people and are plagues upon humanity, regardless of their social rank. The veneer of civilization does not guarantee them propriety or respectability. 103. 7th class, spirits of light. They are ignorant, cunning, inconsistent, and mocking, meddling in everything, answering everything without concern for the truth. They delight in causing minor annoyances and joys, hindering and deceiving people through mystifications and tricks. This class includes spirits commonly referred to as fools, sprites, goblins, and hobgoblins. They are under the control of higher spirits, who often use them as we do our servants in their communications with humans. Their language is sometimes ingenious and playful, but generally lacks depth. They perceive weaknesses and ridicule, expressing them through satirical traits. If they occasionally adopt false names, it is more often out of mischief than ill intent. 104. 8th class. Spirits of false knowledge. Their knowledge is quite extensive, but they believe themselves to know more than they actually do. Having made some progress in various domains, their language has a serious character that may give the impression of their capabilities and erudition. However, it often reflects prejudices and systematic ideas from earthly life, mixing some truths with absurd errors, among which presumption, pride, jealousy, and stubbornness they have not managed to shed. 105. 9th class. Neutral spirits. They are not good enough to do good, nor bad enough to do evil, leaning sometimes one way, sometimes the other, and not rising above the vulgar condition of humanity, neither morally nor intellectually. They are attached to worldly things and lament coarse joys. 106. 10th class. Striking and restless spirits. These spirits, regarding their personal qualities, do not truly belong to a distinct class, as they can belong to all classes of the third order. They generally manifest through tangible and physical effects such as knocks, movements and abnormal displacements of solid bodies, disturbances of the air, etc. They appear more frequently than other spirits, united with matter, and seem to be the main agents of the vicissitudes of the elements of the world, acting in the air, water, fire, solid bodies, or even within the bowels of the earth. It is recognized that these phenomena are not due to fortuitous physical causes when they have an intentional and intelligent character. All spirits are capable of producing these phenomena, but higher spirits generally leave this to lower spirits, who are more adept at material things than intelligences. When they judge such manifestations to be useful, they use these spirits as auxiliaries, and so they offer us the type of perfection to which humanity can aspire in this world. First order, pure spirits, 112. General characteristics: no influence of matter. They have intellectual superiority and absolute morality over spirits of other orders. 113. First class, unique class. They have traversed all degrees of the scale and rid themselves of all impurities of matter. Having attained the pinnacle of perfection of which a creature is capable, they no longer have to submit to any trial or expiation, and are no longer subject to reincarnation in perishable bodies. They have attained eternal life in the bosom of God and enjoy unalterable happiness. They are not subject to the needs or vicissitudes of material life. However, this happiness is not that of monotonous idleness based on perpetual contemplation. They are the messengers and ministers of God, executing His orders for the maintenance of universal harmony. They command all inferior spirits, assist them in perfecting themselves, and assign them their mission, to assist humans in their affliction, urge them towards good, or atone for the faults that distance them from supreme happiness. It is a sweet occupation for them. Sometimes they are called angels, archangels, or seraphim. Humans can communicate with them, but it would be presumptuous to claim to have them constantly at their disposal. Progression of spirits, 114. Are spirits inherently good or bad, or do the same spirits improve? Spirits themselves improve by moving from a lower order to a higher one. 115. Have some good spirits and others bad spirits been created? If God created all simple and ignorant spirits, that is, without knowledge, He entrusted each with a mission to enlighten them and progressively bring them closer to perfection through knowledge of the truth, eternal and unmixed happiness which resides in that perfection. The more spirits acquire this knowledge by passing through the trials imposed by God, some accepting these trials with their mission and reaching the goal of their destiny more quickly, while others face them only with murmurs and thus, through their own fault, remain distant from perfection and the happiness associated with it. This is supposed to represent the figure of Satan. This influence is exerted on the spirit only at its origin. They do not follow his life until the spirit has acquired so much self-mastery that evil spirits cease to obsess him. 123. Why did God allow spirits to follow the path of evil? How dare they demand an account of their deeds from God? They believe they can penetrate His designs. I can only say this: God's wisdom lies in the freedom He allows each to choose, for each merits his deeds. Some spirits from the beginning follow the path of absolute good, and others that of absolute evil. There are obviously degrees between these two extremes. Yes, that's where the vast majority are. 124. So, will the spirits who have followed the path of evil be able to attain the same degree of superiority as the others? Yes, but eternities will be longer for them. By this word, eternities, we must understand the idea that lower spirits have of the perpetuity of their sufferings, for they are not given to see the end of these, and this idea is renewed with each trial they undergo. The spirits who have reached the supreme degree after passing through evil have less merit in God's eyes than others. God sees the lost with the same eyes and loves them all with his same heart. They are called evil because they have succumbed. Before they were simple spirits. 127. Are spirits created equal in intellectual faculties? They are created equal, but ignorant of where they come from. Free will must follow its course. They progress more or less rapidly in intelligence and morality. Spirits who from the beginning follow the path of goodness are therefore not perfect spirits if they have not yet bad tendencies. They still need to acquire the experience and knowledge necessary to attain perfection. They can be compared to children whose natural instincts are good, but who must develop and enlighten themselves, which will not happen if they do not progress from childhood to maturity. Just as there are good and bad men from childhood, there are spirits who are good or bad from their beginning, with the crucial difference that the child already has his instincts formed, whereas the spirit, in its formation, is neither more bad nor more good. It has all the tendencies and takes one direction or another by the effect of its free will. 128. The beings we call angels, seraphim, and archangels form a special category of nature different from other spirits. They are the pure spirits, those who are at the highest level of the scale and who unite all perfections. The word angel generally evokes the idea of moral perfection, but it is often applied to all beings, good and bad, outside of humanity. We speak of the good angel and the bad angel, of the angel of light and the angel of darkness. In this case, it is synonymous with spirit or genius. We use it here in a literal sense. 129. Have angels passed through all degrees? They have passed through all degrees, but as we have said, some have accepted their mission without murmuring and have arrived more quickly, while others have taken more or less time to attain perfection. 130. If the opinion that beings created perfect and superior to all creatures is erroneous, how is this conception present in the tradition of almost all peoples? They know that their world is not that of all eternity, and long before the existence of the spirits they had reached the supreme degree. Faced with this, men could believe that they had always been thus. 131. Do demons exist in the sense of this word? If demons exist, they would be the work of God, and God being just and good, would he have created beings eternally condemned to evil and misery? If there are demons, they reside in your lower world and similar. They are not those hypocritical men who transform a just God into a cruel and vengeful God, and who think they please him by committing abominations in his name. The word demon implies the idea of an evil spirit only in its modern sense, as the Greek word daemon, from which it is derived, means genius, intelligence, and was used to designate incorporeal beings, good or bad, without distinction. Demons, in the vulgar sense of the word, assume beings essentially evil. This would be, like all things, the creation of God. But God, who is supremely just and good, cannot have created beings predestined to evil by their nature and condemned for eternity. If it were not the work of God, they would thus be like him from all eternity, or there would be several sovereign powers. The first condition of any doctrine is to be logical. Now, the doctrine of demons in an absolute sense lacks this essential basis. It is conceivable that, in the belief of backward peoples who misunderstand the attributes of God and admit evil divinities, demons are also admitted. But for those who make the goodness of God an attribute par excellence, it is illogical and contradictory to suppose that he could have created beings destined for evil and condemned to do so eternally. This would be to deny his goodness. The proponents of demons rely on the words of Christ. Certainly, we are not those who contest the authority of his teaching. We would prefer to see it more in hearts than on the lips of men, but we are sure of the meaning he gave to the word demon. We know that the allegorical form is one of the distinctive marks of his language, and that not everything in the gospel should be taken literally. We want no further proof of this than this passage immediately after those days of affliction. The sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light, and the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens will be shaken. Then will appear in heaven the sign of the Son of Man, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. We have not seen a literal formulation of this text confirmed by science regarding the creation and movement of the earth. The same thing may happen with some of the expressions used by Christ, who spoke according to the time and place. Christ could not knowingly say something false. Therefore, if some aspects of his words seem to shock reason, it is either because we do not understand them or because we interpret them wrongly. Men have done with demons what they have done with angels. Just as they have believed in perfect beings from all eternity, they have taken lower spirits as perpetually evil. The word demon must therefore be understood as referring to impure spirits, who often are no better than their name indicates, but with the difference that their condition is only transitory. They are imperfect spirits who murmur against the trials they undergo, and for this reason endure them longer, but they too will achieve what they want when they want to. Thus, the word demon could be accepted with this restriction. However, as it is now understood in an exclusive sense, it could be misleading to make us believe in the existence of beings specially created for evil. Satan is obviously the personification of evil in allegorical form, because it is not possible to admit a malevolent being who would fight against divinity and whose only concern would be to thwart its designs. As man needs figures and images to strike his imagination, he represents incorporeal beings in material form, with attributes that recall their qualities or defects. Thus the ancients, wishing to personify time, painted it in the figure of an old man with a scythe and an hourglass. The figure of a young man would have been nonsensical. The same goes for allegories of fortune, truth, etc. Moderns have depicted angels, those pure spirits, in a radiant figure with white wings, emblems of nature, emblems of purity. As for Satan, he is portrayed with horns, claws, and the attributes of bestiality, emblems of base instincts. The common people, taking things literally, have seen in these emblems a real individual, just as they have seen Saturn in the allegory of time. Chapter 2. Incarnation of Spirits. Purpose of Incarnation. The Soul Materialism. Objective of Incarnation. What is the purpose of the incarnation of spirits? God imposes it so that they may attain perfection. For some it is an expiation, for others it is a mission. However, to achieve this perfection, they must go through all the vicissitudes of corporeal existence, that is, expiation. Incarnation also has another objective, to put the spirit in a position to support its part in the work of creation. For this purpose, in each world, it takes on an apparatus in harmony with the essential matter of that world to execute, from this point of view, the orders of God, so as to contribute to the general work, and thus it will promote the action of corporeal beings itself. This is due to the inadequacy of human language, which lacks a word for every idea, leading to numerous misunderstandings and discussions. That is why superior spirits tell us to agree first on the words. What do we think of the theory that the soul is subdivided into as many parts as muscles, and therefore presides over each bodily function? Again, it depends on the sense we give to the word soul. If we refer to the vital fluid, we are correct. If we refer to the incarnated spirit, we are wrong. As we have said, the spirit is indivisible. It transmits movement to the organs through the intermediary fluid without dividing itself. However, there are spirits who have given this definition. Ignorant spirits may mistake the effect for the cause. The soul acts through the organs, and these are animated by the vital fluid distributed among them, and more abundantly in those that are the centers or foci of movement. But this explanation cannot apply to the soul, considered as the spirit inhabiting the body during life and leaving it at death. Is there any truth in the opinion of those who think that the soul is external and surrounds the body? The soul is not confined within the body like a bird in a cage. It radiates and manifests outward like light through a glass globe or sound around a sounding center. Thus, one could say it is external, but it is not the envelope of the body. The soul has two envelopes, one subtle and light, the first called perispirit, the other, coarse, material and heavy, is the body. The soul is the center of all these envelopes, like the germ in a kernel. We have already said that. What can we say about the theory that the soul of the child completes itself at each stage of life? The spirit is one, whole in the child as in the adult. It is the organs, the instruments of manifestations of the soul that develop and complete themselves. What you ask is tantamount to confusing the effect with the cause. Why do not all spirits define the soul in the same way? There are spirits who are still narrow-minded and do not understand abstract things, just as among you there are children. There are also spirits of false knowledge who boast of using words to impress you, and then truly enlightened spirits can express themselves in different terms, but fundamentally they have the same value, especially when it comes to things that human language is powerless to express clearly. They need figures, comparisons that you take for reality. What does the soul of the world mean? It is the universal principle of life and intelligence from which individualities arise. But those who use these words often do not understand themselves. The word soul is so elastic that each person interprets it according to their dreams. Sometimes a soul has also been attributed to the earth. By it, we mean all the devout spirits who direct their actions in the right direction when they listen to them and who are, so to speak, the lieutenants of God near his sphere. How is it that so many ancient and modern philosophers have debated for so long about psychological sciences without reaching the truth? These men were the precursors of eternal spiritualist doctrine. They paved the way. They were men and could be mistaken because they mistook their own ideas for lights, but their mistakes served to bring out the truth by showing the pros and cons. Moreover, among these errors are great truths that comparative study allows us to understand. Does the soul have a defined and circumscribed seat in the body? No, but it is more particularly in the head for great geniuses, that is to say, for all those who think a lot. It is in the heart for those who feel a lot and whose actions are linked to humanity. What is the opinion of those who place the soul at the vital center? That is to say, the spirit inhabits rather that part of your body, because that is where all sensations end, which places it where they consider the center of vitality. They confuse it with the principle of vital fluid. However, it can be said that the seat of the soul is more particularly in the organs that serve for intellectual and moral manifestations. Why do anatomists, physiologists, and generally those who study natural sciences often lean towards materialism? The physiologist associates everything with what he sees. It is the pride of men that makes them believe they know everything, and that they do not admit that anything can surpass their understanding. Their own science leads them to presume. They believe that nature cannot hide anything from them. It is not regrettable that materialism is a consequence of studies that should, on the contrary, show man the superiority of the intelligence that governs the world. We must conclude that they are dangerous. It is not true that materialism is a consequence of these studies. It is man who draws a false conclusion from them, as he can abuse everything, even the best things. Moreover, nothing frightens them more than what they want to make others believe, and strong minds are often more boastful than courageous. Most of them are materialists simply because they have nothing to fill this void. Faced with this abyss opening before them, show them an anchor of salvation, and they will cling to it promptly. By an aberration of intelligence, there are people who see in organic beings only the action of matter, and who associate all our actions with it. They have seen in the human body only the electric machine. They have studied the mechanism of life only in the play of organs. They have often seen it extinguished through the breaking of a thread, and they have seen only that thread, wondering if there was anything left. As they have found only inert matter, and have not seen the soul escape, and have not been able to grasp it, they have concluded that everything was in the properties of matter, and therefore after death only the void of thought remained. A sad consequence. If this were the case, then good and evil would have no purpose. Man would be justified in thinking only of himself and placing the satisfaction of his material pleasures above all else. Social ties would break, and the most sacred affections would irretrievably shatter. Fortunately, these ideas are far from general. It can even be said that they are very restricted and constitute only individual opinions. For if a society were founded on these foundations, it would carry within itself the seeds of its dissolution, and its members would tear each other apart like ferocious beasts. Man instinctively thinks that not everything ends with life, but he ardently fears nothingness. He may have ossified his thought on the idea of the future, but when the supreme moment arrives, few are those who do not wonder what will become of them. For there is something distressing in the idea of leaving life without return. Who could contemplate with indifference an absolute and eternal separation from everything they have loved? Who could see the immense abyss of nothingness opening before them without being afraid? That place where all our faculties, all our hopes would be swallowed up forever, and say to oneself, "After me, nothing, nothing but emptiness. Everything ends without return. A few more days and my memory will be erased from those who survive me. Soon there will be no trace of my passage on earth. Even the good I have done will be forgotten by the ungrateful I have helped, and nothing to compensate for all this. I have no other prospect than that of my body devoured by worms." Isn't there something frightening and chilling in this image? Religion teaches us that it cannot be so, and reason confirms it. But this vague and indefinite future existence has nothing to satisfy our love of the positive. This is what raises doubts in many. We have a soul, but what is our soul? Does it have a form or an appearance? Is it a limited or defined being? Some say it is a breath of God, others a spark, others a part of the great all, the principle of life and intelligence. But what does all this tell us? What do we care about having a soul if, after us, it merges into immensity like drops of water in the ocean? Isn't it the loss of our individuality for us, like nothingness? It is also said to be immaterial, but an immaterial thing that cannot have defined proportions for us is nothing. Religion also teaches us that we will be happy or unhappy according to the good or evil we have done. But what is this happiness that awaits us in the bosom of God? Is it bliss and eternal contemplation with no other use than to sing the praises of the Creator? Are the flames of hell a reality or a figure? The Church itself understands this in the latter sense. But what about these sufferings? Where is this place of torment? In a word, what do we do and what do we see in this world that awaits us all? It is said that no one has returned to give an account of it. This is an error, and the mission of spiritualism is precisely to enlighten us about this future, to allow us to touch it to some extent with our fingers and eyes, not by reasoning, but by facts, and thanks to spiritual communications. This is no longer a presumption, but a probability on which everyone embroiders at their fancy, where poets adorn it with their fictions, or sow allegorical images that deceive us about the reality presented to us, because it is the very beings of the beyond who come to describe their situation, to tell us what they do, allowing us thus to be witnesses, so to speak, of all the events of their new life, and by this means to show us the inevitable destiny that is reserved for us according to our merits and our works. There is something anti-religious in this, on the contrary, because unbelievers find faith in it, the lukewarm find a renewal of fervor and trust. Spiritualism is therefore the most powerful ally of religion. If that is the case, it is because God allows it. He allows it to revive our faltering hopes and to bring us back on the path of good in the face of the prospect of the future. Chapter 3. Return from corporeal life to spiritual life. The soul after death, its individuality, eternal life. The separation of the soul and the body. Spiritist disorder, the soul after death. What happens to the soul at the moment of death? It returns as a spirit, meaning it goes back to the spirit world from which it temporarily departed. Does the soul retain its individuality after death? Yes, it never loses it. What would it be without it? How does the soul perceive its individuality now that it no longer has its material body? There aren't major changes, as it still has its own fluid that it draws from the atmosphere of its planet and represents the appearance of its last incarnation. What should we think of the opinion that after death, the soul returns to the universal? Do all spirits not form a whole? Isn't it like being in an entire world when you are in an assembly? You are still part of that assembly while retaining your individuality. What proof can we have of the soul's individuality after death? We obtain this proof through the communications we receive. If you are not blind, you will see. If you are not deaf, you will hear. Often a voice speaks to you and reveals the existence of a being outside yourself. In what sense should eternal life be understood? The life of the spirit is eternal, while that of the body is transient and temporary. When the body dies, the soul enters eternal life. Wouldn't it be more accurate to call eternal life that of pure spirits, who, having reached the degree of perfection, no longer have trials to undergo? It is rather eternal happiness, but this is a matter of words. Call things as you wish as long as you understand them. Separation of the soul and the body. Is it painful for the soul to separate from the body? No. The body often suffers more during life than at the moment of death. The soul has nothing to do with that. The suffering it may sometimes feel at the moment of death is a relief for the spirit that sees the end of its exile. In natural death, which occurs through the exhaustion of organs caused by age, man leaves life without realizing it, like a lamp that goes out for lack of nourishment. How does the separation of the soul and the body occur? It liberates itself by breaking the ties that held it. Is it an instantaneous separation, a sudden transition? There is no clear line dividing life and death. The soul gradually frees itself and does not escape like a suddenly freed captive bird. These two states touch and merge. Thus the spirit gradually frees itself from its shackles. These ties are not broken. During life, the spirit is bound to the body by its semi-material envelope or perispirit. Death is simply the destruction of the body, but not of this second envelope which separates from the body when organic life ceases. Is it possible for a definitive separation of the soul and the body to occur before the complete end of organic life? Yes, sometimes during the agony, the soul has already left the body. Man loses consciousness of himself, but there is still a glimmer of life. The body is a machine animated by the heart and exists as long as the heart maintains blood circulation, without needing the soul for that. At the moment of death, can the soul sometimes aspire to a state of ecstasy? It can feel the ties with the body breaking, and then do everything possible to break them completely. Partially liberated from matter, it glimpses the future unfolding before it and anticipates the state of the spirit. The example of the caterpillar that crawls first on the ground, then confines itself in its cocoon, and after an apparent death is reborn into a brilliant existence, can give us an idea of earthly life after the tomb, and finally of our new existence. It's a small idea. The figure is good, but it should not be taken literally, as is often the case. What sensations does the soul experience upon discovering the spirit world? It depends on whether you have done evil by desiring to do so. Initially, you will feel ashamed of having done it. For righteous souls it is very different. They feel relieved of a great burden because they do not fear scrutinizing looks. Does the spirit immediately reunite with those it knew on earth who passed away before it? Often they come to welcome it upon its return to the spirit world and help it sever ties with matter. There are also many other encounters with those it lost sight of during its stay on earth, as well as those who wander or are incarnated. In cases of violent and accidental death, does the separation of the soul and the cessation of life occur simultaneously? Generally, yes, although the moment between the two is very brief. For example, after decapitation, does the individual retain self-awareness for a period? Often, they retain it for a few minutes, until organic life completely extinguishes. However, fear of death can also cause them to lose this consciousness before the moment of suffering. Here, it refers to the consciousness that the sufferer may have of themselves as a human being, through their organs, and not as a spirit. Does the soul immediately become aware of itself upon leaving the body? Immediate awareness is not the appropriate term, because this confusion persists for a while. All spirits experience in the same way and for the same length of time the disturbance that follows the process of separating the soul from the body. This disturbance does not depend on their elevation. Those who are already purified recognize themselves almost immediately, as they have already liberated themselves from matter during their bodily life, while the carnal man, whose conscience is not pure, retains the impression of matter longer. Does knowledge of Spiritism influence the more or less long duration of the transformation? It has a very great influence because the spirit understood its situation in advance. But the practice of goodness and pure conscience have a greater influence at the moment of death. Everything is confused at first. The soul takes time to recognize itself. It is like stunned, similar to the state of a man emerging from a deep sleep and trying to realize his situation. Clarity of ideas and memories of the past come back to him as the influence of the matter from which he has just liberated himself fades, and this kind of fog obscuring his thoughts dissipates. The duration of the disturbance after death is very variable. It can last for a few hours, several months, or even several years. Those for whom it is shorter are those who identified with their future state during their life, because then they immediately understand their position. This trouble presents particular circumstances according to the character of the individual, and especially according to the kind of death. In cases of violent death by suicide, torture, accident, apoplexy, wounds, among others, the spirit is surprised and amazed and does not believe it is dead. It stubbornly maintains this belief. Yet he sees his body. He knows that this body is his and does not understand that he is separated from it. This illusion lasts until the perispirit is completely freed. Only then does the spirit recognize itself and understand that it is no longer among the living. This phenomenon is easily explained. Surprised, caught off guard by death, the spirit is stunned by the sudden change that has occurred in it, because for it, death remains synonymous with destruction and annihilation. What increases its illusion is that it sees a body similar to the previous one in shape, but whose ethereal nature has not yet had time to study. It believes it to be solid and compact like the first, and when attention is drawn to this point, it is surprised that it cannot feel itself. This phenomenon is analogous to that of new somnambulists who do not believe they are asleep. For them, sleep means suspension of faculties, but as they think freely and see, they are not asleep. Some spirits present this peculiarity, although death has not surprised them, but it is more common among those who, though sick, did not think they were going to die. We then see the singular spectacle of a spirit attending its own funeral, as if it were that of a stranger, and speaking of itself as if it were a matter that does not concern it, until it understands the truth. The anguish that follows death is not painful for the good man. It is calm and similar in all aspects to that which accompanies a quiet awakening. For the person whose consciousness is not pure, it is filled with anxiety and anguish, increasing as it recognizes itself. In cases of collective deaths, it has been observed that all those who perish at the same time do not immediately find themselves in the confusion that follows death. Each follows his own path or is concerned only with those who interest him. Chapter 4. Plurality of Existences. 1. On Reincarnation. 2. The Justice of Reincarnation. 3. Incarnation in Different Worlds. 4. Progressive Transmigration. 5. Destiny of Children After Death. 6. Sex of Spirits. 7. Filial Kinship. 8. Physical and Moral Similarities. 9. Innate Ideas on Incarnation. How can a soul that has not attained perfection during bodily life accomplish its purification by submitting to the test of a new existence? How does the soul reach this new existence? It is through its transformation into spirit. The soul, in purifying itself, undoubtedly undergoes a transformation, but for this it needs the trial of bodily life. Thus, the soul has several bodily existences. Yes, we all have multiple existences. Those who say otherwise want to keep everyone in the ignorance where they themselves find themselves. It is their desire. From this principle, it seems to follow that the soul, after leaving one body, takes on another, meaning it reincarnates into a new body. This must be understood thus, it is evident. What is the purpose of reincarnation? Atonement, the progressive improvement of humanity. Without this, where would justice be? Is the number of bodily existences limited, or does the spirit reincarnate perpetually? With each new existence, the spirit takes a step forward on the path of progress. When it has rid itself of all impurities, it no longer needs the trials of bodily life. Is the number of incarnations the same for all spirits? No. One who advances quickly avoids trials. However, these successive incarnations are always numerous, since progress is almost infinite. What happens to the spirit after its last incarnation? Does it become a pure spirit? The justice of reincarnation. On what does the dogma of reincarnation rest? On God's justice and revelation. We repeat constantly, a good father always leaves a door open for his children to repent. Does reason not tell you that it would be unjust to eternally deprive of the return to happiness all those whose improvement does not depend on their will? Are they not all children of God? Among humans, only the selfish are found with iniquity, hatred, and relentless punishment. All spirits strive for perfection, and God provides them with the means to achieve it through the trials of bodily life. But His justice reveals the possibility of accomplishing in new existences what they could not do or complete in their first trial. Would it not be in accordance with equity or the goodness of God to strike forever those who may have encountered obstacles to their improvement beyond their own will and in the environment where they find themselves? If man's destiny were irrevocably fixed after his death, God would not have weighed everyone's actions on the same scale and would not have treated them impartially. The doctrine of reincarnation, that is, the one that admits multiple successive existences for man, is the only one that corresponds to the idea we have of God's justice towards people placed in a lower moral condition. It is also the only one that can explain the future and establish our hopes, for it offers us the means to redeem our errors through new trials. This is what reason indicates to us and what the spirits teach us. A man conscious of his inferiority draws comforting hope from the doctrine of reincarnation. If he believes in God's justice, he cannot hope to be eternally equal to all those who have acted better than him. The thought that this inferiority does not forever deprive him of the supreme good, and that he can achieve it through new efforts sustains him and revives his courage. Who, at the end of his course, does not regret having acquired too late an experience from which he can no longer benefit? This late experience is not lost, it will be put to use in a new life. Incarnation in different worlds. Do all our different bodily existences take place on earth? No, not all, but in different worlds. This one below is neither the first nor the last, and is one of the most material and farthest from perfection. Does the soul pass from one world to another with each new bodily existence? Or can it inhabit several in the same place? It can live multiple times on the same globe if it is not sufficiently advanced to move to a higher world. Thus we can reappear several times on earth. We can certainly return there after having lived in other worlds. It is highly likely that you have lived elsewhere and on earth before. Is it necessary to relive on earth? No, but if you do not advance, you may go to another world that is not necessarily better and may even be worse. Is there an advantage to reliving on earth? No particular advantage unless you have a mission there. Then we act as we would in any other place. Would we be happier remaining as spirits? No, because we would be stagnant, and what we want is to move towards God. Can spirits, after incarnating in other worlds, incarnate in this one without ever appearing here before? Yes, all worlds are interconnected. Therefore, what is not achieved in one is achieved in another. There are men on earth for the first time. There are many, and at different degrees. We can recognize signs when a spirit makes its first appearance on earth, but that would be of no use. To attain perfection and the supreme happiness, which is the ultimate goal of all men, must a spirit pass through the channels of all worlds existing in the universe? No, because there are many worlds that are at the same level, and there the spirit would learn nothing new. How then to explain the plurality of existences on the same globe? It is possible that it finds itself in very different positions each time, which offers opportunities to gain experience. Can spirits reincarnate bodily in a world relatively inferior to the one where they have already lived? Yes, when they have a mission to accomplish to help progress. So, They willingly accept the tribulations of this existence as they offer a good path forward. Could this also occur as expiation? Can God not send rebellious spirits into lower worlds? Spirits can remain still, but they do not regress. Thus, their punishment consists of not progressing and starting over with poorly employed existences in an environment suited to their nature. Who needs to repeat the same life? Those who fail in their mission or in the tests set. Are all beings inhabiting each world not reached the same degree of perfection? It's not like on Earth, where there are more and less advanced. Passing from one world to another, does a spirit retain the intelligence it had in the previous one? His intelligence certainly does not get lost, but he may not have the same means to manifest it. It depends on his superiority and the state of the body he takes. Do beings inhabiting different worlds have bodies similar to ours? This envelope is more or less material depending on the degree of purity to which the spirits have attained, which determines the difference between the worlds that we must traverse. Because there are many mansions in our Father's house, and therefore many degrees. Some know it and are aware of it on this earth, while others are not at all. We can know with precision the physical and moral state of the different worlds. We, the spirits, can only answer based on the degree to which you are located. That is, we must not reveal these things to all, because not all are able to understand them, and it would disturb them. As the spirit purifies itself, the body attributed to it also approaches the spiritual nature. Matter becomes less dense, no longer dragging painfully on the surface of the ground. Physical needs are less coarse. Living beings no longer need to destroy themselves to nourish themselves. The spirit is freer and has perceptions of distant things that are not unknown to us. They see through the eyes of the body what we only see through our thoughts. The purification of the spirits brings moral perfection to beings where they are incarnated. Animal passions weaken, and selfishness is replaced by fraternal feeling. Thus, in worlds higher than Earth, wars are unknown, and hate and discord have no place, because no one thinks of harming their fellow beings. The intuition they have of their future, associated with the certainty of. A conscience without remorse makes death cause them no apprehension. They see it coming without fear, as a simple transformation. The duration of life in different worlds seems to be proportional to the degree of physical and moral superiority of these beings. It is perfectly rational, because the less material the body is, the less it is subject to the vicissitudes that disorganize it, and the purer the spirit, the less passions undermine it. It is also a grace of providence that seeks to reduce suffering in this way. Passing from one world to another, does the spirit go through a new childhood? Childhood is everywhere a necessary transition, but it is not as stupid everywhere as in your case. Does the spirit have the possibility of choosing in which new world to live? No, but he can ask for it and can also obtain it if he deserves it, because the worlds are accessible to the spirits only according to their degree of elevation. If the spirit asks for nothing, what determines the world where it will be reincarnated? His degree of elevation. Is the physical and moral state of living beings the same in all worlds? No, the worlds are also subject to the law of progress. All started like yours in a lower state, and even the earth will undergo a similar transformation and become an earthly paradise when men become good. Thus, the races currently inhabiting the earth will disappear one day and will be replaced by others with beings increasingly perfect. These transformed races will succeed the current race, as it succeeded others even coarser. There are worlds where a spirit, after leaving a material body, has as an envelope only the perispirit. Yes, and this same envelope becomes so ethereal to you that it seems not to exist. This is the state of pure spirits. It seems to follow that there is no clear demarcation between the state of the last incarnations and that of the pure spirit. In reality, this demarcation does not exist. The eventual difference gradually fades, becoming imperceptible, as night fades before the first light of day. Is the substance of the perispirit the same on all globes? It is neither more nor less ethereal, because passing from one world to another, the spirit is clothed in the matter proper to each, and its duration is as brief as that of the flash. Do pure spirits inhabit special worlds, or are they in the universal space without being attached to one globe more than another? Pure spirits inhabit certain worlds but are not confined to them, as men on earth can be better in some places than in others. Spirits have only an instinctive existence at their origin and are barely conscious of themselves and their actions. They progressively develop intelligence. 190. What is the state of the soul in its first incarnation? It is the state of infancy in bodily life. Its intelligence has just emerged and is attempting to grasp life. 191. Are the souls of our savages in a state of infancy? A relative infancy. But they are already developed souls. They have passions. Therefore, passions are a sign of development. Yes, but not of perfection. They are a sign of activity and consciousness of being, whereas in the primitive soul, intelligence and life are in a germinal state. The life of a spirit as a whole passes through the same phases that we see in bodily life. It progressively transforms from the state of embryo to that of childhood, and finally, through a succession of periods, achieves the state of adulthood, which is that of perfection. The difference is that there is no decline, unlike in bodily life. Its life, which had a beginning, will have no end. It takes an immense time from the human perspective to pass from the infancy of the spirit to its complete development. Moreover, its progress is not achieved in a single sphere, but by passing through several worlds. Thus, the life of a spirit consists of a series of bodily existences, each being an opportunity for progress. Just as each bodily existence consists of a series of days during which man acquires experience and instruction. But just as in human life, there are days that bear no fruit. In the life of the spirit there are bodily existences without result because they were not properly utilized. 192. Can one in this life, through perfect conduct, pass through all degrees and become a pure spirit without passing through other intermediaries? No, because what man believes to be perfect is far from it. There are qualities unknown to him that he cannot understand. He can be as perfect as his earthly nature allows, but this is not absolute perfection. Similarly, a child, however precocious, must pass through youth before reaching maturity, just as a sick person must pass through convalescence before fully regaining health. Likewise, the spirit must advance in knowledge and morality, and if it has progressed only in one direction, it must progress in another to reach the summit of the staircase. For the more man advances in his current life, the shorter and less painful are the subsequent trials. Can man guarantee at least a future existence less bitter in this life? Yes, he can certainly shorten the length and difficulty of the path, only the imprudent remains always at the same point. 193. Can a man, in his new existences, fall lower than his social position? Yes, as a man, no. 194. Can the soul of a good man, in a new incarnation, animate the body of a scoundrel? No, because it cannot degenerate. Can the soul of a wicked man become that of a good man? Yes, if it has repented, it is a reward. The spirits of men are progressive and never retrograde. They ascend gradually in the hierarchy and do not descend from the rank they have attained in their various bodily existences. They may descend as men, but not as spirits. Thus, the soul of a powerful man on earth may later animate that of the humblest artisan, and vice versa, because the ranks among men are often inversely proportional to the elevation of moral sentiments. Herod was a king, and Jesus was a carpenter. 195. Does the possibility of improving in another existence not encourage some people to persist in a bad path, thinking they can always correct themselves later? Those who think so believe in nothing. Even the idea of eternal punishment does not restrain them, as their reason rejects it, and this idea leads them to disbelief in all things. 196. Can an imperfect spirit think as you say during its bodily life? Yes, but once liberated from matter, it thinks differently. It quickly realizes that it made a wrong calculation, and it is then that it experiences a sentiment contrary to its new existence. This is how progress is made, and this is why there are men on earth who are more advanced than others. Some already have an experience that others do not yet possess, but which they will acquire gradually. Their progression or indefinite delay depends on them. 197. Since spirits can only improve by passing through the trials of bodily existence, it follows that material life is a sort of stage or purgatory through which beings from the spiritual world must pass to attain perfection. Yes, they improve through these trials by avoiding evil and practicing good, but it is only after several incarnations or successive purifications that they reach, in a more or less long time, and according to their efforts, the goal they desire. 198. Does the body influence the spirit to improve, or is it the spirit that influences the body? Your spirit is everything, your body is just a decaying envelope. That's all. We find a material comparison of the different degrees of soul purification in the process of the vine, containing a liquid called spirit or alcohol, but weakened by a series of foreign matters that alter its essence. It reaches absolute purity only after several distillations, during which some impurities are removed. The alembic is the body in which it must enter to purify itself. The foreign matter is similar to the perispirit, which purifies itself as the spirit approaches perfection. 197. The fate of children after death. The spirit of a child who died in infancy is as advanced as an adult, sometimes even much more so because it may have lived much longer and gained more experience, especially if it has progressed. Can the spirit of a child be more advanced than that of its father? Yes, this is very common. Do you not see this often yourselves on earth? 198. Do they belong to higher degrees? A child who dies in infancy without having done evil has also not done good, and God does not exempt him from the trials he must undergo. If he is pure, it is not because he is a child, but because he is more advanced. 199. Why is life often interrupted in childhood? The duration of a child's life may be for the spirit incarnated in him the end of an uninterrupted existence before the desired term. His death is often a trial or expiation for the parents. What happens to the spirit of a child who dies in infancy? It begins a new existence. If man had only one existence, and if his future destiny were fixed for all eternity after that, what merit would there be for half of humankind that dies in infancy, to enjoy eternal happiness effortlessly? And what right would he have to free himself from conditions that are often imposed so harshly on the other half? Such an order of things cannot be in accordance with the justice of God. For reincarnation is equal for all. The future belongs to all without exception and without favoring anyone. Those who arrive last are only guilty of themselves. Man must attribute the merit of his actions to himself, for he is responsible for them. Moreover, it is not reasonable to consider childhood as a normal state of innocence. Do we not see children endowed with the worst instincts at an age when education has not yet been able to exert its influence? Do we not see children who seem to bring with them from birth cunning, deceit, perfidy, even the instinct of theft and murder, despite the good examples around them? Civil law qualifies their offences by saying they acted without discernment. It is right. They act more instinctively than deliberately. But where can these instincts come from, so different in children of the same age, raised in the same conditions and subjected to the same influences? Where does this early perversion come from, if not from the inferiority of the spirit, for education has nothing to do with it? Those who are vicious are so because their spirit has progressed less, and thus they suffer the consequences not of their acts as a child, but of their previous existences. Thus the law is equal for all, and the justice of God reaches everyone. Do spirits have a gender as you conceive it? Gender depends on organization. There is love and sympathy among them, but based on similarities of feelings. 201. Can the spirit that animated the body of a man in a new existence animate that of a woman and vice versa? Yes, it is the same spirits that animate men and women. 202. When one is a spirit, is it preferable to incarnate in the body of a man or a woman? It matters little. To the spirit it is chosen according to the trials it must undergo. Spirits incarnate as men or women because they have no gender, as they must progress in everything. Each sex, like each social position, offers them special trials and duties, as well as the opportunity to acquire experience. One who would always be a man would know only what men know. 203. Do parents transmit part of their soul to their children, or do they merely give them an animal life to which a new soul is subsequently added as moral life? Only the animal life, for the soul is indivisible. A foolish father cannot have spiritually advanced children, and vice versa, it cannot be otherwise. The succession of bodily existences establishes links between spirits that go back to our previous existences, hence often causes of sympathy between you and certain spirits who seem strange to you. 205. For some people, the doctrine of reincarnation seems to destroy family ties by tracing them back beyond the current existence. Is this so? It extends them, but does not destroy them, for the bond of kinship is based on previous affections. The ties uniting members of the same family are less precarious. The duties of fraternity increase, for in your neighbor or in your servant, there may be a spirit linked to you by ties of blood. But this diminishes the importance that some people attach to their lineage, for a spirit may have had a father belonging to a completely different race, or having lived in a completely different condition. That's true. But this importance is based on pride. What most people honor in their ancestors are titles, rank, and fortune. Some would blush to have had an honest cobbler as an ancestor, while others would boast of descending from a libertine knight. But whatever they say or do, they cannot prevent things from being as they are, for God has not regulated the laws of nature for his vanity. 206. It follows, therefore, that the bond of kinship between the spirits of descendants of the same family does not exist, and the worship of ancestors is something ridiculous, isn't it? No, for one should be happy to belong to a family where spirits of high degree have incarnated. Even if spirits do not come from each other, they do not have less affection for those who are related to them by family ties, for these spirits are often drawn into one family or another due to sympathy or previous ties. Their merit is reflected in you only to the extent that you strive to follow the good examples they have given you. Only then can your memory be not only pleasant for them, but even useful. 207. Do parents often have a physical resemblance to their children? They also transmit a moral similarity, not because they have different souls or spirits. The body comes from the body, but the spirit does not come from the spirit. Among descendants of the race there is only consanguinity. Where does the moral similarity that sometimes exists between parents and their children come from? From sympathetic spirits drawn together by the similarity of their inclinations. 208. Does the spirit of parents influence the spirit of children after birth? Yes, this is very important. As we have said, spirits must work together for the progress of each. It is therefore the duty of the spirit of parents to develop the spirit of their children through education. It is a task for them, and if they fail in it, they are guilty. 209. Because good and virtuous parents give birth to children of perverse nature. In other words, because the good qualities of parents do not always attract by sympathy a good spirit to animate their child. An evil spirit may request good parents, hoping that their counsel will guide it to a better path, and often God entrusts it to them. 210. Can parents with their thoughts and prayers attract into the child's body a good spirit and not a lower spirit? No, but they can improve the spirit of the child they have begotten and entrusted. It is their duty. Bad children are a trial for parents. 211. Where does the characteristic similarity observed between two brothers come from, especially among twins? From sympathetic spirits who come together due to the similarity of their feelings and who are happy to be together. 212. In children whose bodies are fused and who have certain organs in common, are there two spirits, that is, two souls? Yes, but their similarity is often one in their eyes. 213. Since spirits incarnate in twins out of sympathy, where does the rivalry sometimes seen between them come from? It is not a rule that twins have only sympathetic spirits. Malevolent spirits may want to struggle together on the stage of life. 214. What about stories of children fighting in the maternal womb, metaphors to depict that their hatred was innate and dated back before their birth? In general, poetic figures are not taken into account enough. 215. Where does the distinctive character noticed in each people come from? Spirits also have families formed by the similarity of their inclinations, more or less refined according to their elevation, and thus a people is a large family where solidary spirits come together. The tendency of members of these families to come together is the origin of the similarity that exists in the distinctive character of each people. Do you think that good and humane spirits would seek out a harsh and coarse people? Spirits sympathize with the masses, as with individuals. They are in their environment. 216. Does man retain traces of the moral character of his previous existences in his new existences? Yes, this can happen. But as he improves, his social status may also be different. If he becomes a slave, his tastes will be very different, and it will be difficult for him to recognize himself. Given that the spirit is the same in various incarnations, its manifestations can have certain analogies from one to the other, modified, however. He must nevertheless experience a change due to the habits of his new position, which does not happen before notable improvement completely modifies his character. For from proud and bad, one can also move to humble and humane if there is true repentance. 217. Does man retain traces of the physical character of his previous existences in his various incarnations? The body is destroyed, and the new has no connection to the old. However, the spirit is reflected in the body. Indeed, the body is only matter, but despite that, it is shaped according to the abilities of the spirit, which gives it a certain character primarily in appearance. It is true that the eyes have been designated as the mirror of the soul, that is, the figure that most particularly reflects the soul. Thus, an excessively ugly person nevertheless has something pleasant when he is the envelope of a good, wise, and humane spirit, while there are very beautiful figures that evoke no feeling, even repulsion. One might believe that only well-formed bodies are the envelope of the most perfect spirits, while every day you meet good men under deformed external appearances. Without a pronounced resemblance or similarity of tastes and inclinations, one can give what is called a family air. The body that the soul puts on in a new incarnation has no necessary connection to the one it left, for it can come from a completely different lineage. It would be absurd to conclude that there is a succession of existences from a similarity that is purely fortuitous. However, the qualities of a spirit often modify the organs that serve its manifestation and give a distinctive stamp to the figure, even to the whole of manners. Thus, under the humblest envelope, one can find the expression of greatness and dignity, while under the trappings of a grand lord, one can sometimes see baseness and ignominy. Some people from the lowest dispositions effortlessly adopt the habits and manners of high society, as if they found their element there, while others, despite their birth and education, are always out of place. How to explain this fact if not as a reflection of what the spirit has been? Innate ideas. 18. Does the incarnated spirit not retain some trace of the perceptions it has had and the knowledge it has acquired in its previous existences? It remains with a vague memory, which gives rise to what are called innate ideas. So, the theory of innate ideas is not a chimera. No, the knowledge acquired in each existence is not lost. The spirit, liberated from matter, always remembers it. During its incarnation, it may momentarily forget some, but the intuition that remains helps it to progress. Otherwise, it would have to start over with each new existence. The spirit takes its starting point from where it left off in its previous existence, so there must be a great connection between two successive existences. It is not always as great as one might think, because the situations are often very different, and in the meantime, the spirit may have progressed. 219. What is the origin of the extraordinary faculties of individuals who, without prior study, seem to have an intuition of certain knowledge such as languages, calculation, etc. Memory of the past, previous progress of the soul, but of which it is not aware. Where do these faculties come from? The body changes, but the spirit does not change, even if it changes its clothing. 220. Can some intellectual faculties be lost when changing bodies, for example, by losing the taste for the arts? Yes, if this intelligence has been profaned, or if it has been put to bad use. A faculty can also remain dormant during an existence because the spirit wishes to exercise another faculty that is unrelated to it. In this case, it remains latent to reappear later. 221. Is there a retrospective memory to which man owes everything? Even in the wild state, the instinctive feeling of the existence of God and the intuition of future life are a memory that he has retained from what he knew as a spirit before incarnating, but pride tends to stifle this feeling. It is this same memory that certain beliefs related to the Spiritist doctrine are found among all peoples. This doctrine is as ancient as the world, which is why it is found everywhere, and this is evidence that it is true. The incarnated spirit, retaining the intuition of its spiritual state, has an instinctive awareness of the invisible world, but it is often distorted by prejudices and ignorance, mingling with superstition. Chapter 5. Considerations on the Plurality of Existences, 222. The doctrine of reincarnation, some say, is not new. It was resurrected from Pythagoras. We have never said that the Spiritist doctrine was a modern invention. Esotericism, being a law of nature, has existed since the beginning of time. We have always striven to demonstrate that traces of it can be found in the highest antiquity. Pythagoras, as we know, was not the author of the system of metempsychosis. He took it from Indian philosophers and the Egyptians, where it had existed since time immemorial. The idea of transmigration of souls was thus a common belief accepted by the most eminent men. How did it come to them? By revelation or intuition, we do not know. But in any case, an idea does not cross time and is not accepted by enlightened minds without having some serious aspect to it. The antiquity of this doctrine would be rather a proof than an objection. However, as is well known, there is this great difference between the metempsychosis of the ancients and the modern doctrine of reincarnation, that spirits reject in the most absolute manner the transmigration of man into animals and vice versa. By teaching the dogma of the plurality of bodily existences, spirits thus renew a doctrine that originated in the earliest ages of the world and has been preserved until today in the inner thought of many peoples. But they present it from a more rational perspective, more in line with the progressive laws of nature and more in harmony with the wisdom of the Creator, stripping it of all the superstitions accessories. One noteworthy circumstance is that it has not only been taught in this book in recent times. Even before its publication, many communications of the same nature have been obtained in several countries, and since then they have multiplied considerably. Perhaps it would be opportune to examine here why all spirits do not seem to agree on this point. We will return to this later. Let us examine the question from another angle and set aside any intervention from spirits, leaving them aside for a moment. Suppose that this theory is not their invention. Let us even suppose that spirits have never been mentioned. Let us place ourselves momentarily on neutral ground, admitting the same degree of probability for both hypotheses, namely the plurality and unity of bodily existences, and let us see which way reason and our own interest lean. Some people reject the idea of reincarnation for the sole reason that it does not suit them, saying that they have already had enough of one existence and would not want to begin another. We know that there are others who are indignant at the idea of returning to earth. Just ask them a question. If they believe that God followed their advice and consulted their preferences in regulating the universe, if they believe that it is possible to choose, even against their will, what they will have to experience. They may be upset, but they will have to endure it. God will not ask for their permission. It is like hearing a sick person say, "I have already suffered enough today, I do not want to suffer more tomorrow." Yet, regardless of their state of mind, they will suffer no less tomorrow and in the days to come until they heal. So, if they must return to corporeal life, They will reincarnate. They may revolt like a child who does not want to go to school, or a condemned person to prison, but they will have to endure it. Such objections are too childish to deserve further consideration. They should know that the condition of this new existence depends on them. It will be happy or unhappy depending on what they have done here, and they can elevate themselves so much in this life that they should not fear falling back into the mire. Let us suppose that we are addressing those who believe in some kind of future life after death, and not those who consider nothingness as a prospect or wish to merge their souls into a universal whole without individuality, like raindrops in the ocean. If you believe in any kind of future, you undoubtedly do not admit that it will be the same for everyone, because otherwise, what would be the point of goodness? Why limit oneself? Why not satisfy all your desires even at the expense of others, since it would be no more or less? Do you believe that this future will be more or less happy, or unhappy depending on what we have done during life? Then, you desire to be as happy as possible because it must last forever. By chance, do you claim to be one of the most perfect men who have ever existed on earth, and therefore entitled to the supreme happiness of the chosen? We do not admit that there are better men who have a right to a better place without their being reprobates. Well, let's imagine this intermediate situation for a moment. Suppose someone comes to us and says, "You are suffering. You are not as happy as you could be, while there are beings before you who enjoy unmatched happiness. Do you want to change your position to be like theirs?" Without a doubt, we would say, "What should I do?" To which they would reply, "Nothing less than nothing. Redo what you did wrong and try to do better." Would you hesitate to start over even at the cost of several trial lives? Now, let's take a more prosaic comparison. If a man, without being in the depths of misery, experienced privations due to the mediocrity of his resources, and someone were to tell him, "Here is immense wealth that you can have, but you must work hard for 1 minute." Even if this man were the laziest on earth, he would say without hesitation, "Let's work for 1 minute, 2 minutes, an hour, a day if necessary. What does it matter compared to finishing my life in abundance?" But what is the duration of corporeal life compared to eternity? Less than 1 minute and less than a second. We have heard this reasoning. God, who is supremely good, cannot impose on man a series of miseries and tribulations. Would we find more kindness in condemning man to perpetual suffering for a few moments of error than in giving him the means to rectify his faults? For example, 2 manufacturers each had a worker who could aspire to become a partner with the chief. But it happened that these 2 workers wasted their day very badly and deserved to be dismissed. One of the manufacturers, despite his pleas, dismissed his worker, who, finding no work, died in poverty. The other said to his worker, "You lost a day, you owe me one in compensation. You did your job poorly, you owe me the repair. I allow you to redo it. Try to do it correctly and I will keep you, and you can always aspire to the highest position I promised you." It is necessary to ask which of the 2 manufacturers would be the more humane. Would it be God, mercy itself, more inexorable than a man? Thinking that our destiny is fixed forever by a few years of trial, although it has not always depended on us to achieve perfection on earth, is something anxiety-provoking, while the opposite idea is eminently comforting. It leaves us hope thus, without us declaring for or against the plurality of existences. Without admitting one hypothesis over the other, we say that if we could choose, no one would prefer an unappealable judgment. A philosopher once said that if God did not exist, it would be necessary to invent him for the happiness of mankind. The same could be said of the plurality of existences, but as we have said, God does not ask for our permission. He does not consult our tastes. It is either this or it is not. Let us see on which side the probabilities lean, and let us approach the subject from another angle, always setting aside the teachings of the spirits and only as a philosophical study. If reincarnation does not exist, there is only one bodily existence, which is self-evident. If our current bodily existence is the only one, every person's soul is created at birth, unless we admit the precedence of the soul, in which case we should wonder what the soul was before birth. If this state did not constitute an existence in one form or another, there is no middle term. Either the soul existed, or it did not exist before the body. If it existed, what was its situation? Was it self-aware? If it was not self-aware, it was more or less as if it did not exist. If it had individuality, was it progressive or stationary? In either case, to what extent did it join with the body? Let us suppose, according to common belief, that the soul comes into existence with the body, or in other words, that before its incarnation, it only has negative faculties. We will then pose the following questions. Why does the soul present such diverse attitudes independently of ideas acquired through education? Where does the intrinsic inclination of some children at a young age towards particular arts or sciences come from, while others remain inferior or mediocre throughout their lives? Where do some people derive innate or intuitive ideas that do not exist in others? Where do certain children get these initial instincts of vices or virtues, these innate feelings of dignity or baseness that contrast with their birth environment? Why are some men, regardless of their education, more advanced than others? Why are there savages and civilized people? If you take a child born in a tent and educate them in our most renowned universities, will they ever become a Laplace or a Newton? We wonder what philosophy or theosophy could solve these problems. Are souls at birth equal or unequal? There is no doubt if they are equal, why such diverse attitudes? It will be said that it depends on the organism. But then, this is the most monstrous and immoral doctrine. Man is just a machine, the plaything of matter. He is no longer responsible for his actions. He can blame everything on his physical imperfections. If there are inequalities, it is because God created them that way. But then, why this innate superiority in some? Is this partiality consistent with his justice and equal love for all his creatures? Suppose, on the contrary, a succession of previous and progressive existences, and everything becomes clear. Souls are more or less advanced, according to the number of existences they have passed through, according to the distance they have traveled from the starting point. Just as in a gathering of individuals of all ages, each will have a development proportional to the number of years lived. Successive existences are to the life of the soul what years are to the life of the body. Suppose a veil is thrown over all the days that have passed, and in your ignorance you believe that everyone was born on the same day. You would naturally wonder why some are tall and others small, some old and others young, some educated and others still ignorant. God, in his justice, could not create more or less perfect souls, but with the plurality of existences, the inequality we see is no longer contrary to the strictest equity. It is just that we see only the present and not the past. This reasoning is based on a system, on a gratuitous assumption. We do not start from a clear and indisputable fact, the inequality of abilities and intellectual and moral development. We then find this fact inexplicable by all current theories, while the explanation is simple, natural, and logical by another theory. Is it rational to prefer what does not explain over what does explain? As for the sixth question, undoubtedly it will be said that the Lotentote belongs to an inferior race. Then we will ask whether the Ostentote is a man or not. If he is a man, why did God deny him, along with his race, the privileges granted to the Caucasian race? If he is not a man, why try to convert him to Christianity? The Spiritist doctrine is broader than all this. For it, there are not several species of men, but only men whose spirits are more or less backward, yet capable of progress. Is this not more in line with God's justice? We have just seen the soul in its past and present. If we consider it in its future, we encounter the same difficulties. If our current existence is the only one to determine our future destiny, what is the respective position of the savage and the civilized man in the future life? Are they at the same level or very distant in the sum of eternal happiness? Is the man who has worked all his life to improve himself equal to the man who has remained in inferior conditions, not by his fault, but because he did not have the time or opportunity to rise? Is he responsible for the state of affairs that did not depend on him, a man who does wrong because he was not capable of educating himself? For every enlightened person, there are millions who die every day before receiving the light. What is their destiny? Are they treated as reprobates? And if not, what have they done to deserve to be at the same level as others? What is the fate of children who die at a young age before they can do good or evil? If they are among the elect, why do they receive this favor without having done anything to deserve it? By what privileges are they freed from the tribulations of life? Is there a doctrine that can solve these questions and that admits successive existences where everything is explained according to God's justice? If Spiritism suggests that what we cannot accomplish in one existence, we achieve in another, then no one escapes the law of progress and each will be rewarded according to their real merit. No one is excluded from supreme happiness and what they can rightfully claim, regardless of the obstacles encountered along their path. These questions could be multiplied infinitely. Psychological and moral problems find their solution only in the plurality of countless existences. We have limited ourselves to the most general ones for now. In any case, it can be said that the doctrine of reincarnation is not accepted by the Church. It would therefore be a reversal of religion. It is not our intention to address this issue at the moment. It is not enough to have shown that it is eminently moral and rational. What is moral and rational cannot be contrary to a religion that proclaims God as goodness and reason par excellence. What would have become of religion if, against universal opinion and the testimony of science, it had stiffened against evidence and rejected from its midst those who did not believe in the movement of the sun or in the 6 days of creation? What credibility would a religion founded on manifest errors given as articles of faith have had, and what authority would it have had among enlightened peoples? When evidence is demonstrated, the Church has wisely aligned itself with the evidence. If it is demonstrated that things that exist are impossible without reincarnation, if certain points of doctrine can only be explained by this means, then we must admit that the antagonism between this doctrine and these dogmas is only apparent. Later, we will show that religion may be less distant from it than we think, and that it would suffer no more for it than it did for the discovery of the movement of the earth, and geological periods which, at first glance, seem to contradict sacred texts. The principle of reincarnation appears in several passages of the Scriptures and is explicitly formulated in the Gospel. After descending from the mountain following the Transfiguration, Jesus ordered them, saying, "Tell no one the vision until the Son of Man is raised from the dead." Then his disciples asked him, saying, "Why do the scribes say that Elijah must come first?" But Jesus answered them, "Indeed, Elijah is coming and will restore all things. But I say to you that Elijah has already come, and they did not recognize him, but did to him whatever they wished. So also the Son of Man will suffer at their hands." Then the disciples understood that he was speaking to them of John the Baptist. Matthew chapter 17. Since John the Baptist was Elijah, the spirit or soul of Elijah reincarnated into the body of John the Baptist. Whatever the opinion on incarnation, whether accepted or not, it must be accepted as existing despite any contrary belief. The teaching of the spirits is eminently Christian. It rests on the immortality of the soul, on future punishments and rewards, on the justice of God, on the free will of man, and on the morality of Christ. For this reason it is not anti-religious. We have reasoned, as we have said, outside of any Spiritist teaching, which for some is not authoritative. If we, and so many others, have adopted the opinion of the plurality of existences, it is not only because it comes from the spirits, but because it seems logical, and because it is the only one that resolves questions that remain insoluble so far. If it had come to us from a mere mortal, we would have adopted it in the same way and would not have hesitated to abandon our own ideas, because as long as an error is demonstrated, self-love has more to lose than to gain by persisting in a false idea. Similarly, we would have rejected it if it came from the spirits and seemed contrary to reason, just as we have rejected many others, because we know from experience that we must not blindly accept everything that comes from them, just as we do not accept everything that comes from men. Its first claim to us is therefore above all to be logical. It has another claim, that of being confirmed by positive material facts that can be revealed by a careful and reasoned study to those who take the trouble to observe with patience and perseverance, and before which it is no longer permissible to doubt when these facts become popular, like those of the formation and movement of the earth. We must face the evidence, and opponents will have enough to contradict. Let us therefore recognize in summary that the doctrine of the plurality of existences explains by itself what is inexplicable without it, that it is eminently consoling and in accordance with the most rigorous justice, and that it is for man the anchor of salvation that God has given him in his mercy. Jesus' own words leave no doubt about this. Here is what we read in the Gospel according to St. John, chapter 3. Jesus answered Nicodemus and said to him, in truth, I say to you, unless someone is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. To which Nicodemus said to him, How can a man be born again when he is old? Can he enter his mother's womb and be born a second time? Jesus answered, Truly, truly, I say to you, unless someone is born of water and the Spirit, he cannot enter the kingdom of God. What is born of flesh is flesh, and what is born of the Spirit is spirit. Do not be amazed that I said to you, You must be born again. See further the article on the resurrection of the flesh, number 1010, chapter 6, Spiritual Life. 1. Wandering spirits. 2. Transitional worlds. 3. Perceptions, sensations, and sufferings of spirits. 4. A theoretical essay on the sensation of spirits. 5. Choice of trials. 6. Relations from beyond the grave. 7. Relations of sympathy and antipathy of spirits' eternal halves. 8. Memory of corporeal existence. 9. Commemoration of the dead funerals. Wandering spirits. 223. Does the soul reincarnate immediately after the separation from the body? Sometimes it is immediate, but most often it is after more or less long intervals. In higher worlds, reincarnation is almost always immediate. Since corporeal matter is less gross, the incarnated spirit enjoys there almost all its spiritual faculties. Its normal state is that of lucid sleepwalkers. 224. What happens to the soul during the interval between incarnations? The wandering spirit who desires a new destiny devotes itself to waiting. The duration of these intervals can vary, ranging from a few hours to several thousand centuries. On the other hand, there is no definite limit assigned to the state of waiting, which can extend for a long time. However, it is never perpetual. The spirit always remembers, sooner or later, that it must begin a new existence to purify its previous existences. This time is subject to the spirit's will or can be imposed as an expiation. It is a consequence of free will. Spirits know perfectly well what they are doing, but there are also those for whom it is a punishment inflicted by God. There are also others who request to prolong it, to pursue studies that can only be successfully pursued in the spirit state. Is the condition of a wandering spirit a sign of inferiority of spirit? No, because there are wandering spirits of all degrees. Incarnation is a transient state, as we have said, and in its normal state, the spirit is always free from matter. Can we say that all spirits who are not incarnated are wandering? Those who need to reincarnate, yes, but pure spirits who have reached perfection are not wandering. That is already their definitive state. Regarding their inner qualities, spirits are of different orders or degrees, progressing successively through each as they purify themselves. As for their state, they can be united with a body, that is, incarnated, or wandering, meaning free from the material body and awaiting a new incarnation to perfect themselves. Finally, there are pure spirits, meaning perfect, and not needing incarnation. How do wandering spirits educate themselves? Do they do it the same way as us? They study their past and seek ways to elevate themselves. They see and observe what happens in the places they visit, listen to the speeches of knowledgeable humans and the opinions of higher spirits than themselves. This gives them ideas they did not have before. Do spirits retain some human passions? Elevated spirits, upon shedding their envelope, leave behind negative passions and retain only the desire for good, but inferior spirits retain them. Otherwise, they would be spirits of the first order. Why do spirits, upon leaving Earth, not leave behind all their negative passions? There are people on Earth who are excessively jealous. Do you think they lose this flaw as soon as they leave here? Especially for those who had strong passions, there remains a kind of atmosphere that envelops them and leaves them with all these evils. The spirit is not entirely free, and only occasionally manages to glimpse the truth, and therefore the right path. Does the spirit progress when wandering? It can greatly improve itself in this state, always according to its will and desire. But it is exclusively in the corporeal existence that it can put into practice the new ideas it has acquired. Are wandering spirits happy or unhappy? This varies according to their merit. Some suffer from passions they initially could not rid themselves of, while others are happy according to how much or how little they are disincarnated. During the wandering state, the spirit perceives what it lacks to be happier. It then seeks ways to achieve this, but it is not always permitted to reincarnate as desired, which then becomes a punishment. Can wandering spirits travel to all worlds? When a spirit has left its body, it is not completely liberated from matter. It continues to belong to the world in which it lived, or to a world of the same level, unless it has elevated itself during its life. The latter is the objective toward which every spirit must aspire, otherwise it would never manage to perfect itself. During the wandering state, one can visit certain higher worlds, but it is as if one were a stranger there. One only has a vision of these worlds based on what is expected, in order to see flourish the desire to improve oneself, and thus become worthy of the happiness lived in these higher worlds. Later, do already purified spirits often visit lower worlds? They go there to help progress. Without them, these worlds would remain alone, without a guide to direct them. These are transitional worlds. There exist, as mentioned, worlds that serve as stages and resting places for wandering spirits. Yes, there are worlds specifically assigned to wandering beings, worlds where they can temporarily reside. These are a kind of bivouac, a camp to rest from prolonged wandering. This state is always somewhat painful. They are intermediate positions between other worlds, graded according to the nature of the spirits that can go there. In these worlds, they enjoy a moderate well-being. Do spirits inhabiting these worlds have the ability to leave them at will? Yes, they can leave to go wherever they need to. Are transitional worlds perpetual and inherently assigned to wandering spirits? Their position is only temporary. These worlds are inhabited simultaneously by corporeal beings. The surface is barren because those who inhabit it have no need for anything. This sterility is permanent and is due to their special nature. These transitional worlds must therefore lack natural beauty for those who inhabit them. Nature manifests itself to them through the beauties of immensity, which are no less admirable than what you call natural beauties. Since the state of these worlds is transitional, does our earth belong to them? Yes, it was part of them. When was this? During its formation. Nothing is useless in nature. Everything has a purpose, a destination. Nothing is empty because everything is inhabited and life is everywhere. Thus, during the long series of centuries preceding the appearance of man on Earth, during those slow periods of transformation attested by geological layers, even before the formation of the first organic beings, in that shapeless mass, in that arid chaos where elements were merging, there was no absence of life. Beings without our needs or physical sensations found refuge here. God wanted even in this imperfect state for the earth to serve a purpose. Who would dare then to say that among the billions of worlds circulating in immensity, one alone, one of the smallest, lost in the multitude, had the exclusive privilege of being populated? What purpose would the others serve? Did God create them just for the pleasure of our eyes? This is an absurd assumption, incompatible with the wisdom evident in all his works, and unacceptable when considering all those we cannot see. No one will argue that there is something grand and sublime in the idea of worlds still unfit for material life, yet populated by beings suitable for such an environment. Once in the world of spirits, does the soul retain the perceptions it had when alive, as well as others it did not possess, because its body was like a veil hiding them? Intelligence is an attribute of the spirit, but it manifests more freely when not bound by the chains of matter. Are the perceptions and knowledge of spirits indefinite, meaning they know all things? The closer they are to perfection, the more they know. If they are superior spirits, they know much. Inferior spirits are more or less ignorant of things. Do spirits understand time as we do? This is why they do not always understand us when it comes to setting dates or schedules. Spirits live outside time as we understand it. Duration cancels out for them, and centuries so long for us are in their eyes only moments vanishing into eternity, just as the inequalities of the ground vanish and disappear for one who rises in space. Do spirits have a more precise and just idea of the present than we do, just as a person with clear vision has a more accurate idea of things than a blind person? Spirits see what you do not see, so they judge differently from you, but again, this depends on their elevation. How do spirits have knowledge of the past? Is this knowledge limitless for them? The past, when they deal with it, is present, just as remembering something that struck you during your exile. But since we no longer have the material veil that obscured your intelligence, we remember things that fade for you. However, spirits do not know everything from their creation, only from that moment. Do spirits know the future? This depends on their perfection. Often, they only glimpse it, but they are not always allowed to reveal it. When they see it, it resembles the present. Spirits see the future more clearly as they approach God. After death, the soul sees and embraces at a glance its past migrations, but it cannot see what God has prepared for it. For that, it must be entirely with Him. Spirits who have attained absolute perfection have complete knowledge of the future, but complete is not the word. Only God possesses wisdom, for He is the supreme master, and no one can equal Him. Do spirits see God? Only superior spirits see and understand Him. Inferior spirits feel and guess Him. When a lower spirit says that God forbids or allows something, how does it know it comes from Him? It does not see God, but it feels His sovereignty. And when something must not be done, a word must not be said, it feels an intuition, an invisible warning not to do it. Do you not have your own premonitions that are like secret warnings to do or not to do something? It's the same for us, but to a higher degree, because you understand that the essence of spirits is subtler than yours and can better receive divine warnings. Order is transmitted directly by God or through other spirits. It does not come directly from God, because to communicate with Him, one must be worthy. God transmits His orders through superior spirits in perfection and instruction. Vision among spirits is circumscribed as it is among corporeal beings. It does not reside within them. Spirits need light to see. They see by themselves and do not require external light. For them, there is no darkness except that which they may find themselves in due to expiation. Do spirits need to transport themselves to see in two different places? For example, they can simultaneously see on two hemispheres of the globe. Since a spirit transports itself with the speed of thought, it can be said to see everywhere at once. Their thoughts can radiate and be carried simultaneously to several different points. But this faculty depends on their purity. The less refined the spirit, the more limited its vision. Only superior spirits can embrace everything. The ability to see among spirits is an inherent property of their nature, residing throughout their being, just as light resides in all parts of a luminous body. It's a kind of universal lucidity that extends to everything, embracing space, time, and things, for which there are no darkness or material obstacles. In humans, since vision is produced by the action of an organ struck by light, without light, one is in darkness. In a spirit, the faculty of seeing is an attribute of itself, independent of any external agent. Vision is independent of light. Spirits see things as clearly, if not more clearly than we do, because their vision penetrates what you cannot penetrate, and nothing obscures it. Do spirits perceive sounds? Yes, they perceive things that your dull senses cannot perceive. The faculty of hearing is part of their entire being, just like sight. All perceptions are attributes of the spirit and are part of its being. When clad in a material body, these perceptions reach them only through the channel of organs. But in the state of spiritual freedom, they are no longer focused. Given that perceptions are attributes of the spirit itself, it is possible for Spirit B to avoid them and hear only what it wants to see and hear. This is generally said, especially for high-grade spirits, because those who are imperfect often hear and see involuntarily what can be useful for their improvement. Are spirits sensitive to music? You refer to your music, which is compared to celestial music, to that harmony that nothing on earth can give an idea of. One is to the other as the song of the savage is to the sweet melody. However, vulgar spirits may feel a certain pleasure in listening to your music, as they are not yet capable of understanding more sublime music. Music has countless charms for spirits, as their sensory faculties are highly developed. By this I mean celestial music, which is everything that the spiritual imagination can conceive of as more beautiful and sweeter. Are spirits sensitive to the beauties of nature? The beauties of the globe's nature are so different from one another that they are far from being known. If they are sensitive to them, it depends on their ability to appreciate and understand them. But for elevated spirits, there are overarching beauties before which the detailed beauties pale. This is true. Do spirits experience our physical needs and sufferings? They know them because they have undergone them, but they do not feel them materially like you. They are spirits. Do spirits feel fatigue and the need to rest? They cannot feel fatigue as you understand it, and thus do not need physical rest, because they have no organs whose strengths need repairing. But the spirit rests in the sense that it is not always in activity. Its action is entirely intellectual, and its rest entirely moral, meaning there are moments when its thought ceases to be as active and does not direct itself toward any particular object. This is true rest, but it is not comparable to that of a material body. The type of fatigue that spirits may feel is in proportion to their inferiority. As the higher they are, the less they need rest. When a spirit says that it suffers, what kind of suffering does it experience? It is a moral anguish that tortures it more painfully than physical suffering. Why then do spirits complain of feeling cold or heat? This is often a comparison by which, for lack of better expression, they convey their situation when they remember their bodies. They feel a kind of impression as when one removes a coat and still believes they are wearing it for some time afterward. This is a theoretical experience on sensation among spirits. The body is the instrument of pain, and if not the principal cause, at least the intermediary cause. The soul has the perception of this pain. This perception can be very painful, but it cannot have any physical action. Indeed, neither cold nor heat can disorganize the soul's tissues. The soul cannot freeze or burn. We do not see every day that the memory or fear of a physical ailment actually produces reality, potentially causing death. Everyone knows that amputees feel pain in the limb that no longer exists. Certainly, it is not the limb itself that is the seat, nor even the starting point of pain. The brain has retained the impression. Thus, we can believe that there is something analogous in the sufferings of the spirit after death, a more detailed study of the perispirit that plays such an important role in all spiritist phenomena, from vaporous or tangible appearances to the state of the spirit at the moment of death, of the idea so frequent in it that it is always alive, of the striking tableau of suicides, supplicants, individuals absorbed in material pleasures, and numerous other facts that have illuminated this issue and have given rise to explanations of which we provide a summary here. The perispirit is the link that connects the spirit to the body's matter. It is extracted from the surrounding medium, the universal fluid. It is both electricity, magnetic fluid, and to a certain extent, inert matter. It can be said to be the quintessence of matter. It is the principle of organic life, but not of intellectual life. Intellectual life resides in the spirit. Furthermore, it is the agent of external sensations in the body. These sensations are localized by the organs that serve as a channel. When the body is destroyed, the sensations are general. Thus, a spirit does not say it suffers more in the head than in the feet. Moreover, it is necessary to avoid confusing the sensations of the perispirit, when independent, with those of the body. We can only consider the latter as a term of comparison and not as an analogy. When spirits are freed from the body, they must suffer. But this suffering is not of the body. However, it is not exclusively moral suffering like remorse, as spirits complain of cold and heat. They do not suffer more in winter than in summer. Therefore, the pain they feel is not proper physical pain. It is a vague and intimate sensation that the spirit itself does not always fully account for, precisely because the pain is not localized and is not produced by external agents. It is rather a memory than a reality, but a memory sometimes as painful with something more that we will see. Subsequently, experience teaches us that at the moment of death, the perispirit detaches more or less slowly from the body. During the initial moments, the spirit does not understand its situation, does not believe it is dead but feels alive. sees its body nearby and knows it is theirs, and does not understand why it is separated from it. This state lasts as long as there is a link between the body and the perispirit. A suicide told us, "No, I'm not dead," and added, "Yet I feel like worms are around me." Obviously, the worms were not laughing at the perispirit, much less the spirit, only the body. But since the separation of the body and the perispirit was not complete, there was a kind of moral repercussion that transmitted to him the sensation of what was happening in the body. Repercussion may not be the appropriate word, as it could imply that the effect was too material. It was rather the vision of what was happening in his body that was linked to his perispirit, and that produced in him an illusion that he mistook for reality. Therefore, it was not a memory, because during his life he had not been eaten by worms. It was the sensation of the present. This demonstrates the differences that can be drawn from facts when observed attentively. During life, the body perceives external impressions and transmits them to the mind through the perispirit, which probably constitutes what is called the nervous fluid. When the body dies, it no longer feels anything because there is nothing in it, neither spirit nor perispirit. The perispirit, when free from the body, experiences sensation, but since it no longer reaches it through a limited channel, it is generalized. However, since the perispirit is actually only a transitional agent, it is the spirit, the conscious one, that feels. From this, we deduce that if a perispirit could exist without a spirit, it would only feel the body when it is dead. Just as if the spirit had no perispirit, it would be inaccessible to all painful sensations. We know that the more they purify themselves, the more ethereal the essence of the spirit becomes. From this, we deduce that material influence decreases proportionately with spiritual progress, that is, in proportion to the refinement of the perispirit itself. It may be objected that pleasant sensations are also transmitted to the spirit by the perispirit, as are unpleasant sensations. And if the pure spirit is inaccessible to the former, it must also be inaccessible to the latter. The sound of our instruments and the scent of our flowers, however, cause them no impression. Yet there are in them sensations of an indescribable charm of which we have no idea, for we are as blind in this respect as we are to light. We know they exist, but by what means? Here science stops for us. We know there is perception, auditory and visual sensation, that these faculties are attributes of the entire being, and not, as in humans, of a part of the being. But again, by what means? That is what we do not know. The spirits themselves cannot account for this, because our language is not made to express ideas we do not have, just as there are no terms in the language of savages to express our arts, sciences, and philosophical doctrines. When we say that spirits are inaccessible to the impressions of our material world, we refer to those very high spirits whose ethereal envelope has no analogy here below. It is different for those whose spirit is not dense. They perceive sounds and smells, but not through a limited part of the individual as they do in life. One could say that molecular vibrations are felt throughout their being, reaching a common sensorium that is the spirit itself, although this happens very differently and perhaps with a different impression that modifies the perception of the sound of our voice, but they understand us without the aid of speech, just through the transition of thought. One element supporting what we say is that this penetration is easier the more dematerialized the spirit is. As for sight, it is independent of our light. The faculty of seeing is an essential attribute of the soul. There is no darkness for it, but it is more extensive, more penetrating in those who are purified. The soul or spirit has within itself the same faculty for all perceptions as in corporeal life, although they are obscured by the coarseness of its organs. In the extracorporeal life, they are less and less obscured in proportion to the purity of the semi-material envelope. This envelope, extracted from the environment, varies according to the nature of the worlds. Moving from one world to another, spirits change their envelope in the same way we change clothes from winter to summer or from pole to equator. The highest spirits, when they come to visit us, take on the earthly perispirit, and from then on, their perceptions function as with our ordinary spirits. But whether lower or higher, they only feel what they want to hear and smell. Without sensory organs, They can make their perceptions active or null at will. The only thing they must listen to are the advices of good spirits. Their sight is always active, but they can make themselves invisible according to the rank they occupy. They can hide from those who are inferior to them, but not from those who are superior to them. In the first moments after death, an spirit's vision is always blurred and confused. It clears up gradually and can acquire the same clarity as during life, independently of its penetration through bodies that are opaque to us. As for its extension through indefinite space, in the future and the past, it depends on the degree of purity and elevation of the spirit. All this theory, it will be said, is not very reassuring. We thought that, once rid of our thick envelope, the instrument of our pains, we would no longer suffer. And now we are told that we will continue to suffer in one way or another, which is unfortunately no less suffering. We may continue to suffer, and much, for a long time, but we may also cease to suffer, even from the moment we leave this corporeal life. The sufferings of this world are sometimes beyond our control, but many of them are the consequence of our own will. If we trace back to their origin, we will see that most of them result from causes that could have been avoided. How many evils, how many illnesses are not due to mankind's excesses, ambitions, or passions? In short, if humanity had always lived with moderation, abstained from excess, been simple in its tastes, modest in its desires, it would have spared itself many tribulations. The same applies to the spirit. The sufferings it endures are always a consequence of how it lived on earth. Surely, it will no longer suffer from gout or rheumatism, but it will have other sufferings that are no better. We have seen that its sufferings result from the remaining ties between it and matter, and the more it frees itself from the influence of matter, meaning the more it becomes disincarnated, the less painful its sensations will be. It depends solely on itself to free itself from this influence. When it masters its animal passions, harbors no hatred, envy, jealousy, or pride, and does not let itself be dominated by selfishness. By purifying its soul with good feelings, by doing good, by assigning to things in this world only the importance they deserve. There, even under its corporeal envelope, it will already be purified and free from matter, and when it leaves this envelope, it will no longer be under its influence. The physical sufferings it endured will leave it no painful memories. No unpleasant impressions will remain, for they affected only the body, not the spirit. It will be happy to have rid itself of them, and the tranquility of its conscience will free it from all moral suffering. We have questioned thousands of these spirits belonging to all strata of society and all social positions. We have studied them at every stage of their spiritual life, from the moment they left their bodies. We have followed them step by step in this post-mortem life to observe the changes that have occurred in them, in their ideas, in their sensations. In this sense, it is not the most ordinary men who have provided the least valuable subjects of study. However, we have always found that suffering is linked to the conduct for which they suffer the consequences, and that this new existence is a source of ineffable happiness for those who have followed the right path. It follows that those who suffer do so because they have chosen to, and they have no one to blame but themselves, both in the hereafter and in this world, for the choice of trials. 258. In the wandering state, before taking a new corporeal existence, the spirit has the consciousness and foresight of the things that will happen to it during life. It chooses the type of trials it wants to undergo itself, and that is its free will. It is not God who imposes the tribulations of life as punishment upon it. Nothing happens without God's permission, for it is He who has established all the laws governing the universe. In this case, one might ask why He made this law and not another. By giving the spirit freedom of choice, He leaves it entirely responsible for its actions and their consequences. Nothing obstructs its future, which is why the path of good is its own, just as the path of evil is. And if it succumbs, it is comforting to know that all is not over for it, and that God, in His goodness, gives it the freedom to correct what it has done wrong. Furthermore, it is also necessary to distinguish between what pertains to God's will and what pertains to man's will. If a danger threatens you, it is not you who created that danger, it is God. However, you have the will to expose yourself to it, because you have seen it as a means of progress and God has allowed it. 259. If the spirit can choose the type of trial it will undergo, it follows that all the tribulations we experience in life have been foreseen and chosen by us. Not everything is meant here in the literal sense, as it does not mean that you have chosen and foreseen everything that happens to you in the world, down to the smallest details. Rather, you have chosen the type of trial, and the specifics are the consequence of the situation you find yourself in, often also influenced by your own actions. For example, if a spirit wishes to be born among wrongdoers, it understands the consequences it will face, though it does not know every single act beforehand. These acts stem from its will or free choice. A spirit knows that by choosing a particular path, it will have to face a certain type of struggle. Therefore, it knows the nature of the vicissitudes it will encounter, but not the specific events. Events and details arise from circumstances and the force of things. Only major events, those that influence destiny, are foreseen. If you choose a path full of obstacles, you know you will have to be vigilant about many things because you might stumble, but you do not know where you will fall, and it's also possible you won't fall if you are cautious enough. Therefore, if a tile falls on your head in the street, do not think it is predestined, as is commonly said. 260. How can a spirit want to be born among people of bad character? It must be drawn to an environment where it can undergo the trial in which it has failed. Thus, there must be an analogy between lives, because to combat the instinct of banditry, it must be among people of that type. If there were no bad people on earth, a spirit could not find the necessary environment for certain trials. We should actually complain about it. This is what happens in higher worlds where evil has no access, which is why there are only good spirits. May this soon also happen on your earth. And 261. A spirit in the trials it must undergo to attain perfection must experience all kinds of temptations, meaning it must go through all circumstances capable of arousing pride, jealousy, greed, sensuality, etc. Certainly not all, because some spirits from the outset take a path that frees them from many trials. But one who lets himself be drawn onto the wrong path risks all the dangers of that path. For example, a spirit may request wealth and it may be granted. Then, depending on its character, it may become greedy or lavish, selfish or generous, or indulge in all the pleasures of sensuality. However, none of this means it must necessarily go through the path of all these inclinations. 262. How can a simple, ignorant, and inexperienced spirit initially choose an existence knowingly and be responsible for it? God compensates for its inexperience by tracing the path it must follow, as one does with a child from the cradle. However, he gradually grants it the power of choice as its free will develops. It is then that they often stray by taking the wrong path if they do not heed the advice of good spirits. This can be called the fall of man. When a spirit enjoys its free will, the choice of corporeal existence always depends exclusively on its will. Alternatively, this existence may be imposed by God's will as an expiation. God knows how to wait. He does not rush expiation. However, God may impose an existence on a spirit when, due to its inferiority or bad will, it is not capable of understanding what might be more beneficial for it. 263. This happens when God sees that this existence can serve for its purification and progress, while also finding expiation in it. 264. Spirits make their choice immediately after death. Few believe in the eternity of punishments and think that their choice is a punishment. 265. What guides the spirit in choosing the trials it wants to undergo? It chooses those that can be an expiation for it by the nature of its faults, and that help it progress more quickly. Some may impose upon themselves a life of misery and deprivation to attempt to endure them courageously, while others may wish to test themselves with the temptations of wealth and power, much more dangerous due to the abuse and misuse that can result, as well as the bad passions they develop. Finally, some may wish to confront the struggles they have to face in contact with vice. 266. If some spirits choose contact with vice as a trial, there are others who choose it out of sympathy and a desire to live in an environment that suits their tastes, or to indulge materially in material inclinations. Surely there are such, but only among those whose moral sense is not yet developed. The trial comes naturally, and sooner or later, they understand that indulgence in brutal passions has regrettable consequences for them, and they will suffer for a time that will seem eternal. God may leave them in this state until they understand their fault and ask themselves to redeem it through beneficial trials. It does not seem natural to choose the least painful trials for oneself. Yes, for the spirit, because when it frees itself from matter, the illusion of pain ceases and it thinks differently. Man, when on earth and under the influence of carnal ideas, sees only the painful side of these trials, so it seems natural to choose those that, from his point of view, can be combined with material pleasures. But, in spiritual life, he compares these fleeting and coarse pleasures with the unalterable happiness he foresees. What good are a few passing sufferings for him? So, a spirit may choose the severest trial, and hence the most painful existence, hoping to reach a better state more quickly, just as a sick person often chooses the most unpleasant remedy to heal faster. Someone who wishes to associate his name with the discovery of an unknown country does not choose a flowery path. He knows the dangers he faces, but he also knows the glory that awaits him if he succeeds. The doctrine of freedom is the choice of our life, and in the trials we must undergo, it ceases to seem extraordinary if we consider that spirits liberated from matter appreciate things differently from us. After each existence, they see the steps they have taken and understand what purity they still lack to achieve it, which is why they voluntarily submit to all the vicissitudes of corporeal life, seeking for themselves those that could realize them more quickly. Therefore, it is wrong to be surprised that the spirit does not prefer a sweeter existence. It cannot enjoy this life without bitterness with its imperfect state. It foresees this and seeks to improve to attain it. Do we not see examples of this kind of choice every day? The man who works tirelessly for part of his life to amass the means to ensure his well-being, what is it if not a task he imposes on himself for a better future? The soldier who volunteers for a dangerous mission, the traveler who faces dangers for science or his fortune, are they not voluntary trials that should bring them honor and benefit if they return? Who does not submit and expose themselves for their own interest or glory? Are they not all oppositions, also voluntary trials to which one submits to progress in the chosen career? One cannot reach a transcendent social position, in sciences, arts, or industry, without passing through a series of lower positions that are as many trials. After all, human life is a copy of spiritual life. We find all the same events on a smaller scale. Thus, in life, we often choose the most difficult trials in pursuit of a higher goal, because the spirit, which sees beyond the body, and for whom the life of the body is but a fleeting incident, will not choose a painful and laborious experience to lead it to eternal happiness. Those who say that if man could choose his existence, they would ask to be princes or millionaires are like short-sighted people who only see what they touch, or like greedy children who, when asked what profession they prefer, say baker or confectioner. So the traveler who, deep in the valley obscured by mist, sees neither the length nor the extreme points of his path, when he reaches the summit of the mountain, sees the path he has traveled and what remains to be traveled. He sees his goal and the obstacles he still needs to overcome and can then more surely combine the means to achieve it. The incarnate spirit is like the traveler at the foot of the mountain, freed from earthly constraints. He oversees like one who is above. For the traveler, the goal is rest after fatigue. For the spirit, it is supreme happiness after tribulations and trials. All spirits say that in the wandering state, they seek, study, and observe for their choice. Do we not have an example of this in corporeal life? Do we not often search for years for the career we choose freely because we believe it is the right way to open our path? If we fail in one, we seek another. Every career we embrace is a phase, a period of life. We do not spend every day wondering what we will do tomorrow. Well, what are the different corporeal existences of a spirit, if not phases, periods, days for his spiritual life, which, as we know, is his normal life, with corporeal life being only transitory and ephemeral? 267. Can the spirit make its choice during the corporeal state? Its desire can influence. It depends on the intention, but when it is a spirit, it generally sees things very differently. Only the spirit makes the selection, but it can also do so in this material life, as the spirit always has those moments when it is independent of the matter it inhabits. Many people desire greatness and wealth, and surely it is not as expiation or trial. It is undoubtedly the material that desires this greatness to enjoy it, and it is the spirit that desires it to experience its vicissitudes. 268. Must the spirit constantly submit to trials until reaching a state of perfect purity? Yes, but these are not the trials of material tribulations you hear about. But a spirit that has reached a certain degree without being perfect no longer has to suffer, but it still has duties that help it perfect itself and are in no way painful for it, but rather help others to perfect themselves. 269. Can the spirit doubt the effectiveness of the trial it chooses? Can it choose a trial beyond its strength and fail in the process? It can also choose a trial that benefits it in no way, as if seeking a life of idleness and uselessness. But then, once it returns to the world of spirits, it will discover that it has done nothing, and it may ask to be compensated for the lost time. 270. What about people's callings and their disposition to pursue one career over another? It seems to me that you can answer this question for yourself. Is it not the consequence of everything we have said about the choice of trials and progress made in a previous existence? 271. In the wandering state, the spirit studies the various conditions in which it can progress and how it thinks it can do so, for example, to be born among cannibalistic peoples. It is not spirits already advanced who are born among cannibals, but spirits of the nature of cannibals, or inferior. We know that our cannibals are not at the lowest rung, and there are worlds where harshness and ferocity have no counterparts on earth. Therefore, these spirits are even inferior to the lowest in our world, and coming among our savages is progress for them, just as it would be progress for our cannibals to engage in a profession that would compel them to shed blood. If they do not aim higher, it is because their moral inferiority does not allow them to comprehend a more complete progress. A spirit can only progress gradually. It cannot leap the distance that separates barbarity from civilization, and this is where we see one of the necessities of reincarnation, which truly accords with God's justice. Otherwise, what would become of these millions of beings who die each day in the last state of degradation? If they did not have the means to achieve superiority, why would God deprive them of the favors granted to other men? 272. Could spirits from a world lower than earth, or from a very backward world, like cannibals, for example, be born among our civilized peoples? Yes, there are those who err by wanting to reach too high. But then they are displaced among you because they have morals and instincts that clash with yours. These beings present the sad spectacle of ferocity amidst civilization. Returning to the cannibals would not be a decline. They would simply occupy their place and perhaps regain their former position. Can a man from a civilized race reincarnate into a savage race for the purpose of expiation? Yes, but it depends on the type of expiation. A master who was harsh with his slaves may in turn become a slave and suffer the ill treatment he inflicted on them. One who formerly ruled may, in a new existence, obey the people he once subjugated under his will. This is expiation if he abused his power, and God may impose it. A good spirit may also choose an influential existence among such peoples to help them progress. Thus they have a mission, relations from beyond. The different orders of spirits establish among themselves a hierarchy of powers. There exists among them subordination and authority. Yes, a very great one. Spirits have authority over others due to their superiority and exercise it through an irresistible moral ascendancy. Can inferior spirits escape the authority of those superior to them? I said irresistible. The power and prestige a man enjoyed on earth confer supremacy in the spiritual world, not because the humble will be exalted and the great humbled. Read the Psalms. How should we understand this elevation and descent? Do you not know that spirits are of different ranks according to their merit? Well, the greatest on earth may be at the lowest rank among spirits, while his servant may be at the first. Do you understand this? Did not Jesus say that whoever humbles himself will be exalted, and whoever exalts himself will be humbled. One who was great on earth and finds himself inferior among spirits often feels humiliation, especially if he was proud and jealous. The soldier who, after battle, encounters his general in the spirit world continues to recognize him as superior. The title means nothing. Real superiority is everything. Do spirits of different orders mix? Yes and no, meaning they see each other, but distinguish themselves from each other. They flee from or approach each other according to the analogy or antipathy of their feelings, as is the case among men. It is a whole world of which yours is the obscured reflection. Those of the same rank gather together through a sort of affinity and form groups or families of spirits united by sympathy and the objective they set for themselves. The good do this out of a desire to do good, the bad out of a desire to do evil, out of shame for their faults, and out of the need to find themselves among beings similar to themselves. Therefore it happens as in a large city where men of all ranks and conditions see and meet each other without blending together, where societies form based on similarity of tastes, where vice and virtue coexist without speaking a word to each other. Can all spirits have reciprocal access to each other? The good go everywhere, and it is necessary for them to do so to exert their influence on the bad. But the regions inhabited by the good are forbidden to imperfect spirits so that they do not bring the disturbance of bad passions there. What is the nature of the relationship between good and bad spirits? The good spirits try to combat the bad tendencies of others to help them rise in their mission, because inferior spirits take pleasure in leading us to evil, out of jealousy, for not having deserved to be among the good. Their desire is to prevent inexperienced spirits from reaching the supreme good. They want others to experience what they experience themselves. Do you not also? See this among yourselves. How do spirits communicate with each other? They see and understand each other. The word is material. It is the reflection of the spirit. The universal fluid establishes constant communication between them. It is the medium for the transmission of thought, as air is for you the medium for sound. It functions like a kind of universal telegraph, connecting all worlds and allowing spirits to understand each other from one world to another. Can spirits hide their thoughts from each other? They can hide from each other, but everything is uncovered to them. Especially when they are perfect, they can distance themselves but still see each other. However, this is not an absolute rule because some spirits can become invisible to other spirits if they deem it useful. How can spirits without bodies establish their individuality and distinguish themselves from other surrounding spiritual beings? They establish their individuality through the perispirit, which makes them different beings from each other, just as the body does among humans. How do spirits recognize each other when they have lived together on earth? They see their past life and read it like a book, seeing the past of their friends and enemies, recognizing their life from birth to death. The soul, leaving its mortal remains, immediately sees those of its parents and friends who preceded it into the spirit world. Immediately is not always the right word because, as we have said, it takes time for the soul to recognize itself and free itself from the material veil. How is the soul welcomed upon its return to the spirit world? That of the just is welcomed like a long-lost beloved brother. That of the wicked is despised. What feeling do impure spirits have upon seeing another wicked spirit approach them? The wicked take pleasure in resembling each other and are deprived, like them, of infinite happiness. It is like on earth with a criminal among his peers. Do our parents and friends sometimes come to greet us when we leave earth? Yes, they come to meet the soul they love, congratulating it as if returning from a journey, if it has escaped the dangers of the path, and helping it to free itself from bodily attachments. It is a favor for good spirits when those dear to them come to greet them, while those who are stained remain isolated or are surrounded only by spirits similar to themselves. This is their punishment. Do parents and friends remain together after death? It depends on their elevation and the path they follow to advance. If one is more advanced and moves faster than the other, they cannot remain together. They may sometimes see each other, but will not be together forever, until they can walk side by side or achieve equality in perfection. There is also the deprivation of seeing parents and friends, like a punishment, sympathetic and antipathetic relations between spirits. In addition to the general sympathy of resemblance, spirits have particular affections for each other, like humans. But the bond that unites spirits is stronger when the body is absent, because they are no longer exposed to the vicissitudes of passions. Do spirits harbor hatred towards each other? There is only hatred among impure spirits. They are the ones who provoke enmities and dissensions among you. Will two beings who were enemies on earth retain mutual resentment in the spirit world? They will not realize that their hatred was foolish and childish. Only imperfect spirits retain a kind of animosity until they are purified. If it was only material interest that divided them, they will no longer think about it once they disembodied. If there is no antipathy between them because the cause of discord no longer exists, they may happily reunite. It is like two schoolchildren who, upon reaching the age of reason, recognize the futility of the quarrels they had as children and stop blaming each other. Is the memory of bad actions that two men may have committed against each other an obstacle to their sympathy? Yes, it can be. What is the feeling after death of those whom we have wronged on earth? If they are good, they forgive based on your repentance. If they are bad, they may hold a grudge and sometimes pursue you into another existence. God may permit it as a punishment. Are the individual affections of spirits subject to change? No, because they cannot deceive themselves. They no longer have a mask behind which to hide, as hypocrites do. That is why their effects are unalterable when they are pure. The love that unites them is for them the source of supreme happiness. Does the affection that two beings manifested on earth continue in the spirit world? Yes, undoubtedly, if it is based on genuine sympathy. But if physical causes have a greater part than sympathy, the latter ceases with the cause. The effects between spirits are more solid and enduring than on earth, because they are not subject to the whims of material interests and self-love. Are souls destined to unite, predestined to this union from their origin? Each of us has somewhere in the universe our counterpart, to whom we will eventually be united. But no, there is no particular and definitive union between two souls. Union exists among all spirits, but to varying degrees according to the rank they occupy, that is, according to the perfection they have attained. The more perfect they are, the more united they are. From discord arise all the evils of man, from concord comes complete happiness. In what sense should we understand the word half used by some spirits to refer to sympathetic spirits? The expression is inaccurate. If one spirit were half of another separated from it, it would be incoherent. Are two perfectly sympathetic spirits, once united, united for all eternity, or can they separate and join other spirits? All spirits are united among themselves. I speak of those who have attained perfection in the lower spheres. When a spirit ascends, it no longer has the same sympathy for those it has left. Are two sympathetic spirits complementary to each other, or is this sympathy the result of perfect identity? The sympathy that draws one spirit to another is the result of perfect harmony of their inclinations and instincts. If one completed the other, it would lose its individuality. Does the identity necessary for perfect sympathy consist only in similarity of thoughts, feelings, or in uniformity of knowledge acquired in equal degrees of elevation? Can spirits who are sympathetic today become so later? Yes, everything transforms. Thus, the spirit who is today in a lower sphere, by ascending, will reach the sphere where such or such other resides. Their meeting will occur more quickly if the superior spirit, unable to bear the trials to which it has been subjected, has remained in the same state. Can two sympathetic spirits cease to be so? Certainly, if one is lazy. The theory of eternal halves is a figure of speech describing the union of two sympathetic spirits. It is an expression used even in everyday language and should not be taken literally. The spirits who used it certainly do not belong to the highest order. The scope of their ideas is necessarily limited, and they may have expressed their thoughts in terms they would have used during their corporeal life. Therefore, it is necessary to reject the idea that two spirits created for each other must eventually reunite for eternity after being separated for a period of time more or less long. Does the spirit remember its corporeal existence? Yes, that is to say, for having lived many times as a man. It remembers what it has been, and I assure you that sometimes it laughs sadly at itself, just as a man reaching the age of reason laughs at the follies of his youth or the foolishness of his childhood. Does the memory of corporeal existence come to the spirit suddenly and completely unexpected after death? Or does it return gradually like something emerging from the fog while fixing its attention on it? Does the spirit remember in detail all the events of its life, encompassing them all in a retrospective view? It remembers things by the consequences they have on its state of mind. But can you conceive that there are circumstances of its life to which it attributes no importance, and about which it does not even attempt to remember? It could remember if it wanted to. It can recall the most minute details and incidents, whether events or even its thoughts. But when it serves no purpose, it does not do so. It understands the purpose of earthly life in relation to the future life, understands the necessity of purification to reach the infinite, and knows that in each existence it leaves behind some impurities. How does the spirit remember past life in its memory? Is it through an effort of imagination or like an image before its eyes? It is both. All acts that are of interest to remember are for it as if they were present. The others are more or less in the variety of thought or completely forgotten. The more disembodied it is, the less importance it attaches to material things. You often evoke a wandering spirit who has just left the earth and who does not remember the names of the people he loved, or many details that seem important to you. These things matter little to him and fall into oblivion, but what he remembers very well are the main facts that help him to improve. Does the spirit remember all the existences that preceded the last one it just left? Its entire past unfolds before it like stages traveled by a traveler, but as we have said, it does not remember all its acts in an absolute manner. It remembers them because of the influence they have on its current state. As for the earliest existences, those that can be considered the childhood of the spirit, they are lost in the variety of time and disappear into the night of forgetfulness. How does the spirit perceive the body it has just left? Like a bad habit that bothered it and from which it is happy to be freed. How did the decomposing body make it feel? Almost always indifference. It is as if it is something that no longer matters to it. After some time, does the spirit recognize bones or objects as if they belong to it? Sometimes it depends on the higher or lower point of view from which it considers earthly things. Does the respect for material things that belong to the spirit attract its attention to these same objects, and does it see this respect with pleasure? The spirit always rejoices in the memory that one has of it. The things that are kept for it remind it, but it is the thought that draws it towards you and not these objects. Do spirits retain memories of the sufferings they endured during their last corporeal existence? Often they retain them, and these memories make them feel more fully the value of the happiness they can now appreciate as spirits. Does the man who was happy here regret his pleasures when he left the earth? Only inferior spirits can regret joys that compare to the impurity of their nature, and which they atone for through their sufferings. For elevated spirits, eternal happiness is 1,000 times preferable to the fleeting pleasures of the earth, just as an adult man scorns what was delight in his childhood. Does one who began great works with a useful end, and sees them interrupted by death regret, leaving them unfinished in the other world? No, for he sees that other spirits are destined to complete them. On the contrary, he tries to influence other human spirits to continue them. His goal on earth was the good of humanity, and that goal remains the same in the spiritual world. Do people who left works of art or literature retain the love for their works that they had in life? According to their elevation, they often judge their works from another point of view and often feel regret for what they admired most. Does the spirit continue to be interested in the work done on earth, in the progress of arts and sciences? It depends on its elevation or the mission it must fulfill. What seems magnificent to you is often very little for some spirits. They admire it as a scholar admires the work of a schoolboy. They examine what the elevation of incarnated spirits can bear and their progress. Do spirits after death retain love for their homeland? The principle is always the same for spirits of high rank. Their homeland is the universe. On earth, it is where they have the most sympathetic people. The situation of spirits and their view of things vary infinitely according to their degree of moral and intellectual development. Spirits of high rank generally do not stay on earth for long. Everything that happens there is so insignificant compared to the greatness of infinity, and the things to which men attach the most importance are so childish in their eyes that they find little attraction in them. Unless they are called to contribute to the progress of humanity, spirits of the middle order remain there more frequently. Although they consider things from a higher point of view than in life, they have retained more or less the same ideas, tastes, and inclinations they had. Under their corporeal envelope, they mingle in our gatherings, our affairs, and our entertainments, in which they participate more or less actively according to their character. Unable to satisfy their passions, they rejoice with those who please them and excite each other. Among them, some are more serious. They observe to learn and improve. Do spirits change their ideas and state of mind? Sometimes they can remain in the same ideas for a long time, but gradually the influence of matter diminishes and they see things more clearly. It is then that they seek ways to improve themselves. 319. Since the spirit has already lived in the spiritual world before its incarnation, what causes its astonishment upon entering the spiritual world? It is simply the effect of the initial moment of disturbance following awakening. Later on, it recognizes itself perfectly as memories of the past return to it, and the impression of earthly life fades away. 320. Are spirits sensitive to the memory of those they loved on earth? Much more than you can believe. This memory adds to their happiness, and if they are unhappy, it is a consolation for them. 321. Is there something more solemn for spirits than the day of commemorating the dead? They prepare to visit those who are about to depart, and to pray over their remains. Spirits respond to the call of thought. For them, this day is like any other, but it is a meeting with their graves. On that day there are more of them as more people call upon them, but each comes alone for their friends, and not for the crowd of the indifferent. In what form do they come, and how would we see them if they could be visible? They come in the form under which they were known in their life. 322. Do forgotten spirits, whose graves no one visits, still go there? They feel a certain sadness at not having a friend to remember them. What binds them to earth is only affection. If love is not there, nothing remains to hold the spirit. Now the entire universe belongs to them. 323. Does a visit to the grave give more satisfaction to the spirit than a prayer at home? A visit to the grave shows that one is thinking of the absent spirit. It is the intention that matters in prayer, no matter where it is said, if it is said with the heart. 324. Do the spirits of people honored by statues or monuments attend such inaugurations? They often see them with pleasure. Many come when they can, but they are less sensitive to being honored than to being remembered. 325. Why do some people desire to be buried in one place rather than another? They willingly return there after their death. Is it a sign of moral inferiority of the spirit to have affection for certain places? For the elevated spirit, a corner of earth does not matter, as it knows that its soul will reunite with those it loves. Although their bones are separated, the reunion of the remains of all members of a family is a pious custom and a token of sympathy for those who were loved. 326. Is the soul sensitive to the homage paid to its mortal remains? When a spirit has reached a certain degree of perfection, it no longer has earthly vanity and understands the uselessness of all these things. However, there are spirits who, at the time of their death, take pleasure in the homage paid to their remains, as they retain some prejudices from this world. 327. Does the spirit attend its funeral procession? It very often does, but sometimes it is not aware of what is happening if it still has concerns. It is flattered by the presence of people at its procession according to the feelings it inspires. 328. Does the spirit of the deceased person attend the gatherings of their heirs? Often, God allows it for their personal instruction and to punish the guilty. It is there that it judges the value of their protests. 329. Is the instinctive respect that humans show for the dead an effect of the intuition of future existence? It is a natural consequence. Without it, this respect would have no meaning. Chapter 7. Return to corporeal life. Preliminaries to the return. 3:30. Do spirits know the moment of their reincarnation? They feel it like a blind person feels the fire towards which they are approaching. They know they must take a body, just as you know you must die one day, but they do not know exactly when it will happen. Reincarnation is a necessity of spiritual life, just as death is a necessity of corporeal life. 331. Do all spirits care about their reincarnation? Some do not think about it at all or even understand it. It depends on their nature. As for some, the uncertainty of their future is a punishment. 332. Can a spirit advance or delay the moment of its reincarnation? It can bring it closer by calling it with its desires, but it can also delay it, hesitating before the trial. There are also among spirits those who are cowardly or indifferent, but this is not done without consequence, as they suffer like one who recoils from a beneficial remedy that could heal them. 333. If a spirit were fortunate enough to find itself in an intermediate state between wandering spirits and had no ambition for ascension, could it prolong this state indefinitely? No, not indefinitely. Advancement is a necessity that the spirit feels sooner or later. All must progress, it is their destiny. 334. Is the union of the soul with a particular body predestined, or is the choice made at the last moment? The spirit is always designated in advance. It chooses the form of trial it wishes to undergo, asking to be incarnated. God, who knows all, knows in advance which soul will unite with which body. 335. Does the spirit have the possibility to choose the body into which it will enter, or only the type of life that will serve as its trial? It can also choose the body, as the imperfections of that body are trials for it, helping it to advance if it overcomes the obstacles encountered. However, this choice does not always depend on it. Could it, at the last moment, refuse to enter the body destined for it? If it refused, it would suffer much more than one who had not attempted any trial. 336. Could it happen that an unborn child finds no spirit willing to incarnate in it? God will provide for the viable child destined to have a soul. Nothing is created without purpose. 337. Can the union of the spirit with this body be imposed by God? Yes, in the same way as different trials, especially when the spirit is not yet capable of choosing with full knowledge. By expiation, the spirit may be obliged to unite with the body of a child through its birth and the position it will have in the world, which can become a punishment for it. 338. If several spirits presented themselves for the same unborn body, how would the decision be made? God judges. In these cases, those who are most capable of fulfilling the mission for which the child is destined are selected. However, as I have said, the spirit is designated before the moment when it must unite with the body. 339. Is the moment of incarnation accompanied by a disturbance similar to that which occurs when leaving the body? Much greater and especially longer than when the spirit leaves the body. In dying, the spirit exits from bondage. In being born, it returns to it. 340. Is the moment when a spirit will incarnate a serious or important act for it? It is like a traveler embarking on a perilous journey, not knowing if they will meet their death in the waves they face. The embarked traveler knows the dangers they are exposed to, but does not know if they will shipwreck. It is the same for the spirit. It knows the type of trials to which it is subject, but does not know if it will succumb. Just as the death of the body is a kind of rebirth for the spirit, reincarnation is for it a kind of death, or rather exile and seclusion, leaving the world of spirits for the corporeal world, just as humans leave the corporeal world for the world of spirits. The spirit knows it will be reborn, just as humans know they will die. But like them, it is not aware of this fact until the last moment when the hour has come. At this supreme moment, a disturbance seizes it, as with a dying man, and this disturbance persists until the new existence clearly forms. The preparations for reincarnation are a kind of agony for the spirit. 341. The uncertainty in which a spirit finds itself regarding the success of the trials it will undergo in life causes it great anxiety before its incarnation. A very great anxiety. For the trials of its existence will either delay or advance it, depending on whether it has borne them well or badly. 342. At the moment of its reincarnation, the spirit is accompanied by other friendly spirits who come to assist it in departing from the world of spirits, just as they come to receive it when it returns there. 4.3. It depends on the sphere in which the spirit resides. If it finds itself in spheres where affection reigns, the spirits who love it accompany it until the last moment, encourage it, and often even follow it into life. 344. Friends, spirits who follow us in life are sometimes those we see in our dreams, who show us affection and appear in unfamiliar forms. Very often it is them, for they come to visit like one would visit a locked prisoner. Union of the soul and the body, 345. At what moment does the soul join the body? The union begins at conception, but is only completed at the moment of birth. From conception, the spirit destined to animate a given body attaches itself through a fluid link that becomes increasingly tight until the child sees the light of day. The cry that then escapes the child announces that it is among the living and the servants of God. 346. Is the union between the spirit and the body definitive from the moment of conception or during this initial period? The union is definitive in the sense that another spirit could not replace the one destined for this body, but since the bonds that unite them are very weak, they break easily and can be broken by the will of the spirit who hesitates before the trial it has chosen. In this case, the child does not survive. 347. What happens to the spirit if the chosen body dies before birth? Does it choose another? What meaning do these premature deaths have? Imperfections of matter are the most frequent cause of these deaths. 348. What purpose does it serve for a spirit to incarnate in a body that dies shortly after birth? The being does not have a sufficiently developed consciousness of its existence. The importance of death is almost nil. It is often, as we have said, a trial for the parents. 349. Does the spirit know in advance that the body it chooses has no chance of surviving? Sometimes it knows, but if it chooses it for this reason, it is because it hesitates before the trial. 350. When a spirit misses incarnation for any reason, it is immediately compensated by another existence, not always immediately. The spirit takes time to choose again, unless instant reincarnation results from a previous decision. 351. Once the spirit has joined the child's body, and there is no longer any reason to deny it, it sometimes regrets the choice it made, like a man complaining about the life he leads. He would wish it to be different. Yes, he regrets the choice he made. He does not know that he made it. A spirit once incarnated cannot repent of a choice of which he is not conscious. But he may find the burden too heavy, and if he thinks himself superior to his strength, it is then that he resorts to suicide. 352. During the interval between conception and birth, does the spirit enjoy all its faculties? More or less depending on the type, because it is not yet incarnated but attached since conception. A disturbance begins to seize the spirit, who is thus warned that the time to take a new existence has arrived. This disturbance increases until birth. During this interval, its state is more or less like that of a spirit incarnated during the body's sleep. As the moment of birth approaches, its ideas fade away, along with the memories of the past of which it is no longer conscious, like a man once he has entered life. But this memory gradually returns to his state of mind. 352. At the moment of birth, the spirit immediately regains all its faculties. They do not develop gradually with the organs. It is a new existence for him. He must learn to use his instruments. Ideas gradually return to him, like a man waking from sleep, and finding himself in a situation different from the day before. 353. The complete and definitive union of spirit and body only takes place after birth. Can we consider that the fetus has a soul? The spirit destined to animate it exists, so to speak, outside of it. It does not therefore have a soul, properly speaking, because incarnation is only in progress, but it is linked to what it must possess. 354. How to explain intrauterine life? It is that of the plant that vegetates. The child lives the animal life. Man possesses within himself the animal life, and the vegetal life which he completes at birth by the spiritual life. 355. There are, as science says, children who, from the maternal womb, are not born viable. For what purposes does this happen? This often happens. God allows it as a test, either for the parents or for the spirit destined to take its place. 356. Are there stillborn children who have been destined for the incarnation of a spirit? Yes, there are some who never had a spirit destined for their bodies. Nothing was to be accomplished for them. Thus, this child came alone for the parents. Can a being of this nature go to term? Yes, sometimes, but then it does not live. Thus, every child who survives birth necessarily has a spirit incarnated in him. What would become of him otherwise? He would not be a human being. 357. What are the consequences of abortion for the spirit? It is a null existence to start over. 358. Is elective abortion a crime regardless of the time of conception? It is always a crime when one transgresses the law of God. The mother or any other person always commits a crime by taking the life of the child before its birth, for it is to prevent the soul from enduring the trials the body would have been the instrument of. 359. In cases where the life of the mother is in danger from the birth of the child, is it a crime to sacrifice the child to save the mother? It is better to sacrifice the being that does not exist to the one that does. 360. Is it rational to treat the fetus with the same respect as the body of a child who has lived? In all this, see the will of God and his work. Thus do not treat lightly the things you must respect. Why not respect the works of creation, sometimes incomplete according to the will of the Creator? It is part of his design. No one is called to judge. Moral and intellectual faculties, 361. From where does man derive his moral qualities, good or bad? They belong to the spirit incarnating in him. The purer this spirit, the more inclined man is to good. It seems to follow from this that the good man is the incarnation of a good spirit, and the vicious man is the incarnation of an imperfect spirit. Yes, but rather say it is an imperfect spirit. Otherwise one might believe in spirits always bad, called demons. 362. What is the character of individuals in whom the spirits of light incarnate? Disoriented, mischievous, and sometimes malicious. 363. Do spirits have passions that do not belong to humanity? No, otherwise they would have communicated it to you. 364. Is it the same spirit that confers moral and intellectual qualities on man? Yes, it is the same, depending on the degree to which man has attained. He does not have two spirits within him. 365. Why are very intelligent men, indicating a superior spirit in them, sometimes deeply vicious? It is because the incarnated spirit is not sufficiently pure, and the man succumbs to the influence of other worse spirits. The spirit progresses by a sensitive upward march, but progress is not simultaneous in all directions. At one moment, it may progress in science, at another, in morality. 366. What do you think of the opinion that the different intellectual and moral faculties of man are the product of several different spirits incarnated in him, each with a special attitude? Reflecting, we recognize that it is absurd. If man were a blend of spirits, his will would not exist and there would be no individuality for him, for at his death all these spirits would be like a flock of birds escaping from a cage. But man often complains of not understanding certain things, and it is curious to see how he multiplies difficulties when he has at hand a very simple and natural explanation. This continues to confuse effect with cause. It is doing for man what the pagans did in believing in as many gods as there are phenomena in the universe. But among them, sensible people saw in these phenomena only effects that they attributed to a single cause, God. The physical world and the moral world offer many points of comparison on this subject. We believed in the multiple existence of matter while stopping at the application of phenomena. Today we understand that these various phenomena can very well be simply modifications of a single elementary matter. The various difficulties are manifestations of the same cause, that of the soul or the incarnated spirit, and not of several souls. Just as the different sounds of the organ are the product of the same class of air, and not of so many classes of air as there are sounds, from this system would result that when man loses or acquires certain attitudes or inclinations, this would be the fact of several spirits who come and go, which would make him a multiple being without individuality, therefore without responsibility. Moreover, this contradicts the many examples of manifestations by which spirits prove their personality and identity. Influence of the organism, 367. When the spirit joins the body, it identifies with matter. Matter is only the envelope of the spirit, just as clothing is the envelope of the body. The spirit, in uniting with the body, retains the attributes of the spiritual nature. 368. Can the faculties of the spirit be exercised with complete freedom after its union with the body? The exercise of faculties depends on the organs that serve as its instrument, themselves weakened by the coarseness of matter. According to this, the material envelope would be an obstacle to the free manifestation of the faculties of the spirit, just as an opaque crystal opposes the free emission of light. Yes, and very opaque. The action of the gross matter of the body on the spirit can be compared to that of murky water, which hinders the free movement of the body that plunges into it. Is the free exercise of the soul's faculties subordinate to the development of the organs? Organs are the instruments for the manifestation of the soul's faculties. This manifestation is subordinate to the development and degree of perfection of these same organs, just as the quality of a work is to the quality of the tool. Can we deduce from the influence of the organs a relationship between the development of the brain organs and that of moral and intellectual faculties? We must not confuse effect with cause. The spirit always has its own faculties, and it is not the organs that give these faculties, but the faculties that stimulate the development of the organs. According to this, the diversity of attitudes in humans is solely due to the state of the spirit. The qualities of a spirit, which may be more or less advanced, are the principal, but we must consider the influence of matter, which more or less hinders the exercise of its faculties. The spirit, in incarnating, brings certain predispositions, and if we admit a corresponding organ in the brain for each, the development of these organs would be an effect and not a cause. If faculties had their origin in the organs, man would be a machine without free will and without responsibility for his actions. It would be necessary to admit that the greatest geniuses, scientists, poets, artists, are such only because chance gave them special organs. It would follow that without these organs, they would not have been geniuses, and the most ordinary person could have been a Newton, a Virgil, or a Raphael if endowed with certain organs. This position is even more absurd when applied to moral qualities. Thus, this system would imply that St. Vincent de Paul, endowed by nature with such or such organ, could have been a criminal, and that the worst criminal would have lacked only one organ to be a St. Vincent de Paul. On the contrary, let us admit that if special organs exist, they are consequent, developed through the exercise of the faculty like muscles through movement, and there is nothing irrational in that. Let us take a comparison that is commonplace in its truth. By certain facial features one recognizes a man prone to drink. Do these signs make him an alcoholic, or is it alcoholism that gives rise to these signs? One can say that the organs receive the imprint of the faculties, idiocy, madness. Is it true that the opinion that imbeciles and idiots have souls of a lower nature? They often have a more intelligent soul than you think and suffer from the inadequacy of the means they have to communicate, just as the world suffers from not being able to speak. 372. What is the design of Providence in creating unhappy beings like imbeciles and idiots? They are punished spirits who inhabit the bodies of idiots. These spirits suffer from the coercion they undergo and the powerlessness with which they manifest themselves through undeveloped or deformed organs. Therefore, it is not true that organs do not influence faculties. We have never said that organs have no influence. They have a very great influence on the manifestation of faculties, but they do not give faculties. Here is the difference. A good musician with a bad instrument will not produce beautiful music, but that will not prevent him from being a good musician. It is necessary to distinguish between the normal state and the pathological state. In the normal state, morality overcomes the obstacle that matter imposes on it. But there are cases where matter offers such resistance that manifestations are prevented or distorted, as in idiocy and madness. These are pathological cases, and in this state the soul does not enjoy all its freedom, and human law admits exemption from responsibility for actions. 373. What can be the merit of experience for beings like imbeciles and cretins who cannot do good or evil and therefore cannot progress? It is an expiation imposed for the abuse that may have been made of certain faculties. It is a dead time. The body of an idiot may contain a spirit that would have animated a man of genius in a previous existence. Yes, genius sometimes becomes a curse when abused. Moral superiority is not always in proportion to intellectual superiority, and the greatest geniuses may have much to expiate, hence often finding their existence inferior to what they have already accomplished and a cause of suffering. The obstacles that a spirit encounters in its manifestations are to it like the restraints that constrict the movements of a vigorous man. It can be said that the idiot and the cretin are crippled by the brain, just as the lame person is by the legs and the blind person by the eyes. Does the idiot in his mental state have awareness of his mental condition? Yes, very often he understands that the chains hindering his growth are a trial and an expiation. What is the situation of the spirit in madness? A spirit in its state of freedom directly receives its impressions and exercises its action directly on matter. But when incarnated, it finds itself in very different conditions and can only do so through special organs. If one of these organs, or all, are affected, its action or impressions regarding them will be interrupted. If it loses its eyes, it becomes blind. If it concerns hearing, it becomes deaf, and so on. Now imagine that the organ governing the effects of intellect or will is partially or totally attacked or altered. It is easy to understand that since the spirit has only incomplete or deformed organs at its disposal, this must lead to a disturbance of which the spirit itself, in its innermost being, is perfectly aware, but over which it has no control to stop. Thus, it is always the body and not the spirit that is disorganized. Yes, but we must not forget that just as a spirit acts upon matter, so too does matter act back upon it. To a certain extent, and spirit can be momentarily affected by the alteration of the organs through which it manifests and receives its impressions. It can happen that over time, when madness has lasted long, the repetition of the same acts eventually exerts an influence on the spirit, from which it is only freed upon complete separation from all material impressions. Because madness sometimes leads to suicide, the spirit suffers from the constraints it undergoes, and the powerlessness with which it can manifest itself freely, which is why it seeks in death a means to break its bonds. Does the spirit of the deceased feel the disturbance of its faculties after death? Can it feel it for a certain time after death, until it is completely free from matter, just as a man who wakes up feels for a certain time the disturbance that sleep has plunged him into? How can brain alteration affect the spirit after death? It is a memory, a burden that prevails upon the spirit, and since it did not have the intelligence to understand everything that happened during its madness, it always takes some time to comprehend it. The spirit that frees itself from the body feels for a certain time the impression of the links from childhood. Is the spirit that animates the body of a child as developed as that of an adult? It can be more developed if it has progressed further. It is the imperfect organs that hinder its manifestation. It acts through the instrument available to it. In an infant, when the obstacle of the imperfection of its organs opposes its free manifestation, does it think like a child or like an adult? When it is a baby, it is natural that the organs of intelligence, which are not yet developed, cannot give it the full intuition of an adult. It actually has very limited intelligence until age matures its reason. The disorder accompanying incarnation does not suddenly cease at the moment of birth. It only gradually dissipates with the development of the organs. An observation confirms this response. The dreams of a child do not have the character of those of an adult. Their object is almost always childish, which indicates the nature of the concerns of the spirit. When a child dies, does the spirit immediately regain its original vigor? It must do so since it frees itself from its fleshly envelope, but it only regains its original lucidity when separation is complete, that is, when there is no longer any connection between the spirit and the body. Does the incarnated spirit suffer during its childhood from the constraint imposed by the imperfection of its organs? No, it is a necessary state. It is in nature, and according to the viewpoints of providence, it is a time of rest for the spirit. What purpose does it serve for the spirit to go through the state of childhood? The spirit incarnates to perfect itself. It is more accessible during this period to the imperfections it receives, which can help it progress, to which those responsible for its education must contribute. Why is the first sound of the child a cry? To arouse the interest of the mother and provoke the necessary care for it. Don't you understand that if it had only cries of joy when it cannot yet speak, we wouldn't care much about its needs? Therefore, admire all the wisdom of providence. Where does the change in character come from at a certain age, and especially after adolescence? Is it the spirit that changes? It is the spirit that returns to its nature and shows itself as it was. Don't you know the secret that children hide in their innocence? You don't know what they are, what they have been, or what they will be. And yet you love them. You want them as if they were a part of yourself, to the point that a mother's love for her children is considered to be the greatest love that one being can have for another. Where does this affectionate attachment, this tender benevolence that even strangers feel towards a child come from? Do you know? It is not what I will explain to you. Children are the beings whom God sends to new existences, and not to blame them for being too harsh. He gives them all the appearance of innocence. Even in a child of bad nature, his misdeeds are covered by the innocence of his actions. This innocence is not a real superiority over what they were before. It is not the image of what they should be, and if they are not, it is only upon them that the punishment falls. But it is not only for them that God has given them this appearance, but also and especially for their parents, whose love is necessary for their weakness. And this love would be considerably weakened upon seeing a reserved and rough character, whereas believing their children to be good and kind, they give them all their love and surround them with the most delicate care. But when children no longer need this protection, this help that their parents have given them for 15 or 20 years, their real and individual character reappears in all its nakedness. It remains good if it was fundamentally good, but it always manifests itself with nuances that were hidden by early childhood. You see that God's ways are always the best, and that when one is pure of heart, the explanation is easy to conceive. Indeed, consider that the spirits of children born among men may come from a world where they have acquired very different habits. What would you think if this new being were among you with passions very different from yours, with inclinations and tastes completely opposed to yours, all thoughts, all characters, all varieties of beings engendered by this multitude of worlds where creatures grow? And you yourselves, when you die, you will find yourselves in a kind of childhood among new brothers, and in a new non-earthly existence, where you will be ignorant of the habits, customs, and relationships of this new world, and you will have difficulty handling a language to which you are not accustomed, a language more alive than your current thoughts. The weakness of youth makes it flexible and open to the advice of experience and those who must help it progress. It is then that it can reform its character and restrain its bad inclinations. Such is the duty that God has entrusted to its parents, a sacred mission to which it must respond. Thus, childhood is not only useful, necessary, and indispensable, but also the natural consequence of the laws that God has established and that govern the universe. Can two people who have known each other meet in another physical existence and recognize each other? Recognize each other, no, but feel attracted, yes. And often, Intimate relationships based on genuine affection have no other cause than this. Two beings come together through circumstances that seem fortuitous, but are the result of the attraction of two spirits seeking each other amidst the crowd. Wouldn't it be more beautiful if they recognized each other? Not always. The memory of past lives would have more disadvantages than you think. After death, they will recognize each other and know the time they spent together. Does sympathy always have as its principle a prior knowledge? Two spirits that naturally agree without having known each other as men. Are the encounters we sometimes have with certain people that we attribute to chance not the result of a sort of sympathy relationship? There are links between thinking beings who do not yet know each other. Magnetism is the pilot of this science that you will understand better later. Where does the instinctive repulsion towards certain people at first sight come from? Insensitive spirits guess and recognize each other without speaking. Is instinctive antipathy always a sign of bad nature? Two spirits are not necessarily bad because they are not sympathetic. Antipathy can result from lack of similarity of thought, but as the shadows of difference rise, they disappear and antipathy fades away. Does the antipathy of two people arise first in the one whose spirit is worse or better, but the causes and effects are different? A malevolent spirit feels antipathy towards anyone who might judge and unmask him. Upon seeing a person for the first time, he knows he will be disapproved. His disgust turns into hatred and jealousy and inspires him to do evil. The good spirit feels repulsion towards the wicked because he knows he will not be understood and does not share the same feelings. But strengthened by his superiority, he feels neither hatred nor jealousy towards the other. He simply avoids and pities him. Forget the past. For the incarnated spirit loses the memory of its past. Man cannot and should not know everything. God wants it this way in his wisdom. Without the veil that covers certain things, man would be blinded, like one who passes without transition from darkness to light. By forgetting the past, he is more himself. How can man be responsible for acts and redeem faults that he cannot remember? How can he benefit from the experience gained in lives that have been forgotten? It is conceivable that life's tribulations serve as choices if one remembered what could have provoked them, but as long as one does not remember, each existence is for them as if it were the first, and thus one must always start over. How can this be reconciled with God's justice? With each new existence, man has more intelligence and can better distinguish between good and evil. Where would be the merit in these choices and remembering everything from the past? When a spirit returns to its primitive life in spiritualism, its entire past life unfolds before it. It sees the mistakes it made, the cause of its suffering, and what it could have done to avoid them. It understands that the position it was given is just, and seeks the existence that could repair the one it has just lived. It seeks trials similar to those it has gone through, or struggles that it deems appropriate for its advancement. It asks the higher spirits to help it in this new task it undertakes, because it knows that the spirit given to it as a guide in this new existence will try to correct its mistakes by giving it the intuition of those it has committed. This intuition is the thought, the criminal desire that often comes to it, and which it instinctively resists, often attributing this resistance to the principles it received from its parents, whereas it is actually the voice of its conscience. And this voice is the memory of the past, a voice that warns it not to fall back into the errors it has already committed. The spirit that enters this new existence, if it faces these trials with courage and overcomes them, rises and ascends in the hierarchy of spirits when it returns among them. If we do not have a precise memory of what we have been and what we have done, good or bad, in our previous existences during our corporeal life, we have an intuition of it, and our instinctive tendencies are a memory of our past, to which our conscience, that is to say, the desire we conceived of avoiding committing the same errors, warns us to resist. In worlds more advanced than ours, where we are not besieged by all our physical needs and ailments, men understand that life is happier for them. The notion of happiness in general is relative. It is felt by comparison with a less happy state. Thus, even if some of these worlds, though better than ours, are not perfect, the inhabitants who live there may feel boredom in their kind. Among us, the rich, not having the anguish of material needs like the poor, have no less tribulations that bring bitterness into their lives. So I ask, do the inhabitants of these worlds not feel as unhappy in their position as we do, and do they not complain about their lot? Two different answers must be given to this. There are worlds of which you speak, whose inhabitants have a very clear and precise memory of their past existence. They can appreciate and do appreciate the happiness that God allows them to enjoy. But there are others where the inhabitants, though situated in conditions better than yours, have as many great problems, even misfortunes. The latter do not understand their happiness because they have no memory of their even more unhappy state. If they do not appreciate it as men, they appreciate it as spirits. Is there anything providential in forgetting these past existences, especially when they were painful, and where divine wisdom is revealed? It is in the higher worlds that the memory of unhappy existences is nothing more than a bad dream. But when they appear in memory in lower worlds, it does not affect present misfortunes when remembering everything they have endured. Let us conclude, therefore, that everything God has done is well done, and it is not up to us to criticize his works and say how he should have regulated the universe. The memory of our previous individualities would have very serious drawbacks. In some cases, it could strangely humiliate us. In other cases, it could exalt our pride and thus hinder our free will. God has given us only what is necessary for our improvement. That is to say, the voice of conscience and our instinctive tendencies remove from us what could harm us. Let us add that if we had the memory of our past personal acts, we would also have the memory of the acts of others, and this knowledge could have the most unfortunate effects in social relations. As we do not always have reason to boast of our past, it is often a happiness to throw a veil over it. This perfectly corresponds to the doctrine of the spirits of worlds superior to ours, in which only goodness reigns. The memory of the past is not painful. That's how we remember our past existence, like remembering what we did yesterday. Regarding the sojourn one might have in lower worlds, it is, as we have said, like a bad dream. We may have some revelations about our previous existences, not always, but many know what they were and what they did. If they were allowed to say, they would make singular revelations about the past. Some people think they have a vague memory of an unknown past that appears as a fleeting image of a dream one tries in vain to grasp. Is this idea just an illusion? Sometimes it is real, but often it is also an illusion against which one must be cautious, as it can be the effect of an overexcited imagination. In corporeal existences of a nature superior to ours, the memory of previous existences is more precise. Yes, as the body becomes less material, the memory of the past becomes clearer. For those who inhabit worlds of a higher order, it is clearer. Since man's instinctive tendencies are a memory of his past, one can deduce that students of these tendencies can know the errors they have committed, without doubt and to a certain extent. But one must take into account the improvement that the spirit may have had and those it has taken in the wandering state. The current existence may be much better than the previous one, or it may be worse, that is, man may make mistakes in an existence that he did not make in the previous one. This depends on his advancement. If he does not know how to resist trials, he may be led to new errors that are consequences of the position he has chosen. But in general, these errors indicate rather a stationary state than a retrograde one, because the spirit can advance or stop, but it cannot retreat. Since the vicissitudes of corporeal life are both an expiation for past faults and trials for the future, it follows that from the nature of these vicissitudes, one can deduce the type of previous existence. Very often, each one is punished where he has sinned. However, this should not become an absolute rule. Instinctive tendencies are a safer track. The trials undergone by the spirit are for the future and for the past. Once the term marked by providence for his wandering life is reached, the spirit itself chooses the trials it wants to undergo to accelerate its progression. That is, the type of existence that it deems most appropriate to provide it with the means to do so. If it succeeds, it progresses. If it fails, it must start over. It is in each virtue of this freedom that the spirit chooses the trials of corporeal life, and it is in the state of incarnation that it frees itself if it wants or does not want to do so, and it chooses between good and evil. Denying man free will would reduce him to the state of a machine. When a spirit has returned to corporeal life, it momentarily loses the memory of its ancient existences, as if a veil hides them from it. But sometimes it has a vague consciousness of them, and can even be revealed in certain circumstances. However, it is only at the will of the higher spirits who do so spontaneously for a useful purpose, and never to satisfy vain curiosity. Future existences cannot be revealed in any case, as they depend on how the present existence unfolds and the subsequent choice of the spirit. Forgetting the mistakes made is not at all for the improvement of the spirit, because if it does not have a precise memory, the knowledge it had of them in its wandering state, and the desire it conceived to repair them, guide it by intuition and give it the thought to resist evil. This thought is the voice of its conscience, to which it is assisted by the spirits who help it. If it listens to the good inspirations they suggest, even if man does not know his own actions committed in his previous existences, he can still know what type of fault he committed and what his dominant character was. He only has to study himself, and he can judge what he was, not what he is, but his tendencies. The vicissitudes of corporeal life are both an expiation of past faults and a trial for the future. They purify us and elevate us according to how we undergo them with resignation and without murmuring. The nature of the vicissitudes and trials we undergo can also enlighten us about what we have been and what we have done. Just as here on earth we judge the actions of a guilty person by the punishment imposed on them by law, so too will man be punished in his pride by the humiliation of a subordinate existence. The malicious and greedy rich by poverty, those who were harsh towards others by suffering deprivation, the tyrant by enslavement, the wicked son by the ingratitude of his children, the lazy by forced labor, and so forth. Chapter 8. The Emancipation of the Soul. 1. Sleep and Dreams. 2. Spiritual visits between living persons. 3. Hidden transmission of thought. 4. Lethargy, catalepsy, apparent death. 5. Somnambulism. 6. Ecstasy. 7. Second sight. 8. Theoretical summary of somnambulism, ecstasy, and second sight. The incarnated spirit willingly remains in its corporeal envelope, akin to asking if a prisoner is happy under lock and key. The incarnated spirit always aspires to liberation, and the rougher the envelope, the more it desires to be free from it. The rest of the soul is like that of the body during sleep. No, the spirit is never inactive during sleep. The ties that bind it to the body loosen, and not needing them, the body travels in space and comes into more direct contact with other spirits. How can we judge the freedom of the spirit during sleep? Through dreams, it has the memory of the past and sometimes the prediction of the future. It gains more power and can communicate with other spirits, whether in this world or the other. Often they say, "I had a strange dream, a terrible dream, but one that has no likelihood." They are often mistaken. It is a memory of places and things they have seen or will see in another existence or at another time. With the body numbed, the spirit tries to break its chain by seeking the past or the future. Poor men, what do we know so little of the most ordinary phenomena of life? We consider ourselves very educated, and the most vulgar things embarrass us. And faced with a question posed by all children, what do we do when we sleep? What are dreams? We are powerless without sleep. Sleep partly frees the soul from the body. When we sleep, we are momentarily in the state where we will be fixed after death. Spirits who quickly free themselves from matter after their death had an intelligent sleep. Such spirits, when they sleep, join the company of other beings superior to them, travel, converse, and learn with them, even working on tasks they find prepared upon their death. This should once again teach us not to fear death, for one does not die every day, as a saint said. This is the case with elevated spirits, but for the mass of men who, upon their death, must remain for long hours in that confusion, that uncertainty of which they have spoken, will go either to worlds lower than earth, where old affections call them, or seek pleasures that are perhaps even lower than those they have here, drawing from doctrines even more vile, more stagnant, more harmful than those they profess among their own. And what engenders sympathy on earth is nothing else but feeling upon awakening that one's heart is close to those with whom one has just spent 8 or 9 hours of happiness or pleasure. What also explains these invincible antipathies is that deep down we know that these people have a consciousness other than ours, for we know them without having seen them with our eyes. This also explains indifference, for we do not want to make new friends when we know we have others who love and appreciate us. In summary, sleep has more influence on your life than is believed. Through the effect of sleep, incarnated spirits are always in contact with the world of spirits, and this allows higher spirits to consent without too much repulsion to incarnate among men. God wanted that, during their contact with vice, they should be able to go to the source of goodness so that they themselves, coming to instruct others, should not miss. Sleep is the door that God has opened to his friends from heaven. It is recreation after work, while waiting in the great liberation, the final liberation that must restore its true environment to the spirit. Sleep is the memory of what the spirit saw during sleep, but it is not always dreaming, for one does not always remember what one saw, or all that one saw is not in all its development. Often, it is nothing more than the memory of the disturbance that accompanies your departure or return, to which is added the memory of what preoccupies you in the waking state. Without this, how would we explain these absurd dreams that contain as much the most hidden as the simplest? Cunning spirits also use dreams to torment weak and timid souls. Moreover, we will soon see another type of dream develop, as old as the one you know but ignore, the dream of John, the dream of Jacob, the dream of the Jewish prophets and certain Indian seers. This dream is the memory of the soul completely liberated from the body of that second life which was spoken of earlier. Let's try to distinguish between these two types of dreams, otherwise we will fall into contradictions and errors that will be fatal to faith. Dreams are the product of the emancipation of the soul, which becomes more independent through the suspension of active and relational life, hence a sort of undefined clairvoyance that extends to places farther away than we have ever seen, and sometimes even to other worlds. This is also why there is the memory that recalls events realized in the present existence or in previous existences. The strangeness of the images of what happens or has happened in unknown worlds, mixed with things from the present world, forms these strange and confusing sets that seem to have no meaning or connection. The incoherence of dreams can also be explained by the gaps produced in the incomplete memory of what appeared to us in the dream. It would be like a story in which sentences or parts have been randomly cut out, and the remaining fragments, once put together, lose all reasonable meaning. Why do we not always remember our dreams? What they call dream is nothing more than the rest of the body, for the spirit is always in motion. There it regains a bit of its freedom and corresponds with those who are dear to it, whether in this world or in others. But as the body is heavy and coarse matter, it retains impressions that the spirit has received with difficulty because the spirit did not perceive them through the body's organs. What should we think of the meaning attributed to dreams? Dreams are not true in the sense that seers understand them, for it is absurd to believe that a dream about this or that thing announces this or that thing. They are true in the sense that they present images that are real to the spirit, but often have no relation to what happens in bodily life. Often, as we have said, it is a memory. Finally, sometimes it may be a premonition of the future, if permitted, or the vision of what is happening at that moment in another place where the soul transports itself. You have many examples of people who appear in a dream and come to warn their families or friends of what is happening to them. What are these apparitions, if not the soul or spirit of these individuals coming to communicate with theirs? When one is certain that what one has seen has really happened, it is not proof that imagination had no part in it, especially if that thing had not been in your thoughts at all during the previous day. Often we see in dreams things that seem to be omens and do not come true. Where does that come from, if not from the spirit? For the body, that is, the spirit sees the thing it desires because it is going to find it. It must not be forgotten that during sleep, the soul is always more or less under the influence of matter, and therefore never completely frees itself from earthly ideas. When one is strongly preoccupied with an idea, one becomes attached to it, and everything one sees, When we see in our dreams living persons whom we know perfectly well, performing acts they are not thinking about, is it not an effect of pure imagination? What do you know about what they are not thinking about? Their spirit may come to visit yours, just as yours may visit theirs, and you do not always know what they are thinking about. Often you also apply to people you know, and according to your desires, what has happened or is happening in other existences. Is complete sleep necessary for the emancipation of the spirit? No, the spirit regains its freedom when the senses fall asleep. It takes advantage of every moment of relaxation that the body allows it. As soon as there is exhaustion of vital forces, the spirit frees itself. The weaker the body, the freer the spirit. Thus, semi-wakefulness or simple drowsiness of the senses often present the same images as a dream. Sometimes it seems to us that we hear clearly pronounced words inside us, which have no connection with what concerns us. Where does this come from? And even whole sentences, especially when the senses begin to fall asleep. Sometimes it is a faint echo of a spirit wanting to communicate with you. Often in a state that is not yet half awake, when we have our eyes closed, we see distinct images, figures whose smallest details we perceive. Is this an effect of vision or imagination? With the body asleep, the spirit seeks to break its chains, transports itself, and sees. If sleep were complete, it would be a dream. Sometimes during sleep or in the midst of sleep, we have ideas that seem very good, and despite efforts to remember them, they fade from memory. Where do these ideas come from? They are the result of the mind's freedom, emancipating itself and enjoying enhanced faculties at that moment. They often also stem from advice given by other minds. What purpose do these ideas and advice serve if memory fails and we cannot profit from them? The embodied mind, in moments when it is free from matter and acts as spirit, foresees its own death. It often presumes it, sometimes with great clarity of consciousness. This is what gives intuition during waking states. Hence, some people sometimes predict their own death with great accuracy. The mind's activity during rest or the body's sleep can cause fatigue to the body. Yes, because the mind clings to the body like a tethered balloon to a pole. And just as the balloon shakes the pole, the mind's activity reacts upon the body and can tire it. From the principle of the soul's emancipation during sleep, it seems to follow that we have a simultaneous double existence, one of the body, which gives us the life of external relationships, and one of the soul, which gives us the life of hidden relationships. Is this correct? In the state of emancipation, the life of the body gives way to the life of the soul. But it's not strictly two existences. Rather, it's two phases of the same existence. Because man does not live doubly. Can two people who know each other well visit each other during sleep? Yes. And many others who think they do not know each other meet and converse. You might have, without suspecting it, friends in another country. The act of visiting friends, relatives, acquaintances, or people who could be useful to you while you sleep is so frequent that you do it almost every night yourself. What purpose do these nocturnal visits serve if they are not remembered? Often there remains an intuition upon waking, which is often the origin of ideas that arise spontaneously without explanation, ideas drawn from these conversations. Can a person provoke spiritual visits at will? Can they, for example, ask during sleep to meet in spirit tonight with a particular person and speak to them about something specific? This does occur. A person falls asleep, their spirit awakens, and what the person had resolved the spirit often strays far from, for the life of man interests the spirit little when freed from matter. This is true for individuals who are already quite elevated. Others experience their spiritual existence differently, engaging in their passions or remaining inactive. Perhaps, depending on the motive proposed, a spirit can visit the people they desire, but the mere waking desire to do so is not a reason for it to happen. Can a person think that a friend has died when they have not, and meet their spirit and know they are alive? In such a case, upon waking, they could have an intuition. As in spirit, they can certainly see and know their fate. If they are not tested to believe in their friend's death, they will have a premonition of their existence, just as they might have of their death. How is it possible for the same idea, such as a discovery, to occur in multiple places simultaneously? We have already mentioned that during sleep, spirits communicate with each other. Thus, when the body wakes up, the spirit remembers what it has learned, and the person believes they have invented it. In this way, several people can discover the same thing at the same time. When we say an idea is in the air, it's a more accurate statement than we might think. Everyone contributes to spreading it, often without realizing it. Our mind often reveals to other minds, without our knowledge, what was the subject of our concern the previous day. Can spirits communicate when the body is fully awake? The spirit is not confined to the body like in a box. It radiates around it, which is why it can communicate with other spirits even in a waking state, although this happens more difficulty. How is it that two perfectly awake persons often have the same thought at the same instant? It's because two sympathetic spirits are communicating and seeing each other's thoughts, even when the body is asleep. There exists a thought communication between spirits that meet, enabling two individuals to see and understand each other without needing external signs of language. One could say they speak in the language of spirits. Lethargic and cataleptic individuals often see and hear what is happening around them, but they cannot manifest it. This occurs through the eyes and ears of the body, not through the spirit. The spirit recognizes but cannot communicate. Why can't it communicate on its own? The condition of the body opposes it. This unique state of the organs proves that there is something in man distinct from the body, as the body ceases to function while the spirit acts. Can a spirit in lethargy completely separate from its body to give it all the appearances of death, then return to it? In lethargy, the body is not dead, as certain functions continue. Vitality lies latent, akin to a chrysalis but not annihilated. The spirit remains united with the body as long as it lives. Once the bonds are severed by actual death and organ disintegration, the separation is complete and the spirit does not return. When a person who appears dead returns to life, it's because death did not fully occur. Can, with proper care, the links about to sever be renewed and life restored to one who would otherwise perish definitively? Yes, undoubtedly, and you have daily proof of this. Magnetism often serves as a potent means in such cases, as it replenishes the vital fluid lacking in the body, which was insufficient to maintain organ function. Lethargy and catalepsy operate on the same principle. What is the momentary loss of sensation and movement due to a physiological and inexplicable cause? They differ in this way. In lethargy, the suspension of vital forces is general, giving the body all the appearances of death. In catalepsy, it is localized and can affect a more or less extensive part of the body, leaving intelligence free to manifest itself, thus preventing confusion with death. Lethargy is always natural, while catalepsy is sometimes spontaneous, but can be induced artificially and dissipated through magnetic action. Somnambulism, 425. Does natural somnambulism have anything to do with dreams? How can it be explained? It represents a more complete independence of the soul than dreaming, thus its faculties are more developed. It has perceptions that dreams lack, as dreams are an imperfect state of somnambulism. In somnambulism, the spirit is entirely to itself, with material organs no longer receiving external impressions as in catalepsy. This state mainly manifests during sleep, when the spirit can temporarily leave the body to let it rest, essential for matter. When somnambulism occurs, it's because the spirit, occupied with something, engages in actions requiring the use of its body which it utilizes. Similarly, it uses a table or any other material object in physical manifestation phenomena, or even its hand in written communications. In dreams of which we are conscious, organs, including those of memory, begin to awaken. They imperfectly receive impressions produced by external objects or causes and communicate them to the spirit. The spirit, then at rest, perceives only confused and often disjointed sensations, seemingly without reason for their existence, mixed with vague memories either of this life or previous ones. Hence, it's easy to understand why somnambulists have no memory and why remembered dreams often lack meaning. I say most of the time, as sometimes they result from precise memories of past lives or occasionally an intuition of the future. Magnetic somnambulism, 426. Does it have anything to do with natural somnambulism? It is essentially the same, with the exception that it is induced. The nature of magnetic fluid, 427. What is called magnetic fluid, vital fluid, animalized electricity, these are all modifications of the universal fluid. The cause of somnambulist clairvoyance, 428. What is it? As we have said, it is the soul that sees. How can the somnambulist see through opaque bodies, 429? We have said that matter is not an obstacle for the spirit, as it freely makes its way through it. It is often said that it sees through the forehead, through the knee, etc., because you, being entirely in matter, do not understand that one can see without the aid of organs, thinking that they are needed. But if you allowed it freedom, you would understand that it sees through all parts of the body, or better said, outside its body is where it sees. Somnambulist clairvoyance, 430. Being the soul or spirit of the somnambulist, why does it not see everything and often make mistakes? Because it still partakes in its errors and prejudices, and when attached to matter it does not have all its faculties of mind. God has given this faculty to man for a useful and serious purpose, not to teach what he should not know. Hence, somnambulists cannot reveal everything. The source of somnambulist ideas and how can they speak accurately of things they do not know, 431. The ideas of the somnambulist come from its waking state, beyond its intellectual capacity. It's possible that the somnambulist has more knowledge than you, but it remains dormant as its envelope is too imperfect to recall. Ultimately, what is this but a spirit incarnated in matter to fulfill its mission, awakening from lethargy? We have often said that we live over and over, and this materially causes what may have been learned in a previous existence to be lost, upon entering a state they call a crisis. It remembers, but not always completely. It knows, but cannot say where it knows from or how it holds this knowledge. Once the crisis has passed, all memories fade and return to oblivion. Experience shows that somnambulists also receive communications from other spirits, who convey what they should say and compensate for their inadequacy, especially in medical prescriptions. The spirit of the somnambulist sees the illness. Another indicates the remedy. Remote viewing in some somnambulists, 432. How can it be explained? They do not transport the soul during sleep, just like with somnambulism. More or less significant development of somnambulist clairvoyance, 433. Is it due to physical organization or the nature of the incarnated spirit? Both. There are physical dispositions allowing the spirit to more or less physically free itself from matter. Faculties of the somnambulist, 434, are they the same as those of the spirit after death? To a certain extent, because the influence of the matter to which it remains attached must be taken into account. Can the somnambulist see other spirits? 435. Most see them quite well. This depends on the degree and nature of their lucidity, but sometimes they do not realize it at first and mistake them for corporeal beings, especially those unfamiliar with Spiritism, as they do not yet understand the essence of spirits. This surprises them, and that is why they do not believe in the life of spirits. The same effect occurs at the moment of death for those who still believe they are alive. Nothing around them seems to change. Spirits appear to have bodies like ours and take the appearance of their own body as real. The somnambulist who sees remotely, 436. Does he see from the point where his body is located or from where his soul is? Why ask this question, since it is the soul that sees and not the body? When the somnambulist experiences sensations of warmth or cold in a place where their soul, 437, sometimes is very distant from their body. The soul does not completely abandon the body. It remains attached through the link that binds it to the body. This link conduces sensations. When two people communicate from one city to another through electricity, it serves as the connection between their thoughts. That's why they communicate as if they were side by side. Does the user somnambulist makes of their faculty, 438, influence the state of their spirit after their death? Much, like the correct or incorrect use of all faculties God has given to man. Ecstasy, 439. What is the difference between ecstasy and somnambulism? It's a more purified somnambulism. The soul of the ecstatic is even more independent.
Does the spirit of the ecstatic truly penetrate the higher worlds? 440. Yes, they see them and understand the happiness of those who are there.
That's why they would like to stay there. But there are worlds inaccessible to spirits not sufficiently purified. 441. When the ecstatic expresses the desire to leave the earth, they speak sincerely and are not hindered by the instinct for self-preservation. This depends on the degree of purification of the spirit. If they see that their future situation is better than their current life, they strive to break the ties that bind them to the earth. 442. If the ecstatic were to remain alone, their soul could leave their body forever. They may die. That's why they must be reminded of everything that can hold them here, and especially understand that breaking the chain that holds them here would be the true path to avoid staying where they would be happy. 443. There are things that the ecstatic claims to see, which are obviously the product of an imagination affected by earthly beliefs and prejudices. Not everything they see is real. What is real to them is influenced by their earthly ideas. They may see things in their own way, or better yet, express them in a language suitable for their biases or ideas with which they have been imbued, or those of others to better understand, especially in the area where they may err. 444. To what extent can one trust the revelations of the ecstatic? 445. The ecstatic can often be mistaken, especially when they seek to penetrate what must remain a mystery to man. They then abandon their own ideas and become prey to deceiving spirits who exploit their enthusiasm to fascinate them. What consequences can be drawn from the phenomena of somnambulism and ecstasy? 446. These are not a kind of initiation into future life, or rather, it is past and future life that man glimpses in studying these phenomena. There he will find the solution to more than one mystery of his reason, which he seeks in vain to penetrate. The phenomena of natural somnambulism occur spontaneously and are independent of any known external cause. But in some people with special organization, they can be artificially provoked by the magnetic action of individuals. The state known as magnetic somnambulism differs from natural somnambulism only in that one is induced while the other is spontaneous. Natural somnambulism is a well-known fact that no one would think to question, despite the marvelous phenomena it presents. 447. For Spiritism, somnambulism is more than a physiological phenomenon. It illuminates psychology. Here the soul can be studied because it is revealed. One of the phenomena that characterize it is independent clairvoyance of the organs of sight. Those who discuss this fact base it on the fact that the somnambulist does not always see at will, as with eyes. It is not surprising that, given that the means are different, the effects are no longer the same. It is reasonable to demand identical effects when the instrument no longer exists. The soul has its properties, as the eye has its. They must be judged by themselves and not by analogy. 448. The cause of the clairvoyance of the magnetic somnambulist and the natural somnambulist is identical. It is an attribute of the soul, a faculty inherent in all parts of the incorporeal being within us, and has no more limits than those assigned to the soul itself. In distant vision, the somnambulist does not see things from the point where their body is located, but they see them as if they were where they are, because their soul is truly there. That's why their body is like annihilated and seems devoid of sensations until the soul regains possession of it. This partial separation of the soul from the body is an abnormal state that can last more or less long, but not indefinitely. 449. Second sight is permanent, the faculty, yes, the exercise not. In worlds less material than yours, spirits free themselves more easily and enter into communication through thought alone, without excluding articulated language. That's why double sight is, for the most part, a permanent faculty there. Its normal state can be compared to that of your lucid somnambulists. This is also why those incarnated in coarser bodies manifest themselves more easily. 450. Second sight develops spontaneously or by the will of the person who possesses it. Most of the time it is spontaneous, but often too the will plays a role. Take, for example, certain people called seers. Some of them possess this power, and you will see that it is the will that helps them to enter into this second vision and into what you call the vision. 451. It is true that certain circumstances develop second sight. Illness, impending danger, a great mission can all develop it. The body is sometimes in a particular state that allows the spirit to see what it cannot see with the eyes of the body. Times of crisis and calamity, strong emotions and all causes that excite the mind sometimes provoke the development of second sight. It seems that Providence gives us the means to ward off danger in its presence. All persecuted sects and parties offer many examples of this. 452. Those gifted with second sight are always aware of it. It is not always natural for them, and many believe that if everyone observed everything, they would all be equal. 453. Could we attribute to a kind of second sight the insight of certain individuals who, without being extraordinary, judge things more accurately than others? Nonetheless, the soul radiates more freely and judges better than under the veil of matter. This faculty in certain cases provides foreknowledge of things. Yes, it also provides premonitions because there are several degrees to this faculty, and a single subject can possess all degrees or only some. 454. Theoretical summary of natural somnambulism, ecstasy, and second sight. 455. Phenomena of natural somnambulism occur spontaneously and are independent of any known external cause. But in some individuals with a special organization, they can be artificially induced by the magnetic action of people. The state known as magnetic somnambulism differs from natural somnambulism only in that one is induced while the other is spontaneous. Natural somnambulism is a well-known fact that no one would think to question despite the marvelous phenomena it presents. For Spiritism, somnambulism is more than a physiological phenomenon. It illuminates psychology. Here the soul can be studied because it is revealed. One of the phenomena that characterize it is independent clairvoyance of the organs of sight. Those who discuss this fact base it on the fact that the somnambulist does not always see at will as with eyes. It is not surprising that, given that the means are different, the effects are no longer the same. It is reasonable to demand identical effects when the instrument no longer exists. The soul has its properties as the eye has its. They must be judged by themselves and not by analogy. The cause of the clairvoyance of the magnetic somnambulist and the natural somnambulist is identical. It is an attribute of the soul, a faculty inherent in all parts of the incorporeal being within us, and has no more limits than those assigned to the soul itself. In distant vision, the somnambulist does not see things from the point where their body is located, but they see them as if they were where they are because their soul is truly there. That's why their body is like annihilated and seems devoid of sensations until the soul regains possession of it. This partial separation of the soul from the body is an abnormal state that can last more or less long, but not indefinitely. It is because of the fatigue that the body feels after a certain time, especially when the soul devotes itself to active work. The sight of the soul or spirit is not circumscribed and has no defined seat, which explains why somnambulists cannot attribute any specific organ to it. As a spirit, if they refer to their body, this focus seems to them to be located where vital activity is strongest, mainly in the brain, in the epigastric region, or in the organ they consider the most tenacious point of connection between spirit and body. The power of somnambulistic lucidity is not unlimited. A spirit, even completely free, is limited in its faculties and knowledge according to the degree of perfection it has achieved, and even more so when bound to matter under its influence. That's why the clairvoyance of the somnambulist is neither universal nor infallible. Its infallibility is much less reliable when it deviates from the objective nature had foreseen and becomes an object of curiosity and experimentation. In the state of liberation in which the spirit of the somnambulist finds itself, it more easily enters into communication with other spirits, incarnate or not, through the contact of fluids that compose the perispirit and serve as transmission of thought, just like electricity. Therefore, the somnambulist does not need to articulate their thoughts through speech. They feel them and guess them. This makes them highly impressionable and susceptible to influences from the moral atmosphere in which they find themselves. This is also why a large number of spectators, and especially more or less ill-intentioned onlookers, are essentially detrimental to the development of their faculties. These faculties fold in on themselves, so to speak, and fully unfold only in their intimate and sympathetic environment. The presence of malicious or antipathetic individuals produces the effect of sensitive contact on the somnambulist. They see both their own spirit and their body. For them, these are, so to speak, two beings representing their double spiritual and bodily existence, although they merge through the bonds that unite them. The somnambulist is not always aware of this situation, and this duality often causes them to speak of themselves as if they were speaking of a foreign person. Sometimes it is the body speaking to the spirit, and sometimes it is the spirit speaking to the body. The spirit acquires more knowledge and experience with each bodily existence, but partly forgets them upon incarnation into the gross matter, which is too coarse. It recalls them as spirit. This is how certain somnambulists reveal knowledge surpassing their education level, even beyond their apparent intellectual capacities. The intellectual and scientific inferiority of the somnambulist in the waking state does not prejudge the knowledge they can reveal in lucidity. Depending on the circumstances and goals they set, they may draw from their own experience, from clairvoyance of present things, or from advice received from other spirits. However, depending on the advancement of their own spirit, their revelations through somnambulism, whether natural or magnetic, may be more or less accurate. Providence offers us irrefutable proof of the existence and independence of the soul, thus providing us with a sublime spectacle of its emancipation when the somnambulist describes what happens at a distance. They see clearly without passing through the eyes of the body, perceiving themselves on sight and feeling transported there. Therefore, a part of themselves is there, and this part, which is not their body, can only be their soul or spirit. When man delves into the subtleties of abstract metaphysics, incomprehensible in the search for the causes of our moral existence, God daily places before their eyes and within their reach the simplest and most obvious means to study experimental psychology. Ecstasy is the state where the independence of the soul and body is most visibly manifested and becomes somewhat palpable. In dreams and somnambulism, the soul wanders in earthly worlds. In ecstasy, it enters an unknown world, that of ethereal spirits with whom it communicates without being able to surpass certain limits, without completely severing the ties that bind it to the body. In this state, all earthly thoughts disappear to give way to pure feeling, which is the essence of our immaterial being. The ecstatic being sees life only as a momentary pause. The coarse pleasures and miseries of this world are but subtle incidents of a journey whose end they rejoice to see. Their lucidity can be more or less perfect, and their spirit, according to its degree of elevation, can be more or less capable of knowing and understanding things. Sometimes their exaltation is greater than their true lucidity, or so to speak. Their exaltation hinders their lucidity. Therefore, their revelations are often a mixture of truths and errors, of sublime things and absurdities, even of ridiculous things. Lower spirits often take advantage of this exaltation, which is always a cause of weakness when not controlled, to dominate the subject in ecstasy. They present appearances that maintain their ideas or prejudices from waking life. This is a pitfall, but not all are equal. It is up to us to judge coldly and weigh their revelations in the balance of reason. The emancipation of the soul sometimes manifests itself in the waking state and produces the phenomenon known as second sight. This gives those endowed with it the faculty to see, hear, and feel beyond the limits of our senses, perceiving absent things where the soul extends its action. Natural and artificial somnambulism, ecstasy, and second sight are mere variations or modifications of the same cause. These phenomena, like dreams, are part of nature. They have existed since time immemorial. History shows that they have been known and even exploited since ancient times, and we find in them the explanation for many situations considered supernatural due to prejudices. Chapter 9. Intervention of spirits in the material world, penetration of our thoughts by spirits, hidden influence of spirits on our thoughts and actions, Possessed individuals, convulsions, affection of spirits towards certain persons. Guardian angels, familial or sympathetic protective spirits, premonitions, influence of spirits on life events, action of spirits on natural phenomena, spirits in battle, paxon, occult power, talismans, sorcerers, blessing and cursing. Spirits see everything we do. They can see it because they are constantly surrounded by it. However, each sees only what they pay attention to, as they do not pay attention to what is indifferent to them. Can spirits know our most secret thoughts? They often know what you would like to hide from yourself. Neither actions nor thoughts can be hidden from them. Therefore, it seems easier to hide something from a living person than from that same person after death. Even when you think you are well hidden, you often have around you a multitude of spirits who see you. What do the spirits who surround us and observe us think of us? It depends. Foolish spirits mock the slight annoyances they cause you and mock your impatience. Serious spirits complain about your shortcomings and try to help you. Do spirits influence our thoughts and actions? They influence our thoughts and actions much more than you think, because often it is they who direct you. We have our own thoughts and others that are suggested to us. Your soul is a thinking spirit. You know that several thoughts come to you at the same time on a subject, often contradictory to each other. Well, there are always among them thoughts of yours and ours. That is what puts you in uncertainty, because opposing ideas are in dispute. How can we distinguish our own thoughts from those suggested to us? When a thought is suggested, it is like a voice speaking to you. Your own thoughts are usually those of the first impulse. Furthermore, there is not much interest for you in this distinction, and it is often useful not to know it. Man acts more freely if he decides for good, because he does it with more ardor. If he takes the wrong path, he is only more responsible. Intelligent and ingenious men always draw their ideas from their own resources. Sometimes the ideas come from their own spirits, but often they are suggested to them by other spirits whom they judge capable of understanding them and worthy of transmitting them. If they do not find them in themselves, they invoke inspiration. It is an invocation they make unknowingly. If it were not useful to distinguish clearly between our own thoughts and those suggested to us, God would have given us the means to do so, just as He gives us the means to distinguish between day and night. When something is undecided, it is for our good. Sometimes it is said that the first impulse is always good. Is this true? It can be good or bad depending on the nature of the incarnate spirit. The one who listens to correct inspirations is always good. How can we distinguish if a suggested thought comes from a good or bad spirit? Study the thought. Good spirits advise only good. It is up to you to distinguish it. For what purpose do imperfect spirits incite us to evil? To make you suffer like them. This reduces their suffering. It is not only out of jealousy to see beings happier. What kind of suffering do they want people to feel? Those resulting from a lower and distant order from God. Why does God allow spirits to incite us to evil? Imperfect spirits are instruments intended to test the faith and steadfastness of men in good. As a spirit, you must progress in the science of infinity. That is why you go through trials of evil to reach good. Our mission is to put ourselves on the right path. When malicious influences act on you, it is because you call them by desiring evil. Lower spirits come to help in evil when you want it. They can only help in evil when you want it. If you are inclined to commit murder, well, you will have a crowd of spirits pushing you in that direction, but you will also have others who will try to influence you towards good. This restores balance and leaves you in control of the situation. This is how God leaves to our conscience the choice of the path to follow and the freedom to yield to either of the contrary influences exerted on us. Can we free ourselves from the influence of spirits who solicit evil? Yes, because they only attach themselves to those who solicit it through their desires or attract them through their thoughts. Do they renounce their attempts at seduction? The spirits whose influence is repelled by will, what do you think they do? When there is nothing to be done, they yield, but they wait for the opportune moment, like a cat waiting for a mouse. By what means can we neutralize the influence of malevolent spirits? By doing good and putting all your trust in God, you repel the influence of lower spirits and destroy the empire they wish to exercise over you. Be careful not to listen to the suggestions of those spirits who sow thoughts that sow discord among men and excite all the bad passions in them. Pay particular attention to those who exalt your pride, for they take advantage of your weakness. That is why Jesus tells you in the Sunday prayer, "Lord, do not let us succumb to temptation. Deliver us from evil." Do the spirits who try to incite us to evil and thus test our firmness renounce their mission? If they fulfill this mission, they are responsible for it. No spirit is given the mission to do evil. When he does it of his own will, he therefore suffers the punishment. God may allow it to test you, but he does not order it, and it is up to you to repel it. When we feel a feeling of anguish, undefined anxiety, or inner satisfaction without known cause, it is solely due to a physical disposition. It is often an effect of communications you have unknowingly had with spirits, or that you have had with them during sleep. Can a spirit momentarily assume the envelope of a living person, that is, enter an animated body and act in place of the incarnated person in it? A spirit does not enter a body like entering a house. It assimilates with an incarnated spirit that has the same faults and qualities to act jointly. But it is always the incarnated spirit that acts at its discretion on the matter with which it is clothed. A spirit cannot take the place of the incarnated spirit, as the spirit and the body are united until the appointed time for the end of their material existence. If there is no possession in the proper sense, that is, the cohabitation of two spirits in the same body, can the soul be under the dependence of another spirit to the point of being subjected or obsessed by it, to the extent that its will is somewhat paralyzed? Yes, and these are the true possessed, but you must know that this domination never occurs without the participation of the one who undergoes it, either due to weakness or desire. Epileptics or the insane, who need a doctor more than an exorcism, have often been confused with the possessed. The word possessed, in its vulgar sense, assumes the existence of demons, that is, a category of beings of bad nature, and the cohabitation of one of these beings with the soul in the body of an individual. Since there are no demons in this sense, and two spirits cannot inhabit the same body simultaneously, there are no possessed people according to the idea attributed to this word. The word possessed must be understood as referring solely to the absolute dependence in which the soul may find itself with respect to imperfect spirits who subjugate it. Can we ourselves distance malevolent spirits and free ourselves from their grasp? You can always rely on a yoke when you have the strength of will. Can it happen that the fascination exerted by the evil spirit is such that the person under its influence is not aware of it? If he is a good man, his will can help him by calling on the assistance of good spirits. For the more a man is good, the more power he has over imperfect spirits to repel them, and over the good ones to attract them. There are people who take pleasure in a flattering dependence on their tastes and desires. In any case, one whose heart is not pure cannot exert any influence. Good spirits despise him, and bad ones do not fear him. Do exorcism formulas have any effect on malevolent spirits? No. When these spirits see someone taking it seriously, they laugh at it and persist. Are there well-intentioned people who are nonetheless obsessed? What is the best way to free oneself from obsessing spirits? Exhaust their patience, disregard their suggestions, show them they are wasting their time. Then, when they see there is nothing to be done, they will leave. Is prayer an effective means to heal from obsession? Prayer is a powerful aid in all things, but you must know that it is not enough to whisper a few words to get what you want. God helps those who act, not those who merely ask. Therefore, it is necessary for the obsessed person to take the necessary steps to destroy within themselves the cause that attracts malevolent spirits. What should we think of the expulsion of demons mentioned in the Gospel? It depends on the interpretation. If you call a malevolent spirit that subjugates an individual a demon, when its influence is destroyed, it is truly expelled. It is an illness attributed to the demon, and once you have healed the illness, you will also say that you have expelled the demon. One thing can be true or false depending on the meaning we give to words. The greatest truths may seem absurd when we only look at the form and when we take allegory for reality. Understand this and support it. It is of general application. Do spirits intervene in the phenomena that occur in individuals designated as convulsionaries? Yes, to a very large extent, just like magnetism, which is its primary source. But charlatanism has often exploited and exaggerated these effects, making them ridiculous. In general, what is the nature of the spirits that contribute to these kinds of phenomena? Do you think higher spirits amuse themselves with these things? How can the abnormal state of convulsionaries and Christians suddenly develop in an entire population? Effect of sympathy. Moral dispositions communicate very easily in certain cases. You are not strangers to magnetic effects enough to not understand this, and the part that some spirits must take in them by sympathy towards those who cause them. Among the strange faculties we note in convulsionaries, we can easily recognize some of which somnambulism and magnetism offer many examples, such as physical insensitivity, knowledge of thought, sympathetic transmission of pain, etc. Therefore, there can be no doubt that these Christians are in a kind of awakened somnambulistic state, provoked by the influence they exert on each other, both magnetizers and magnetized unknowingly. What is the cause of the physical sensitivity noticed in some convulsionaries and in other individuals subjected to the most atrocious tortures? In some people, it is exclusively a magnetic effect acting on the nervous system in the same way as certain substances. In others, the exaltation of thought dulls sensitivity because life seems to have withdrawn from the body to be carried to the spirit. Do you not know that when the mind is strongly occupied with something, the body feels nothing, sees nothing, hears nothing? Exaltation and fanatical enthusiasm often offer in torture the example of a calm and composure that could not triumph over acute pain, if not because sensitivity is neutralized by a kind of anesthetic effect. It is known that in the tumult of battle, a serious injury is often not noticed, whereas under ordinary circumstances, a scratch would make us shudder. Since these phenomena depend on a physical cause and the action of certain spirits, one may wonder how it could have depended on authority to put an end to it in certain cases. The reason is simple. The action of the spirits here is secondary. They merely exploit a natural disposition. Authority did not suppress this disposition, but rather rendered latent the cause that sustained and exalted it, and it was right to act in this way because the result was abuse and scandal. We also know that this intervention is important when the action of the spirits is direct and spontaneous, an affection of the spirits for certain individuals. Do spirits have a preference for certain people? Good spirits sympathize with good men or those capable of improvement. Inferior spirits with vicious men or those likely to become so, hence their attachment resulting from the similarity of sensations. Is the affection of spirits for certain individuals exclusively moral? True affection has nothing carnal about it, but when a spirit attaches itself to a person, it is not always out of affection, and there may be a reminiscence of human passions mixed within it. Do spirits take an interest in our misfortunes and prosperity? Those who wish us well are distressed by the evils we experience during our life. The good spirits do all the good they can and rejoice in all their joys. They are distressed by their evils when they are not borne with resignation. For these evils serve you no purpose, since you are like the phenomenon that rejects the bitter drink supposed to cure it. What kind of evil do spirits deal with the most on our behalf? Is it physical evil or moral evil of egoism and hardness of heart from which all things originate? They laugh at all these imaginary evils that flow from pride and ambition. They rejoice in those which have the effect of shortening your time of trial. Spirits, knowing that corporeal life is only transitory and that the tribulations that accompany it are the means of attaining a better state, are more distressed by the moral causes that lead us away from it than by the physical evils that are only temporary. That is why they do not care much about the misfortunes that affect only our worldly ideas, as we do about the childish sorrows of childhood. The spirit that sees in the afflictions of life a means of progress for us considers them as the momentary crisis that must save the sick. He pities us for our suffering as we pity those of a friend, but looking at things from a more just point of view, he values them differently from ours. And whereas the good ones raise us for the interest of our future, the others incite us to despair in order to compromise it. Do our parents and friends who preceded us in the other life have more sympathy for us than the spirits who are not strangers without a doubt, and often protect you like spirits according to their power. They are sensitive to the effect that you keep them. Very sensitive, but forget those who forget them. Guardian angels, protective spirits, familiars or sympathetic. Are there spirits that attach themselves to a particular individual for his protection? Yes, the spiritual brother. That's what they call the good spirit or the good genius. What is a guardian angel? A high-level protective spirit. What is the mission of the protective spirit? It is that of a father towards his children, to guide his protégé on the right path, to help him with his advice, to console him in his afflictions, to support his courage in the trials of life. Is the protective spirit bound to the individual from birth to death, and often follows him after death into spiritual life, and even into several bodily existences, because these existences are only very short phases compared to the life of the spirit. 493. Is the mission of the protective spirit voluntary or mandatory? The spirit is obliged to take care of you because it has accepted this task, but it has the possibility to choose beings who sympathize with it. For some it is a pleasure, for others a mission or duty. By attaching itself to a person, the spirit renounces protecting other individuals, but less exclusively. 494. Is the protective spirit inevitably bound to the being entrusted to its care? It often happens that certain spirits abandon their post to fulfill various missions, but then an exchange occurs. 495. Does the protective spirit sometimes abandon its protégé when the latter rebels against its advice? It withdraws when it sees that its advice is futile, and that the will to submit to the influence of inferior spirits is stronger, but it does not abandon them completely, and is always heard. That's when the person shuts themselves off. It returns as soon as it is called upon. There is a doctrine that should convert the most incredulous with its charm and gentleness. Isn't the thought of guardian angels consoling, knowing that benevolent beings are always near you, always there to advise, support you, help you climb the bitter mountain of good? They are more reliable and devoted friends than the closest bonds you can form on this earth. These beings are here by God's order. He has placed them near you. They are there for Him and fulfill a beautiful but painful mission for you. Yes, wherever you are, they will be with you. In dungeons, hospitals, places of debauchery, solitude, nothing separates you from this friend whom you cannot see, but whose soul feels the gentlest impulses and whose wise counsel you listen to. How well you know this truth, how many times it would help you in moments of crisis, how many times it would save you from evil spirits. But in the light of day, this good angel will often have to say to you, I did not tell you this and you did not do it. I did not show you the abyss and you rushed into it. I did not make you hear the voice of truth in your conscience, and you did not follow the advice of falsehood. Question your guardian angels. Establish between them and you that tender intimacy that reigns between the best friends. Do not think of hiding anything from them because they have the eye of God, and you cannot deceive them. Think of the future, seek to advance in your life. Your trials will be shorter, your lives happier. Come on, be courageous, reject once and for all your prejudices and hidden thoughts. Enter the new path that opens before you. Move forward, you have guides, follow them. The goal cannot fail because that goal is God Himself. To those who think it impossible for truly elevated spirits to perform such a laborious and constant task, we say that we influence your souls being millions of leagues away from you. For us, space is nothing, and although we live in another world, our spirits maintain their connection with yours. We enjoy qualities that you cannot understand, but rest assured that God has not imposed upon us a task beyond our strength, and that He has not left you alone on earth without friends or support. Each guardian angel has their protégé whom they watch over like a father watches over his child. He rejoices when he sees him on the right path. He sighs when his advice is ignored. Do not be afraid to weary us with your questions. On the contrary, always stay in contact with us. You will be stronger and happier thanks to these communications of every man with his familiar spirit, which make all men the means that are ignored today, but which will manifest later and extend like a limitless ocean to repress the unbelievers and ignorance. Men of science teach, men of talent elevate your brothers. Do you not know what work you are doing? It is the work of Christ, the work that God has imposed upon you, because he has given you intelligence and knowledge, if not to share them with your brothers, so that they progress on the path of happiness and eternal happiness. St. Louis, St. Augustine, the doctrine of guardian angels who watch over their protégés despite the distance between worlds is not surprising. On the contrary, it is great and sublime. We do not see on earth a father who watches over his child, even if he is far away, and helps him with his advice by correspondence. 496. Why would it be surprising that spirits are capable of guiding those placed under their protection from one world to another? For them, the distance between worlds is less than that on earth separating continents. Moreover, they do not have the universal fluid that connects all worlds and makes them solid, an immense vehicle for the transmission of thought, like air is for us, the medium for transmitting sound. 497. An abandoning spirit is no longer beneficial to its protégé. It then causes harm. Good spirits never do evil. They leave that to those who take their place. Then you blame fate for the misfortunes that overwhelm you when the fault is yours. 498. Can a protective spirit abandon its protégé to the mercy of a spirit that may wish harm upon them? There is a union of evil spirits to neutralize the action of the good ones, but if the protégé wishes it, they will restore all their strength to their good spirit. The spirit can find a good will for help elsewhere and take advantage of it while waiting for their return to their protégé. 499. When the protective spirit allows its protégé to wander in life, it is due to its powerlessness to fight against other malevolent spirits. It is not because it cannot, but because it does not want to. Its protégé emerges from trials more perfect and instructed. It helps them with its advice, with the good thoughts it suggests. But unfortunately, these are not always heard. It is only weakness, negligence, or pride in humans that give strength to evil spirits. Their power over you comes only from the fact that you do not resist them. 500. The protective spirit is constantly with its protégé. It never loses sight of them, never abandons them. There are circumstances where the presence of the protective spirit is unnecessary with its protégé. 501. Is there a moment when the spirit no longer needs a guardian angel? Yes, when it reaches the degree of being able to conduct itself, because there comes a time when the student no longer needs a philosophy professor. But this does not happen on your earth. 502. Why is the action of spirits on our existence hidden, and why, when they protect us, do they not do so overtly? If you had confidence in their support, you would not act by yourself, and your spirit would not progress. To progress, it needs experience, and it is often necessary for it to acquire it at its own expense. It must exercise its strength. Otherwise, it would be like a child not allowed to walk alone. The action of spirits who wish you well is always regulated in a way that leaves you your free will, because if you had no responsibility, you would not progress on the path that must lead you to God. Man, not seeing his support, relies on his own strength, his own direction. However, he is watched, and from time to time he is warned to beware of danger. 503. The protective spirit who manages to bring its protégé back to the right path feels good for itself. It is a merit that is taken into account, whether for its own progress or for its happiness. It rejoices when it sees that its care is successful. It triumphs as a tutor does with the success of his student. It is responsible if it is unsuccessful, not because it did not do what was within its power. 504. The protective spirit who sees its protégé follow a wrong path despite its advice is saddened by it, and this does not cause a problem for its happiness. It sighs for their mistakes and sympathizes with them, but this affliction does not have the anxiety of earthly parenthood, because it knows that there is a remedy for evil, and what is not done today will be done tomorrow. Can we always know the name of our spirit or guardian angel? How can you know names that do not exist for you? Do you believe then that among spirits only those you know exist? How could we invoke them if we do not know them? Give it the name you want. that of a superior spirit for whom you feel sympathy or reverence, your protective spirit will answer this call because all good spirits are brothers and help each other. 505. Protective spirits who take known names are always truly those of the people who bear those names. No, they are spirits who sympathize with them and often come at their request. If you need names, then take one that inspires confidence in you. When they cannot carry out a mission in person, they send another who acts on their behalf. 506. When we are in the spirit life, will we recognize our protective spirit? Yes, because you often knew them before your incarnation. 507. Do all protective spirits belong to the class of superior spirits? Can they be found among average spirits? Can a father, for example, become the protective spirit of their child? Yes, but protection implies a certain degree of elevation and a power or virtue granted by God. A father who protects their child can be assisted by a superior spirit. 508. Can spirits who left Earth in a good state continue to protect those they love who survive them? Their power is more or less restricted. Their position does not always allow them full freedom of action. 509. Do humans in a state of savagery or moral inferiority also have protective spirits? And if so, are these spirits of as high an order as those of very advanced humans? Every person has a spirit who watches over them, but the missions are relative to their purpose. Just as a child learning to read is not given a philosophy professor. The progress of the familiar spirit follows that of the protected spirit. While you yourself have a superior spirit watching over you, you can in turn become the protector of a spirit lower than you, and the progress you help them make will contribute to your own advancement. God does not demand more of a spirit than what its nature and degree attained allow. 510. When the father who watches over their child reincarnates, they continue to watch over them. It is more difficult, but pray at a time of release for an understanding spirit to help you in this mission. Furthermore, spirits only accept missions they can carry out to the end. The incarnated spirit, especially in worlds where existence is material, is too tied to its body to fully devote itself to this. 511. There is an evil spirit attached to each individual, in addition to the protective spirit, with the goal of pushing them towards evil and giving them the opportunity to struggle between good and evil. Attached is not the correct term. It is very certain that evil spirits seek to lead astray when they have the chance. But when a spirit attaches to an individual, it does so of its own accord, hoping to be heard. Thus, there is a struggle between good and evil, and the latter prevails over those who allow themselves to be governed. 512. We can have several protective spirits. Every person always has sympathetic spirits, to a greater or lesser degree, who are concerned and interested in them. Thus, they also have spirits who assist them in evil. 513. Sympathetic spirits act by virtue of a mission, sometimes temporary, but most often they are called solely by the similarity of thought and feeling in good and evil. Therefore, sympathetic spirits can be good or bad. A person always finds spirits who sympathize with them, regardless of their character. 514. Familiar spirits are the same as sympathetic or protective spirits. There are many nuances of protection and sympathy. Give them the names you want. The familiar spirit may align with the friend from the previous explanations and observations on the nature of spirits who join with humans, which lead to the following. The protective spirit, guardian angel, or good genius, is tasked with following humans in life and helping them progress. It always has a higher nature than its protege. Familiar spirits bind themselves to certain people with more or less lasting bonds to be useful within their often limited power. They are good, but sometimes less advanced or even somewhat frivolous. They easily handle the details of intimate life and act only on order or with permission from higher spirits. Sympathetic spirits are those who are attracted by particular affections and by certain similarities in tastes and feelings in both good and evil. The duration of their relationships is almost always subject to circumstances. 5:15. What should we think about those individuals who seem to attach themselves to certain people to inevitably lead them to ruin or guide them in the right direction? Some individuals indeed exert a kind of fascination over others that seems irresistible. When this is done with malicious intent, they are evil spirits, and other evil spirits use this to better subjugate you. God may allow this to test you. 5:16. Can our good and bad genius incarnate to accompany us more directly throughout life? This sometimes occurs, but they often entrust this mission to other incarnated spirits who sympathize with them. 5:17. There are spirits who bind themselves to an entire family to protect them. Some spirits attach themselves to members of the same family who live together and are united by affection, but they do not believe in spirits that protect the pride of races. 5:18. Spirits being drawn to individuals by their sympathies are also drawn to gatherings of individuals for particular reasons. Spirits prefer to go where their kindred are. They are more comfortable and assured of being heard there. Humans attract spirits to themselves through their tendencies, whether alone or in groups, like a society, city, or village. Thus, there are societies, cities, and villages assisted by spirits of varying degrees depending on the dominant character and passions. 519. Agglomerations of individuals such as societies, cities, and nations have their own special protective spirits. Yes, because these gatherings are collective individualities advancing toward a common goal and requiring superior guidance. 520. Protective spirits of masses have a higher nature than those attached to individuals. Everything is relative to the degree of advancement of the masses, just as with individuals. 521. Can certain spirits contribute to the progress of arts by protecting those who dedicate themselves to them? There are special protective spirits who assist those who invoke them when they judge them worthy. But what can they do with those who believe themselves to be what they are not? They do not make the blind see or the deaf hear. Ancient people made them into special deities. The Muses were nothing but the allegorical personification of protective spirits of sciences and arts, just as they designated protective spirits of the family under the names of Lares and Penates. Among moderns, arts, various industries, cities, and regions also have protective spirits who are none other than superior spirits, albeit with different names. 522. By studying the customs of peoples or any gathering of men, it is easy to get an idea of the hidden population that interferes in their thoughts and actions. 3 sentiments. 523. Foreboding is always a warning from the protective spirit. It is the intimate and hidden counsel of a spirit wishing you well. It is also the intuition of the choice you have made. It is the voice of instinct. Before incarnating, the spirit is aware of the main phases of its existence, that is, the types of trials it has committed to. When these have a prominent character, it retains a kind of impression of them deep within its being, and this impression, which is the voice of instinct, awakens as the moment approaches, transforming into foreboding. 524. The warnings from our protective spirits have only one objective: moral conduct, or how to behave in matters of private life. They all try to help you live better, but often they close their ears to good warnings and are unhappy through their own fault. Protective spirits help us with their advice through the voice of our conscience that they make speak within us. But since we do not always give it the necessary importance, they advise us more directly by using the people around us. 525. Do spirits influence events in life? Certainly, since they advise you, they exert this influence in a way that is not through the thoughts they suggest, meaning they have a direct action on the realization of things. Yes, but they never act outside the laws of nature. We mistakenly think that the action of spirits should manifest only through extraordinary phenomena. We would like them to come to our aid with miracles, and we always imagine them armed with a magic wand. That's not the case, which is why their intervention seems hidden to us, and what is done with their help seems very natural. For example, they might bring together 2 people who seem to meet by chance, or inspire someone. 526. The thought of passing through a certain place will attract their attention to a certain point if it leads to the result they wish to achieve, so that man, believing he is only following his own impulse, always retains his free will. 527. Can spirits, by having an action on matter, cause certain effects to make an event happen? For example, a man is going to perish climbing stairs, the stairs break, and the man dies. Did spirits cause the stairs to break to fulfill the man's destiny? It is certain that spirits have an action on matter, but in respect to the laws of nature, and not to abolish them by causing an unexpected event, contrary to these laws. In the example you cite, the stairs broke because they were decayed or not strong enough to support the man's weight. If it was this man's destiny to perish in this way, he would be inspired with the idea to climb the stairs that were to break under his weight, and his death would occur through a natural effect without the need for a miracle. 528. Let's take another example where the natural state of matter is irrelevant. A man is going to be struck by lightning. He takes refuge under a tree, lightning strikes, and he dies. Could spirits have caused the lightning and directed it toward him? Again, the lightning struck that tree at that moment because it was part of the laws of nature for it to happen. It did not aim toward that tree because the man was underneath, but the man was inspired to take refuge under a tree that lightning was going to strike, as the tree would have been struck whether he was under it or not. 529. A criminal throws a projectile at someone and narrowly misses or does not hit them. Could a benevolent spirit have diverted it? If the individual is not meant to be hit, the benevolent spirit will inspire them to dodge, or might dazzle their enemy so they miss their target. Once the projectile is thrown, it follows the trajectory it must travel. 530. What about the enchanted bullets mentioned in some legends that invariably hit their target? Pure imagination. Humans love the miraculous and are not satisfied with the wonders of nature. Can spirits directing life events be thwarted by spirits desiring the opposite? What God wills must be done. If there is delay or hindrance, it is by His will. 531. Can spirits of levity and mockery give rise to those small embarrassments that intrude on our plans and confound our expectations, commonly known as the small miseries of human life? They take advantage of these troubles, which are tests for you to exercise your patience, but they grow tired when they see they are not successful. However, it would neither be fair nor correct to blame them for all your misfortunes, which you yourself often cause through thoughtlessness. Believe me when I say that if dishes break, it's more likely due to your clumsiness than spirits. Spirits causing trouble act out of personal animosity or attack the first person they encounter, without any defined motive, purely out of malice. Sometimes they are enemies you have made in this life or another who persecute you. Sometimes there is no reason at all. 532. The malice of those who have wronged us on earth ceases with their bodily life. They often recognize their injustice and the harm they have done, but sometimes they pursue you with their animosity if God permits it to continue testing you. This can be stopped if we pray for them and repay good for evil. Thus, they eventually understand their wrongs. Moreover, if we can rise above their schemes, they cease when they see they gain nothing from them. Experience shows that some spirits seek revenge from one existence to another, and sooner or later, we atone for any wrongs we may have done to someone. 533. Do spirits have the power to ward off misfortunes from certain people and attract prosperity to them? Not entirely, as some misfortunes are in the decrees of providence. However, they mitigate these sorrows by imparting patience and resignation. Also, it often depends on you to avoid or at least lessen these misfortunes. God has given you intelligence to use, and it is mainly in this way that spirits aid us by suggesting favorable thoughts. But they only assist those who can help themselves. This is the meaning of the words, "Seek, and you shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you." Furthermore, what seems like a misfortune to you is not always so. Often a greater good must come out of it, which you do not understand because you only think of the present moment or yourself. 534. Can spirits obtain gifts of fortune if solicited for them? Sometimes as a trial, but often they refuse, as one rejects an ill-considered request. It is the good or bad spirits who grant these favors, depending on the intention. But most often it is the evil spirits who seek to guide them toward evil and find an easy way to do so through the pleasures that fortune provides them. 535. When encountering something favorable, we should give thanks to our guardian spirit. Above all, thank God, without whose permission nothing is done, and then the good spirits who have been his agents. 536. What happens if we forget to say thank you? What happens to the ungrateful? However, there are people who do not pray, do not say thank you, and yet everything succeeds for them. Yes, but one must consider the end. They will pay dearly for this temporary happiness they do not deserve, for the more they have received, the more they must repay. Action of spirits on natural phenomena. 537. Are the great phenomena of nature considered disturbances of the elements due to chance causes, or do they all have a providential purpose? Everything has a purpose, and nothing happens without God's permission. These phenomena always concern humanity. Sometimes they have a direct purpose for mankind, but often their only purpose is to restore the balance and harmony of the physical forces of nature. We understand perfectly that God's will is the primary cause in this as in all things, but knowing that spirits have an action on matter and are the agents of God's will, we wonder if some of them do not exert influence on the elements to stir them, calm them, or direct them. However, it is clear that it cannot be otherwise. God does not undertake a direct action on matter. He has his agents at every level of the scale of worlds. 538. The mythology of the ancients is entirely based on the ideas of Spiritism, except that they considered spirits as divinities and represented these gods or spirits with specific attributes. Some were in charge of the winds, others of lightning, others presided over vegetation, etc. Is this belief unfounded? It is so unfounded that it is below the truth. By the same reasoning, could there be spirits dwelling inside the earth and presiding over geological phenomena? Spirits do not dwell positively within the earth, but they preside over and direct according to their attributes. One day you will have the explanation for all these phenomena and will understand them better. 539. The spirits who preside over natural phenomena form a special category in the spirit world. Are they beings apart from us, or spirits who have incarnated like us? Who will be or have been? Do these spirits belong to higher or lower orders of the spirit hierarchy? This depends on their role, whether more material or intelligent. Some command, others execute. Those who execute material tasks are always of a lower order, both among spirits and humans. 540. For the production of certain phenomena like electrical storms, does a single spirit act or do countless masses come together? 541. Do the spirits who act on natural phenomena do so knowingly through their free will or instinctively or thoughtlessly? Some do, others do not. Do you believe that this transformation of the Earth's surface is not necessary for general harmony? Yet only animals of the lowest degree accomplish these things while satisfying their needs, without realizing they are instruments of God. Well, in the same way, the most backward spirits are useful as a whole while experiencing life, and before fully realizing their actions and free will. They act on certain phenomena, of which they are agents unknowingly at first. Later, when their intelligence is more developed, they will command and direct things in the material world. Later still, they may direct things in the moral world. Thus, everything serves a purpose, everything is connected in nature, from the primitive atom to the archangel who began the same thing with the atom. An admirable law of harmony that your limited vision cannot yet grasp in its entirety. 542. In a battle there are spirits who assist and support each camp. Yes, and they stimulate their courage. In the past, ancient peoples represented gods on the side of one or another people. These gods were nothing more than spirits represented under allegorical figures. 543. In a war, justice is always on the side of whom? How do spirits take sides with those who are wrong? You know well that there are spirits who only seek discord and destruction. For them, war is just war. The justice of the cause matters little to them. 544. Can certain spirits influence the general in the conception of his plans for the campaign? Without a doubt. Spirits can influence this object, like all designs. 545. Can the general sometimes be guided by a sort of intuitive vision that shows him in advance the result of his combinations? This is often the case with a man of genius. This is what he calls inspiration, and it makes him act with a kind of certainty. This inspiration comes from the spirits who direct and use the faculties with which he is endowed. 546. In the tumult of battle, what happens to the spirits who succumb? Are they always interested in them after their death? Some are, others are not. In combat, what happens is, like in all cases of violent death. At first, the spirit is surprised and dazed. It does not believe it is dead. It seems to continue participating in the action. Only gradually does reality appear to it. 547. Do the spirits who fought against each other in life recognize each other as enemies once dead, and do they remain animated by resentment towards each other? The spirit never has composure at that moment. Initially, it may still be angry with its enemy and even pursue them, but when its ideas return to it, it sees that its animosity no longer has an object. However, it may still retain traces of it, more or less depending on its character. It may continue to hear the sound of weapons. 548. Is the spirit who is a cool spectator of a battle a witness to the separation of the soul from the body, and how does this phenomenon appear to them? There are few deaths that are instantaneous. Most of the time, the spirit whose body has just been mortally struck is not aware of it at that moment. When it begins to recognize itself, that is when we can distinguish the spirit moving alongside the corpse. It seems so natural that the sight of the dead body produces no unpleasant effect. All life being transferred to the spirit, it alone attracts attention, with whom we speak or with whom we make pacts. 549. Is there any truth in pacts with evil spirits? No, there are no pacts, but a malicious nature that sympathizes with evil spirits. For example, if you want to torment your neighbor and do not know how to do it, then you invoke lower spirits who, like you, desire only evil, and who, to help you, want you to serve them in their evil designs. But it does not follow that your neighbor cannot free himself from them by a counter-charm, by his own will. One who wants to commit a bad action calls upon evil spirits for help, and is obliged to serve them as they serve him, because they also need him for the evil they want to do. This is the only pact, the dependence in which man sometimes finds himself vis-à-vis the bad thoughts they suggest to him, and not any stipulation between them and him. 550. The pact, in the vulgar sense of the term, is an allegory that describes a malicious nature that sympathizes with evil spirits. 551. What do the fantastic legends mean about individuals selling their soul to Satan to obtain certain benefits? All fables contain a lesson and a moral meaning. Your mistake is taking them literally. It's an allegory that can be explained as follows. One who seeks help from spirits to obtain gifts of fortune or any other favor murmurs against providence, abandons the mission they received and the trials they must endure here, and will suffer the consequences in the future life. This does not mean their soul is forever condemned to unhappiness, but rather that instead of detaching from material things, they sink deeper into them. Any joy they had on earth, they will not have in the world of spirits until they redeem it with new tests, perhaps greater and more painful. By their love for material pleasures, they place themselves under the influence of impure spirits. It's a tacit pact between them and the one leading to ruin, but it can always be easily broken with the help of good spirits if there is a firm will to do so. 552. Can a wicked person, through a malevolent spirit devoted to them, harm their neighbor? No, God would not allow it. 553. And the belief that certain people have the power to cast spells. Some people have a very strong magnetic power that they can misuse if their own spirit is evil, and in that case they may be aided by other evil spirits. But do not believe in this supposed magical power that exists only in the imagination of superstitious people who are ignorant of the true laws of nature. The cited facts are natural occurrences that have been poorly observed and especially misunderstood. 554. What can be the effect of the formulas and practices by which some people claim to control the will of spirits? The effect is to ridicule them if they are sincere. Otherwise, they are charlatans who deserve punishment. There are no sacramental words, Kabbalistic signs, or talismans that have an effect on spirits, because spirits are attracted only by thought and not by material things. Have spirits sometimes dictated certain Kabbalistic formulas themselves? Yes, there are spirits who indicate signs, strange words, or prescribe certain acts by which they perform what they call conjurations, but one must be certain these are spirits who mock and abuse credulity. 555. What sense should the title of sorcerer have? Those called sorcerers are sometimes sincere individuals endowed with certain faculties, such as magnetic power or clairvoyance, and so, how do they do things they do not understand? They are believed to have supernatural power. Haven't your scientists often been seen as sorcerers in the eyes of ignorant people? Spiritism and magnetism give us the key to a multitude of phenomena, upon which ignorance has spawned a multitude of fables, in which facts are exaggerated by imagination. An enlightened knowledge of these two sciences, which are essentially the same, by showing the reality of things and their true cause, is the best safeguard against superstitious ideas, as it shows what is possible and what is impossible, what falls under the laws of nature and what is simply a ridiculous belief. 556. Are there people who truly have the gift of healing through a simple touch? Magnetic power can reach this point when based on purity of feelings and a strong desire to do good, because then good spirits come to our aid. But one must be careful about how things are recounted. Overly credulous or enthusiastic people, always ready to see the miraculous in the simplest and most natural things, must also beware of the self-serving accounts of people who exploit credulity for their own gain. 557. Can blessings and curses bring good and evil to those who are subject to them? God does not listen to an unjust curse, and the one who pronounces it is guilty in his eyes. Just as we have two opposing geniuses, good and evil, there can be a momentary influence even on matter, but this influence always occurs only by the will of God and as an additional test for the subject. Moreover, curses are generally aimed at the wicked, and blessings are bestowed upon the good. Blessings and curses can never divert providence from the path of justice. A curse strikes only the wicked if they are evil, and its protection only covers those who deserve it. 558. Do spirits have anything else to do besides contributing to the harmony of the universe by executing God's will, of which they are ministers? Spiritual life is a continuous occupation, but without the monotony of earthly life, because there is neither bodily fatigue nor anxiety about needs. 559. Do inferior and imperfect spirits also have a useful role in the universe? All have duties to fulfill. Perhaps the lowest mason does not contribute to the building as much as the architect. 560. Do spirits have a special attribute? We must all inhabit everywhere and acquire knowledge of all things, presiding successively over all parts of the universe. But as it is said in Ecclesiastes, there is a time for everything. Thus, one who fulfills their destiny today in this world will fulfill it, or has fulfilled it at another time on earth, in water, in air, etc. 561. Are the functions fulfilled by spirits in the order of things permanent for each one, or do they fall under the exclusive attributions of certain classes? Everyone must pass through the different levels of the scale to perfect themselves. God, who is just, could not want to give some people knowledge without work, while others acquire it only with difficulty. Similarly, among men, no one reaches the supreme degree of competence in any art without drawing the necessary knowledge from practicing the smallest parts of that art. 562. Do the highest order spirits, having nothing more to acquire, remain in absolute rest, or do they also have occupations? What do you think they would do for eternity? Eternal idleness would be eternal torment. What is the nature of their occupations? They receive orders directly from God, transmit them throughout the universe, and ensure their execution. 563. Are the occupations of spirits incessant? Yes, if we understand that their thoughts are always active, because they live through thought. But the occupations of spirits should not be equated with the material occupations of humans. This same activity is a joy through the awareness they have of being useful. This is conceivable in the case of good spirits, but it is the same with lower spirits. Lower spirits have occupations suited to their nature. Entrust the work of the intelligent man to the worker and the ignorant. 564. Are there idle spirits or those who do not devote themselves to anything useful? Yes, but this state is temporary and is subordinate to the development of their intelligence. Is it true that some, like among men, live only for themselves, but this inaction weighs on them, and sooner or later the desire to progress makes them feel the need for activity, and they rejoice in being able to be useful? We are talking about spirits who have reached the point of self-awareness and free will, for originally they are like newborn children who act more on instinct than on determined will. Spirits examine and take interest in our works of art. They examine what can prove the elevation of spirits and their progress. A spirit who had a specialty on earth, such as a painter or architect, for example, is mainly interested in works that were the object of their predilection during their life. Everything merges into a general purpose. If it is good, they are as interested in this as in helping souls ascend to God. Moreover, they forget that a spirit who practiced an art in the existence they know may have practiced another art in another existence, for they must know everything to be perfect. Thus, depending on their degree of advancement, there may be no specialty for them. This is what I was referring to when I said that all these things merge into a general purpose. Notice again that what is sublime to you in your backward world is only trivial in the most advanced worlds. How do you expect the spirits who inhabit those worlds, where there are unknown arts, to admire what to them is merely the work of a schoolgirl? As I said, they examine what can prove progress. We conceive that this must be so for highly advanced spirits, but we are talking about the most vulgar spirits who have yet risen above earthly ideas. For them, it is different. Their perspective is narrower, and they may admire what you yourself admire. Spirits sometimes interfere in our occupations and pleasures. Vulgar spirits, as they say, yes, these surround us constantly and take part in what we do, sometimes very actively, but this depends on their nature, as they need to do so to push men onto the various paths of life and to stimulate or moderate their passions. Spirits concern themselves with worldly matters in proportion to their elevation or inferiority. Superior spirits undoubtedly have the ability to consider even the smallest details, but they only do so to the extent that it is useful to their progress. Lower spirits attach importance only to memories still present in their minds and to material ideas that have not yet faded. Spirits have missions to fulfill. They carry them out in the wandering state or in the state of incarnation. They can have them in any state. For some wandering spirits, this is a great occupation. What missions can spirits be entrusted with? Wandering spirits are so varied that it would be impossible to describe them all, and there are some that cannot be understood. Spirits carry out the will of God, and you cannot penetrate all their designs. The missions of spirits always aim for good, whether as spirits or as men. They are tasked with aiding the progress of humanity, peoples or individuals, in a more or less vast circle of ideas, more or less specialized, preparing the way for certain events, overseeing the relationship of certain things. Some have more restricted and rather personal missions, or quite local ones, such as aiding the sick, the dying, the afflicted, watching over those for whom they become guides and protectors, guiding them with their advice or with the good thoughts they suggest. It can be said that there are as many types of missions as there are types of interests to watch over, whether in the physical or moral world. The spirit advances according to how it fulfills its task. Spirits always penetrate the designs entrusted to them to execute. Are some blind instruments, but others know very well for what purpose they act. Only elevated spirits carry out missions. The importance of missions is linked to the abilities and elevation of the spirit. The courier who brings a message also carries out a mission, but it is not the mission of the general. and Spirit's mission is imposed on them or depends on their will. They request it and rejoice to receive it. Can they request the same mission from several spirits? There are often several candidates, but not all are accepted. What is the mission of incarnated spirits? To instruct men, help in their progress, improve their institutions through direct and material means. But missions vary in general importance. Cultivating the land fulfills a mission, just as governing or instructing does. Everything is interconnected in nature, and simultaneously, as the spirit purifies itself through incarnation, it contributes in this form to the realization of Providence's designs. Each person has their mission here below, for everyone can be useful in some way. What could be the mission of those voluntarily useless on earth? Indeed, there are people who live only for themselves and do not know how to make themselves useful in anything. These are poor souls who deserve pity, for they will cruelly atone for their voluntary uselessness, and their punishment often begins here on earth with boredom and disgust for life. If they could choose, why would they prefer a life that could in no way benefit them? Among spirits there are also the lazy, who shun a life of work. God allows them to do this. They will later understand, to their detriment, the drawbacks of their uselessness, and will be the first to ask that lost time be repaired. Perhaps they also chose a more useful life, but once at work, they recoil and let themselves be swayed by the suggestions of spirits who encourage their idleness. Common occupations seem to us more like duties than properly defined missions. Mission, according to the idea attributed to it in this sense, has a character of less exclusive importance and especially less personal. How can we recognize that a person has a true mission on earth? By the great things they accomplish, by the progress made by their peers. Men with an important mission are predestined before birth, and they know it. Sometimes they do know it, but most often they do not. They have only a vague goal in coming to earth. Their mission takes shape after their birth, and according to circumstances, God pushes them in the direction where they must fulfill their designs. When a man accomplishes something useful, it is always a virtue of a predetermined mission. Or can he receive an unforeseen mission? Not everything a man does is the result of a predestined mission. Often he is the instrument used by a spirit to accomplish something he deemed useful. For example, a spirit believes that writing a book would be beneficial, something he would have done himself if he were incarnate. He seeks the writer who can best understand his thoughts and execute them. He gives him the idea and guides him in its execution. Thus, this man did not come to earth with the mission of completing this work. The same goes for certain works of art or discoveries. It should also be noted that during the sleep of his body, the incarnated spirit communicates directly with the wandering spirit, and they agree to perform the work. Can it happen that the spirit fails in its mission through its own fault? Yes, if he is not a superior spirit. What are the consequences for him? He must renew his task. It is his punishment, and he will suffer the consequences of the evil he caused. Since the spirit receives its mission from God, how can God entrust an important mission of general interest to a spirit that could fail? Doesn't God know? And will he be victorious or defeated? He certainly knows. And when his plans are important, they do not rely on those who must abandon their work halfway. The whole question for you is to know the future that God has, but that is not given to you. Does the spirit incarnating to fulfill a mission have the same apprehension as the one who does it as a test? No, he has the experience. Men who are the torchbearers of humanity, who enlighten it with their genius, certainly have a mission. But among them, there are some who err and, alongside great truths, spread great errors. How should we view their mission? It is distorted by themselves. They fall short of the task they have undertaken. However, circumstances must be taken into account. Men of genius had to speak according to their times, and teachings that seem erroneous or childish in an advanced era might have sufficed for their own time. Can parenthood be considered a mission? Certainly it is a mission. At the same time, it is an important duty that involves more than what man thinks, his responsibility for the future. God entrusted the child to his parents to guide them on the path of goodness, and made their task easier by giving them a fragile and delicate organization that makes them accessible to all impressions. But there are those who are more concerned with straightening the trees in their garden and making them produce many good fruits than with straightening the character of their child. If he succumbs through their fault, they will bear the punishment, and the suffering of the child in future life will fall upon them, because they did not do what depended on them for his advancement on the path of good. If a child goes wrong despite the care of parents, are they responsible? No, but the worse the disposition of the child, the heavier the task and the greater the merit if they succeed in turning him away from the wrong path. If a child becomes virtuous despite the negligence or bad example of his parents, do the parents benefit from it? God is just. What can be the nature of the mission of a conqueror who seeks only the satisfaction of his ambition and who, to achieve this goal, does not hesitate to bring about any calamities in his path? Most of the time he is merely an instrument that God uses to fulfill his designs, and these calamities are sometimes a means to advance a people more quickly. He who is the instrument of these temporary calamities is indifferent to the good that may result from it, for he sought only a personal goal. However, he will benefit from this good. Each is rewarded according to his deeds, the good he intended to do, and the rectitude of his intentions. Incarnated spirits have occupations inherent to their bodily existence in the wandering or disembodied state. These occupations are proportional to their degree of advancement. Some travel through the world, educate themselves, and prepare for a new incarnation. Others, more advanced, work for progress by directing events and suggesting favorable thoughts. They assist men of genius who contribute to the advancement of humanity. Others incarnate with a mission of progress. Some take under their protection individuals, families, assemblies, cities, and peoples for whom they are guardian angels, protective geniuses, and familiar spirits. Others preside over natural phenomena, of which they are the direct agents. Common spirits mingle in our occupations and amusements. Impure or imperfect spirits await suffering and anguish until God provides them with the means to progress. If they do evil, it is out of despair for the good they cannot yet appreciate. There is a transition from one to another. Everything is of a transitory nature because nothing is identical, yet everything fits together. Plants do not think and therefore have no will. Oysters that open and all zoophytes have no thought, only blind and natural instinct. The human organism does not provide examples of similar movements without the participation of the will, as in digestive and circulatory functions. The pylorus contracts upon contact with certain bodies to prevent their passage. Sensitivity operates similarly, where movements do not involve the need for perception, much less will. Plants lack, as animals have, an instinct of self-preservation that drives them to seek what may be useful and avoid what may harm them. It's a kind of instinct, depending on how broadly you define the term, but it's purely mechanical. When you see two substances combine in chemical operations, it's because they agree with each other. We speak of affinity between them, but we do not call it instinct. Do plants in higher worlds have a more perfect nature than other beings? Everything is more perfect, but plants remain plants, just as animals remain animals and humans remain humans. If we compare humans and animals in terms of intelligence, the line of demarcation seems difficult to draw, for some animals are clearly superior to certain humans in this regard. One can establish this boundary precisely. On this point your philosophers hardly agree. Some want humans to be animals, and others want animals to be humans. All are mistaken. Man is a separate being, who can sometimes be lowered well below the beast or rise much higher on the physical plane. Man is like animals, or even less well provided than many of them. Nature has given them everything that man is compelled to invent with his intelligence for his needs and conservation. His body decays like that of animals, true, but his spirit has a destiny that only he can understand, for he is totally free. Poor men, they lower themselves beneath the brute. They do not know how to distinguish you from it. No man through the thought of God. Can it be said that animals act only by instinct? This remains a system. It is true that instinct dominates in most animals, but do you not see some acting with a determined will? That is intelligence, albeit limited. Moreover, it is impossible to deny that some animals perform combined acts indicating a will to act in a given direction and according to circumstances. There is in them a form of intelligence, but its exercise focuses more exclusively on means to satisfy their physical needs and ensure their survival. In them, there is neither creation nor improvement. All the art we admire in their works, what they have done in the past, what they do today, is neither better nor worse according to constant and invariable forms. The isolated young of their kind builds its nest on the same model without being taught. If some are susceptible to a certain education, their intellectual development always remains confined within narrow limits, the result of man's action on a pliant nature. There is no inherent progress in them, but this progress is fleeting and purely individual. For the animal, once left to itself, soon returns to the limits set by nature. Do animals have a language? If you mean a language formed of words and syllables, no. But if it is a means of communication among themselves, then yes. They tell each other much more than you think, but their language is limited, just like their ideas, to their needs. Some animals lack a voice. These do not seem to have a language. They understand each other in other ways. Humans have only speech to communicate, and so do fish. Animals endowed with a relational life have means to warn and express the sensations they feel. Do you believe that fish do not understand each other? Man does not therefore have the exclusive privilege of language, but that of animals is instinctive and limited by the circle of their needs and ideas, whereas that of man is imperceptible and ready for all the conceptions of his intelligence. Indeed, fish that migrate in mass, like swallows that obey the guide that leads them, must have a means of warning, understanding, and consulting each other. Perhaps it is thanks to a sharper vision that allows them to distinguish the signals they make to each other. Perhaps water is a medium that allows certain vibrations. In any case, it is undeniable that they have a means of mutually understanding, just like all voiceless animals working together. It is astonishing that spirits can communicate with each other without resorting to articulated speech. Do animals have free will over their actions? They are not mere machines as believed, but their freedom of action is limited to their needs and cannot be compared to that of man, being far inferior to his. They do not have the same obligations. Their freedom is limited to acts of material life. Where does the ability of some animals to imitate human language come from? And why is this ability found more in birds, for example, than in monkeys, whose conformation is closest to that of humans? With a particular structure of the vocal organs supported by the instinct of imitation, the monkey imitates gestures, while certain birds imitate voice. Since animals have an intelligence that gives them a certain freedom of action, there is in them a principle independent of matter, yes, and it survives the body. Is this principle a soul like that of humans? It is also a soul, if you will. It depends on the sense you give to the word, but it is inferior to that of humans. There is as much distance between the soul of animals and that of humans as between the soul of humans and that of God. Does the soul of the animal retain its individuality and self-awareness after death? Its individuality, yes, but not the consciousness of its being. Intelligent life remains latent. Does the soul of the beast have the choice to incarnate into one animal or another? No, it does not have free will. Is the soul of the animal that survives the body in a wandering state after death, like that of humans? It is a sort of reluctance, for it is not united with a body, but it is not a wandering spirit. A wandering spirit is a being who thinks and acts of their own will. That of animals does not have the same faculty. Self-awareness is the principal attribute of a spirit. The spirit of the animal is classified after its death by the spirits with whom it is in relation, and almost immediately put into service. It does not have free time to enter into relation with other creatures. Do animals follow a progressive law like humans? Yes, that is why in the higher worlds where humans are more advanced, animals are also, for they have more developed means of communication, but they always remain inferior and subject to humans. They are his intelligent servants. There is nothing extraordinary in that. Consider our most intelligent animals, the dog, the elephant, the horse. With a conformation suited for manual labor, they could not accomplish without human direction. Do animals progress like humans by their own will, or by force of circumstances? By force of circumstances, so there is no atonement for them. In the higher worlds, do animals know God? No, man is a god to them, just as spirits were once gods to humans. Given that animals, even when perfected in higher worlds, are always inferior to humans, it would follow that God created intellectual beings perpetually condemned to inferiority, which would seem to contradict the unity of purpose and progress found in all his works. Everything in nature is linked in a way that you cannot yet understand, and the most seemingly disparate things have points of contact that man will never comprehend in his current state. He may catch glimpses through efforts of his intelligence, but only when it has reached full development and has freed itself from the prejudices of pride and ignorance. Until then, his limited ideas will cause him to view things from a petty and narrow perspective. Know that God cannot contradict himself, and everything in nature is harmonized by general laws that never deviate from the sublime wisdom of the Creator. Intelligence is thus a common property, a point of contact between the souls of animals and humans. If we consider all points of contact between man and animals, could we not think that man possesses two souls, the animal soul and the spiritual soul, and that if he did not have the latter, he could live but like a brute? That is to say, the animal is a being similar to man minus the spiritual soul. It follows that the good and bad instincts of man would be the effect of the predominance of one of these two souls. No, man does not have two souls, but the body has its instincts which are the result of the sensation of the organs. There is in him a dual nature, the animal nature and the spiritual nature. Through his body, he participates in the nature of animals and their instincts. Through his soul, he participates in the nature of spirits. If he must struggle against the influences of matter, in addition to his own imperfections, which the spirit must free itself from, yes. The lower he is, the tighter the bonds between spirit and matter are. Don't you see this? No, man does not have two souls. The soul is always unique in a single being. The soul of the animal and that of man are different from each other, so that the soul of one cannot animate the body created by the other. But if man does not have an evil soul that puts him, by his passions, on the level of animals, he has his body, which often lowers him to their level, because his body is a being endowed with vitality, having instincts but little intelligence, limited to self-preservation. The spirit, incarnating in the body of man, brings the intellectual and moral principle that makes him superior to animals. The two natures present in man give his passions two different sources. Some originate from the instincts of the animal nature, others from the impurities of the incarnate spirit, which sympathizes more or less with the coarseness of animal appetites. By purifying itself, the spirit gradually frees itself from the influence of matter. Under this influence, it approaches the brute. Liberated from this influence, it rises towards its true destiny. Where do animals derive the intelligent principle that constitutes the peculiarity of the soul with which they are endowed? From the universal intelligent principle. Human and animal intelligence undoubtedly emanate from the same principle, but in man it has received a work that elevates him above what animates the brute. It has been said that the soul of man in its origin is like childhood in corporeal life, that its intelligence barely begins to bloom, and that it tries life where the spirit accomplishes this first phase, which is a series of existences preceding the period you call humanity. The soul seems to have been the intelligent principle of the lower beings of creation. We have not said that everything in nature is linked and tends towards unity, and that in these beings, who are far from fully knowing where the intelligent principle is formed, it gradually individualizes and tries life. As we have said, it is a kind of preparatory work, like that of germination, after which the intelligent principle undergoes a transformation and becomes spirit. So when does the period of humanity begin for him, along with the consciousness of his future, the distinction between good and evil, and the responsibility for his actions, just as after the period of childhood comes that of adolescence, then that of youth, and finally that of maturity? Furthermore, there is nothing in this origin that should humiliate man. Great geniuses are humiliated for having been formless fetuses in their mother's womb. If anything should humiliate him, it is his inferiority before God, and his inability to understand the depth of his designs and the wisdom of the laws that govern the harmony of the universe. Recognize the greatness of God in this admirable harmony that makes everything in nature interdependent. To believe that God could have done something without purpose and created intelligent beings without a future would be to blaspheme his goodness, which extends to all his creatures. This period of humanity begins on our Earth. Earth is not the starting point of the first human incarnation. The period of humanity generally begins in even lower worlds. However, this is not an absolute rule, and it could happen that a spirit from its human beginning is fit to live on Earth. This case is not common and would rather be an exception. Does the spirit of man after death have consciousness of the existences that preceded the period of humanity for him? No, because it is from this period that the life of a spirit begins for him, and he scarcely remembers his early existences as a man, just as a man does not remember the first moments of his childhood or even the time spent in his mother's womb. That's why spirits tell you they do not know how they began. Once he has entered the period of humanity, does the spirit retain traces of what he was before, that is, of the state in which he was in the period that could be called pre-human? This depends on the distance between the two periods and the progress made over a few generations. There may be a more or less pronounced reflection of the primitive state. Nothing in nature occurs by sudden transition. There are always links that connect the ends of the chain of beings and events. But these traces fade with the development of free will. Initial progress is slow because it is not yet supported by will. Progress accelerates as the spirit acquires a more perfect consciousness of itself. Thus, have the spirits said that man is a being apart from the rest of creation? Are they in error? No, but the question had not been developed, and there are things that can only come when the time is right. Man is indeed a being apart, because he possesses faculties that distinguish him from all others and has a different destiny. The human race is the one that God has chosen for the incarnation of beings who can know him. The community of origin in the intelligent principle of living beings does not consecrate the doctrine of metempsychosis. Who would recognize the tree, its leaves, its flowers, and its fruits in the formless germ that contains the seed from which it originated? As soon as the intelligent principle reaches the necessary degree to be a spirit and enters the period of humanity, it no longer has any connection with its primitive state and is no longer the soul of beasts any more than the tree is the seed. In man, there is no animal other than the body and the passions that arise from the influence of the body and the instinct of self-preservation inherent in matter. Therefore, it cannot be said that such a man is the incarnation of the spirit of such an animal, and consequently, metempsychosis as we understand it is not accurate. Could the spirit that animated the body of a man incarnate into an animal? That would be a regression, and the spirit does not regress. The river does not return to its source. As erroneous as the doctrine of metempsychosis may be, it is not the result of the instinctive sense of the different existences of man. This instinctive feeling is found in this belief as in many others, but like most of its intuitive ideas, man has distorted it. Metempsychosis, or reincarnation of the soul, would be true if we understood it as the progression of the soul from a lower state to a higher state, where it would acquire developments that would transform its nature. But it is false in the sense of direct transmigration from animal to man and vice versa, which would imply the idea of regression or fusion. However, since this fusion cannot occur between bodily beings of the two species, it indicates that they are at a degree that cannot be assimilated, and the same would apply to the spirits animating them. If the same spirit could alternately animate both, it would create an identity of nature that would result in the possibility of material reproduction. The reincarnation taught by the spirits, on the contrary, is based on the upward progression of nature and on man's progression within his own species. This does not detract from his dignity, but what degrades him is the misuse he makes of the faculties that God has given him for his progress. Nevertheless, the antiquity and universality of the doctrine of metempsychosis, as well as the eminent men who have professed it, demonstrate that the principle of reincarnation has its roots in nature itself. These are therefore arguments in its favor and not against it. The starting point of the spirit is one of those questions related to the principle of things and which lie in the secret of God. It is not given to man to know them absolutely. He can only make suppositions about them and develop more or less plausible systems. The spirits themselves are far from knowing everything. On what they ignore, they may also have more or less sensible opinions. Thus, for example, not all think alike about the relationship between humans and animals. According to some, the spirit reaches the human period only after having developed and individualized itself in the various degrees of lower beings in creation. According to others, the spirit of man has always belonged to the human race without passing through the animal channel. The first of these systems has the advantage of giving a purpose to the future of animals, which would thus form the first links in the chain of thinking beings. The second is more in line with the dignity of man and can be summarized as follows. The different animal species do not proceed intellectually from one another through a progression. Thus, the spirit of an oyster does not successively transform into that of a fish, then a bird, then a quadruped, and finally into that of a human. Each species is an absolute type, and morally speaking, there is a discontinuity between animals and humans. Man possesses within himself the soul or spirit, the divine spark that gives him moral sense and intellectual breadth which animals lack. It is in him the principal being that pre-exists and survives the body, retaining its individuality. What is the origin of the spirit? What is its starting point? It forms from the individualized, intelligent principle. This is a question on which it would be vain to try to penetrate, and as we have said, only systems can be constructed about it. What is consistent and follows both reasoning and experience is the survival of the spirit, the preservation of its individuality after death, its progressive faculty, its happy or unhappy state in proportion to its progress on the path of good, and all the moral truths that stem from this principle. As for the mysterious relations that exist between man and animals, these, we repeat, belong to the secret of God, just like many other things that are not important for our progression in current knowledge and on which it would be pointless to dwell.